playing with your balls the whole time.
Pretty much. I'm just going to be tickling your balls the entire time.
Okay.
I'm going to be, Mr. Anik, I'm going to be singing your praise like the second coming of Christ. So please bear with me while I do something.
Well, I got all these new haters, so I'll be happy to hear the praise.
Broadcast live.
Coming to you live.
We're live.
In front of an audience from around the world, where we talk about fighters, fighting, and events. Welcome to Fight World Live, where you can hear about the latest in the world of combat sports. Get ready to gear up and square up, because we are going live. And now,
Broadcasting live. Still broadcast live.
this is Fight World Live.
All right, so I'm here. Welcome to Fight World Live on Amazon Prime. I'm here with four-time world champion, Mr. Gabe. At one point in time, considered one of the best fighters in the world, Jake Hatton, and arguably, and I will make the debate right now, one of the best MMA commentators of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Anik. Let's go.
Man. It's great to be with you guys. Let's go. Right, I got a little button now. I can actually hit some applause. This looks like a tough room. Looks like some tough gentlemen who would be okay in a back alley, but it's great to be with you guys, obviously, and always a lot going on in this UFC world. A new day, a new headline, it seems, with this Dustin Poirier stuff, but it's great to talk to you boys tonight.
Absolutely great to be talking to you. And by the way, before we begin, Gabe, I don't mean to cut you off. In the spirit, in your honor, sir, and in my honor, I want Gabe and Jake. Jake, obviously a fan of the Denver Broncos, and Gabe, a fan of shitting on my entire life and everything I love. Let's have a moment of silence, please, for the New England Patriots and a prayer that they'll have a better season next season. Please join me in prayer. Gabe,
I bleed orange and blue, John. I'm sure you appreciate this, and I can't do it.
Nope.
Well, as I get older, I've softened as a sports fan, and I live in South Florida. I grew up loathing the Miami Dolphins. Dan Marino would just go into Foxborough, and it was a question of how many the Dolphins would beat my Patriots by. But it's amazing to me. I got to say, right, everybody sort of celebrating the Patriots' demise, and that's fine, right? Even my daughter's like, we're picking third in the draft, but I'm down here with the Miami Dolphins. They haven't tasted anything resembling success in my lifetime, essentially, when it comes to the postseason. So, I'll take my 6 rings in the prime of my life as a sports fan every day of the goddamn week. We'll celebrate Tommy's number 7. But, we'll see what happens if Gerard Mayo's the guy, if they can hit on the quarterback. But, yeah, it's a forgettable season, and it's been a forgettable couple of years, the Mac Jones era in New England.
Yep.
I'm not going to change anytime soon. Just telling you that right now. Not that I know anything.
The thing is, you got to hit on a quarterback, right? So all these teams, theoretically, are going to draft this quarterback-heavy class or not, but you got to hit on the guy. So even if it's not one of the top 3 names, that is the guy that you think can be a franchise quarterback, doesn't matter. You got to hit on that quarterback. And what's your percent chance of doing that? You're right. Probably below 50%. So, yeah, I don't think that savior's walking through that door anytime soon.
Well, even drafting one, look at Russell Wilson and the Broncos. It's been painful for the last 6 or 7 years and our carousel of quarterbacks. But, not all of them hit.
Great franchise, though. Great franchise. Great fan base. I got to think they'll get back, and they have a Hall of Fame head coach. So I do think that, and dude, Cortland Sutton, man, gosh, what a season he had. Hopefully that guy's sticking around. I thought he was under-celebrated last year. I'm trying to, turn your frown upside down.
I appreciate it.
I'd like to add that I have no idea what any of you are talking about whatsoever. None of those names mean anything to me. And, yeah.
Well, I'd prefer to talk about mixed martial arts probably as well. But, growing up in Boston, whether you like it or not, I think most of us become diehard sports fans for that city.
Now back to martial arts. I've been watching martial arts my entire life, and I can name every single great MMA commentator. I mean, Steven Quadros, Bas Rutten, Mike Goldberg, Joe Rogan. Top echelons. You are one of the greatest MMA commentators, and you will go down as one of the greatest MMA commentators. And there's thousands of MMA commentators, but there's only one John Anik. Are you ready to make that case and make that argument that you are one of the best? You were going down as one of the best hype men in the game, because I can make that argument for you. I mean, I could talk shit all day long on Sherdog and on the Underground. Are we ready to make that case, sir?
Well, thank you, brother, for all the kind words. It's certainly not my case to make, right? I just want to go out and, as trite as it sounds, continue to execute and perform and have Dana White want me in that seat, because I can assure you, if there are a couple bad shows or something that they don't like, I won't necessarily be the guy. So maybe that's my mentality and has always been my mentality. And that's some reason why I've stuck around here for 12 or 13 years. But I appreciate the acknowledgement. Sometimes I feel like in the United States of America, I may not get the recognition as a play-by-play guy unless I go do football or something like that. But I love the sport that I'm in, and I'm so thankful to have this job. And it's been a whirlwind. It's crazy to think back to calling my first show, Jim Miller and Melvin Gillard, January 20th of 2012. And even a few years before that, getting the chance to do Bellator season 1 in 2009. I just felt like my skill set was better served for play-by-play than sitting on a desk. And so I started to steer things in that direction. And there's just no adrenaline, at least for sports broadcasters. I'm not a fighter nor a professional athlete, but there's just no adrenaline rush, I think, for a sports fan who can't compete than to be calling live sporting events. And, thankfully, so far, so good. I take it very seriously, providing the soundtrack for all of these championship fights and historical moments. And for 5 years, I didn't call title fights. And I think I was groomed the right way in AAA to be ready when the call came in. So thank you for that. And, wherever my career stacks up, when it's all said and done, I assure you I'm not going to be the old guy calling these fights in my 60s, preventing some young guy from getting an opportunity. So we'll see what happens. But hopefully I got at least 10 good years left in me.
I've got a question for you. How did you get involved in the MMA scope? Like, how did you get involved in this? Like you said Bellator was your beginning, but
yeah,
what made you even think about you know what, I'm gonna jump into this MMA. There's so many different avenues you can go in sports broadcasting. What led you towards MMA?
Well, I'll try to say this efficiently, but ultimately it was the sport. I was working as a boxing radio journalist in Boston, and we started to cover a lot of HBO pay-per-views on the boxing side. Gary Shaw, boxing promoter, launched Elite XC, and he invited a lot of us boxing media to come cover Elite XC1 in Tunica, Mississippi in 2007. Main event was Renzo Gracie against Frank Shamrock, Gina Carano, Julie Kedzie, a lot of big names. I'll never forget Charles Crazy Horse Bennett knocking out KJ Noons, who was talking a bunch of shit during the week, right? But I went in there as sort of a reluctant boxing journalist who was wondering about the wrestling and the grappling and what is this MMA avalanche that is coming at boxing right now. I was probably a boxing apologist and a boxing defender, and now I'm probably a boxing antagonist. But when I covered that first show in 2007, it opened my world, even though I didn't like some of the dragons breathing fire or certain things that came along with that Elite XC show. I just felt like MMA had a whole lot that boxing didn't. So I loved covering that event. Shortly thereafter, I got an opportunity as some sort of combat sports guy at ESPN to host MMA Live, which they started on ESPN.com in 2008. And then got the call to do Bellator in 2009. Couldn't do season 2 because of contractual reasons. But then I was covering John Jones versus Shogun Rua for ESPN in March of 2011. My now boss, Craig Borsari, told me at that time, pulled me aside backstage, said the UFC was doubling their inventory from 20 live events to 40, and that they wanted me to call half the shows. And it didn't matter if they were on the G4 network. That's all I needed to hear. And they bought out the last few months of my UFC contract. And I moved to Vegas October 2011, and here we are.
Pardon my enthusiasm, but
buddy. I got to take this guy on the road with me, I think.
But it's such a fucking hard gig. Like, how do you deal with the criticism, and how do you still march forward knowing that you're I think you're one of the best guys in the game?
Well, the criticism is not really something that can be front of mind, of course, unless it's coming from Dana and Craig and my bosses. I have great producers, Zach Candido and Michael LaPlante. But it's an exercise, man. There's no doubt in terms of mental agility and putting my mind and body in a position to call fights for 8 hours. I'll never forget doing the last football game I did, a college football game in 2015. And you blink, it's halftime, you get a 12-minute break, and then it's like door to door 4 hours, right? This is like a 10-hour commitment. And I have conditioned myself, and I'm sure professional athletes may laugh this off, but I have conditioned myself to be able to get through these and even sometimes go host the post show or be an analyst on the post show afterwards. I am totally fucking cashed at the end of these pay-per-view weeks. So I appreciate you acknowledging the exercise that is there and that it is. I find it interesting when some fans will be like, dude, does Anik have to read another promo, as if like I control the inventory? Now I have
that's your job.
I have some control when it comes to, they'll say, hey, if you can fit in a Toyo tires here, we really fucking appreciate it, and so I have some control as to maybe when those are executed. But largely, I don't even have that. And yeah, I wish the EA Sports UFC 5 reads were a little bit shorter, but I don't know that you can find any broadcaster out there that can read them as quickly as I can. So I'm trying to rifle through that as well. But some of the fans think it's like my call.
Yeah. And I'm mixing up my words too and shining your balls, as Gabe and Jake alluded and warned you that I was going to do, because I commentated on the regional scene, and obviously I'm getting those cues, and it's such a hard process, especially, you have to talk for 4, 5, 6 hours at sometimes. You have to make sure that you're being neutral, and you're making and telling everybody's story, like why you should relate to this person, why you should appreciate this fighter. And you have to have that middle ground. I remember my first commentating event, like, I wanted to talk like, and the biggest advice I got was talk to people like you're in a bar. And I was like, oh, that choke is tighter than Tupac and Suge Knight in 94. And oh, he's taking more kicks to the leg than Nancy Kerrigan. And then I hear my producer saying, David, stop with your fucking puns. Like, you're dealing with so many different critics out there, but you've done a great job, and like you're doing it at the highest level with a lot more masters and a lot more cooks in the kitchen.
Well, thank you. I learned a lot that first season of Bellator because I felt like they had hired the wrong guy. I had called some boxing for ESPN, but we're talking in a control room, a lot of Filipino and Thai boxers that I really didn't have anything resembling prep nor research on. And that season sort of taught me that, you stay in your lane and you lean on your analyst, who hopefully is a Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt. Like, I always prefer to have the grappler with me if at all possible, because that would in theory be my biggest area of weakness, but yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. And certainly there are times where I will ask a question that might be rhetorical to me to make sure that I'm simplifying this sport for a portion of the masses, because the fan base really does turn over every few years and we acquire new fans, right? Like Dominic Cruz said to me recently, there's a lot of these fans that don't even necessarily know that I was a fighter at the highest level, or even haven't seen me fight. Right now, he's an interesting case because he hasn't fought all that often in the last few years, but he says most of my fame is from being from being a commentator and not being a fighter. So, but yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. It's a really, really fun job. I mean, imagine what it's like to sit down and have Joe Rogan next to you for a UFC pay-per-view. There's nothing like it.
Yeah.
So, question: now that you're in the landscape of MMA, are you training? Are you trying to? Is that a way of like kind of assisting yourself in preparation?
So certainly when it comes to the grappling, that's not something where they want to hear a bunch from me. Like when the fight hits the ground, like you'll notice I really pick my spots. Even if you're going to call a choke out that is incorrect, Bravo versus Anaconda, right? Just scream submission from the top of your lungs as opposed to screwing it up, right? So I did do some jiu-jitsu with Pahumpa at American Top Team West Palm Beach. Fucking hated it. I took my son. He liked it a little bit less than I did, but I think he was a little bit too young and too small. They were asking him to come like early with like the 3-year-olds, even though he was 5. And so not there yet with my son. I did some boxing in Woburn, Massachusetts back in 2005, 2006. I do some MMA strength and conditioning with the Institute of Human Performance, Gilbert Burns' guys, who Gilbert got me a package with them a few years ago. So I've been going strong ever since, try to get there once a week. So, but no, I mean, certainly I wish I had more of an appetite for the grappling because like Pahumpa's offered to pad out my garage and come give me privates, but I'd rather play basketball,
Good guy though. Great guy. I've known him for many years.
Guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's the best. I was so happy to see him get that championship with Alexandre Pantoja,
So how long are you planning on being in the sport? Do you plan on like branching out, or do you plan on staying in mixed martial arts? Or because there's rumors flying, rumors and innuendo, like how long do you plan on staying in mixed martial arts, or do you plan on branching out? Because obviously you're a great commentator. You have a great podcast with Mr. Florian. I mean, we were just talking about the great Kenny Florian. But what's your game plan? Or what's your career trajectory?
Well, it's hard to imagine my life without the UFC, but I've devoted a lot of my not just professional but personal life to this endeavor for a long time. So at some point, perhaps forget about the NFL, and maybe I shouldn't have even invoked that recently, but at some point, perhaps there's a more selfless decision to make my kids the center of the universe the way they deserve to be. Now, my job does afford me some opportunities where I'm home during the day. We got soccer practice coming up tonight, right? But just miss a lot of games and a lot of things over the years. So when my daughter enters high school, and my eldest of 3, and I'm 15 years in, you know, maybe you come to a point where it's like you scale back or try to do something domestic, so every show isn't 5 or 6 days. So that's a big part of things as well. I got asked this week, you know, would I feel like my career is complete if I never called an NFL football game? And I think so at this point. You know, I've been able to sort of survive as the lead voice of a sport for several years, and I think prove my worth, or whatever I'm trying to prove myself, as an elite play-by-play announcer. But certainly the NFL is king in this country. So yeah, I mean, sometimes I sit around and feel like I would like to prove to the world that I'm not just the energetic UFC guy who can't find his mid voice, that I can go call an NFL football game and contend with those guys. But I have the job that I want. And I don't know that the decision is going to be up to me in terms of how long I keep this job. You know, there are a lot of factors that go into it in broadcasting when it comes to timing and everything else. But certainly I have the job I want. My contract is up in October of 2026. That'll be 15 years. And hopefully I got several more thereafter. But I'm telling you guys, I ain't going to be doing this till I'm 70 out of like ego or anything like that. I'll be, I don't know, I'll be coaching sports or teaching special needs kids or something.
We should do commentating for a Patriots game, and then we can both have crippling depression together, and we can both cry on each other's shoulders. I think it'll be very fascinating for 2 Patriots, like diehards, to commentate a game and just, you know, go through the waves of emotion with the fans, and just, I'll probably end the game killing myself, maybe jumping over the bleachers. Like, that's probably where I'm at right now with the Patriots. It's so interesting that you feel that you're this complete and you're this whole with your career that you don't imagine going to the NFL or anything like that. And you're more than qualified to do so. Like, that's so fascinating.
Well, we'll see what happens, right? I just don't know that opportunity is going to present itself. Am I subconsciously trying to manifest it? I don't think so. But we'll see what happens. You know, that opportunity has to be there. And ideally, it'd be a situation where the UFC would be on board with letting me do some games or something like that. But truly, the UFC is my focus. And even when it comes to the Patriots, right? As I mentioned, I've sort of softened as a sports fan a little bit. My heart is so linked and tied to MMA that I think, as far as the other sports, like I said the other night, I was like, do I enjoy watching my daughter play soccer more than I enjoy watching like the Celtics? Like, is this really happening right now? And I don't know that that's necessarily the case, right? But I don't know.
I hope you guys are watching this.
Like, I will order every UFC pay-per-view for the rest of my life. Like, you can be sure, right? Like, those fights will always be of consequence to me, whether I'm calling those fights or not. But, you know, I got 5 or 6 internationals the rest of the way this year. Like, there's a tremendous strain on my family. And I think that's more front of mind for me than the NFL in terms of either scaling back or just not doing this until all my remaining black hairs are white.
I got a question for you, John. Big fan, and by far you're the best broadcaster. It used to be, and I go way back. I'm an old guy, I go way back in the sport. But you know, David's right. It used to be Boss and Quadros. I was like, nobody will ever be better. Nobody will ever be better. But I can't imagine watching a broadcast without you, Cormier, and Rogan. You guys complement each other so incredibly well. So well. I wanted to say that, but your podcast is fantastic. Does the podcast feel like work, or is that just kind of a fun? And by the way, I used to hang out with Kenny. Kenny's one of the funniest guys when I went to lunch with him a few times that I have ever met.
Yeah.
He's just got that dry sense of humor.
Yeah.
And people don't really get to see that, but he's one of the funniest guys ever.
Text him and tell him to let it fucking rip on the podcast, right? We need more of that Ken Flow comedy. I think now that we're doing some of these watch parties, it's starting to come out a little bit. But yeah, I mean, my best friend, and it's crazy to think we've been talking at each other and with each other going all the way back to 2008. But I appreciate you saying that. And my style's not for everybody, right? I think you find your voice pretty quickly. You find out pretty early on whether or not you have chemistry with someone. I did my first pay-per-view with Rogan in 2012, UFC 155 on 3 days' notice. And you sort of have chemistry or you don't, you know, like the greatest tweet I've ever received was Joe Rogan pushing something out there after that broadcast of UFC 155 whatever he said about me being a true pro and that he enjoyed the broadcast, right? So I think you develop chemistry and have it, or you don't, pretty quickly in a broadcast booth. But yeah, man, I think we all have our own style. Certainly, I think as you get older, you become more comfortable with your voice, right? Like you can be sure when I'm calling UFC 155 12 years ago with Joe in a 2-man booth, like I'm not thinking about letting the comedy go right now. If something that I think's funny pops into my head, I don't care if I get stonewalled and they don't think it's funny. I'm letting it rip, right? So you gain a different confidence, and we're like brothers. We got the private text chain and everything else. So I appreciate you saying that. Sometimes I get asked, like, would you rather just have one broadcast team? I've worked with, I think, like 18 different combinations. The short answer is yes. Like, I would like to have one broadcast team. As much as I love all those broadcast partners, I think it would be nice to have a broadcast team that you're always on the road with. But that's not our reality. And I guess I do like the change up every now and again. But if you're really trying to be the best broadcast team in the world, right? Like, we would get Joe Rogan more than 8 times a year. And he knows I feel that way. You know, I'm always trying to convince him to grab his passport.
And maybe Ray Longo in there with you guys.
Oh, yes.
Hey, and by the way, I wanted to apologize that I'm not in the bathroom when we do this interview.
Bro, if you don't know the reference, Ray Longo, the last
Jesus.
2
I was
podcasts,
crying.
done it from like a little one toilet bathroom. Like, bro, it's episode 460.
I thought he was kidding at first, and I was like, you know what? You gotta love Ray. Ray is Ray. He's just unapologetic, and he's just him.
Ray's the fucking man, and I actually did a watch party with Steamroller over in Long Island. We did the last UFC watch party, and I love the Ray Longo stories. And he's just like just an old grumpy guy who just is a fucking like a knowledge pool of mixed martial arts. And the guy's funny as fuck too. So like I love me some Ray Longo. I'm a big fan of Ray Longo.
Yeah,
we gotta work with him.
We've had some misses on the podcast, but we hit on that one. When we were launching in 2015, we wanted a coach to have a weekly segment, and Longo was the guy. And certainly it's been great to watch his athletes sort of transcend eras and him have a champion in every era, right, with Matt Serra and Chris Weidman and Aljamain Sterling. But the dude is amazing. We also thought we had to balance out some of the Boston with me and Ken Flo with Ray Longo out of New York. I thought that would be a good balance, but man, it's like we're getting him an audio setup for his gym and for his house. But it's
every week, you're like, we're ordering you this. We're going to order this.
People think it's a bit, right? Like they think we're doing this for the show. But yeah, man, like I'm not all that technologically inclined, right? Like I just put in this new studio in my master bedroom. Let's see if I can show you, right? I got the wide shot there, boys.
Nice.
Very
Got,
nice.
and there's my twin brother's seat. You know what I mean?
Very nice.
Post-COVID, this stuff all costs like a fraction of what it used to, you know? But yeah, we got to get Longo a setup. It's a little embarrassing at this point in time. It's not a bit.
You want to be my dream, like, commentating gig? Like, maybe, like, we could do, like, just hook it up. But Matt Serra, you, and Ray Longo. And you got Matt Serra, like, breaking down. Have you ever seen his breakdown techniques, like, where he's, like, showing a technique? You just put your arm here. Yeah, it's going to fucking work. I promise. Don't do that. Like, I fucking love Matt Serra. Like, you have those 3, money. Like, shut up and take my money. You know, that would be my dream commentating team. Just for one show.
Well, I appreciate that. I think the best we can do, at least right now, is getting Matt Serra on the Ray Longo Minute on the Anik and Florian podcast. Now, that is not a cheap plug, but when I do have Matt on our podcast, however infrequently, I always try to surprise Ray with his presence because I think it's kind of bittersweet for Ray. Like, he loves it, but he's like, oh, here we go again. I get enough of this guy. You know?
So, big news, obviously, with UFC 299. UFC 300 still doesn't have a main event. What are your thoughts right now going into UFC 299 and UFC 300? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, it's crazy, right? Because I got UFC 298 with one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world, Alexander Volkanovski against Ilia Topuria. Rumor has it Robert Whittaker might be fighting Paulo Costa. So I appreciate the noise for 299. I'm here in South Florida. That card is just immeasurably deep to precede UFC 300. It's just absurd. But my brother, I think you know, right? You're in the space. Like, I can't even get past what we got to do in Anaheim. So I was asked this week, like, have you thought about UFC 300 and your preparation? And it's like, man, like that is so back burner stuff right now. Yeah. Every one of these pay-per-view weeks is just a monster. But I'm excited for Miami to get back-to-back pay-per-views, at least back-to-back years, right? After not being there since 2003. And UFC 300 is going to be an absolute monster, right? I there are only a few undisputed titles that actually could still be on the line in the main event. So you can sort of pare it down a little. If something's going to assure you, I have no more information than you guys do. But when the UFC pushed out that graphic recently with that empty slot for the main event, they wouldn't do that unless they had a few irons in the fire. So I think if I had to make a prediction, it'll be either the middleweight or light heavyweight title that will be on the line in the main event at UFC 300.
I'm hyped to the tits for even Kayla Harrison fighting against Holly Holm. I'm like, guys, boys, we can make that the main event, because right when they made that announcement, every single guys, don't. Here's the guy's gonna shit on my parade.
Shut up, Potter. Just
Here's
stop.
the guy's gonna shit on my parade.
Stop.
Do you guys want me to join you in shitting on his parade or no?
Please don't shit on my
All
parade.
right. Here's the thing, my man. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Yan Xiaonan is challenging Zhang Wei Li for the title that night, right?
Thank you.
Kayla Harrison is in the featured prelim, but I did a year-end review show in 2023. And David, I love you, brother. I did a year-end review show in 2023, and they asked me like for dream fights for 2024. And one of them was Yan Xiaonan against Zhang Wei Li. China versus China for the women's strawweight title. Let's go. So, but yeah, I'm excited. Kayla is a dear friend, and I am so happy that I get to call her next fight, because there was a time when I thought I would never call her fight. So I share a lot of your enthusiasm. But we just had to check you a little bit, my man.
I'm also biased because I've been hugging, I've been on the bandwagon of Holly Holm and Kayla Harrison forever, and these two forces are coming together. I'm excited. Maybe I'm just biased, but I think every single fight on UFC 300, that's what I was gonna say, could be a main event caliber fight. I think that's what I was initially going for. But if Kayla Harrison versus Holly Holm,
shut up. Shut up.
What do you mean? Shut up.
Shut up.
It's a great fight.
The top fight in the prelims, maybe a fight night. I wouldn't even call it a fight night main event.
I love it, the top card of the prelims, because that would lead into UFC 300 pay-per-view brilliantly.
It's a great fight as the very last fight for the prelims. Main event.
You believe these guys, Mr. Anik? Unbelievable. This is what I have to deal with.
Hey, John, where do you think
I got mine?
What's that?
Where would you put them in the card? Where would you put Holly and Kayla in the card? I mean, not being funny, but serious. I like all the eyeballs on the free card.
Yeah. So for a lot of pay-per-views, that featured prelim slot is really prime, because you might even have more eyeballs on you on ESPN than we would have on a pay-per-view, depending on the magnitude of the card. There are some other inconvenient truths, though, about fighting in that feature prelim. If you go to a decision, sometimes you don't get a post-fight interview, which can be a really big deal, right?
Yeah.
Now, we can bleed that at times, depending on the clock, right? Like if Kayla Harrison wins her UFC debut, I have a sneaking suspicion that we would be able to bleed that a little bit, but that's not always the case. So that is part of the issue with that slot, I guess. But that's where I would slot them. I just don't think, given what I've seen proposed for UFC 300, that they're going to land on pay-per-view, right? Isn't the first fight of the night, I think, on something I saw, Jessica Andrade versus Marina Rodriguez? Maybe that wasn't a bout order that the UFC pushed out there, but I'm sure you guys saw the graphic.
The card's so incredibly stacked. I don't know where you'd put them.
Yeah, but not main event.
Every fight is main event caliber. That's what I was trying to say. That was my point.
All right.
Besides the fact that I'm a Holly Holm and Kayla Harrison fanboy, I cannot stress that point even harder. But every fight is a main event caliber fight.
Is that UFC Gabe in the middle? I need to hear from Gabe, because I think he's going to reach through the meeting here.
Comes Gabe shitting on my life
right now.
Sir, shit on my life, please.
I love David Potter, but he's wrong so much.
Buzz Killington, ladies and gentlemen.
But I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Just he's wrong on this, like he's wrong on many things.
You guys are shit on me because I like power slap,
and I love him, but
unbelievable.
This is what the show looks like every week, John. It's us shitting on Potter.
No, I love it. You guys got a nice little mix.
And I'll tell you, when we get to the point where I can slap you through the feed, that's when I know we've hit maximum technology.
Right.
So now that Gabe admitted that he actually likes power slap and he actually wants to perform a power slap, before we let you go, Mr. Anik, who is your biggest inspiration? I love Howard Cosell. I've always looked up to Howard Cosell. Always watched ESPN classics and watch his commentating, but who was your biggest inspiration and what got you into commentating and being one of the greatest hype men who walked the face of the MMA world?
So a lot of my biggest influences in broadcasting were so much better than me at their particular chosen craft that it gave me great clarity to maybe not do what they do or go in a different direction. Certainly, Sean McDonough has been my biggest play-by-play influence. I got to work with him for a time at a Sporting News Radio affiliate in Boston. And if you don't know, Sean McDonough still calls some of the biggest sporting events for ESPN to this day. Dry sense of humor. I love when his comedy comes out, but he was probably my biggest inspiration. But when I talk about some of the broadcasters who were so elite that I could never do anything close to them, Vin Scully, the legendary Dodgers broadcaster. I mean, that guy was so good. I was like, well, I can't do baseball on the radio because I'll never be as good as that guy. And then Ryan Russillo and Colin Cowherd, guys doing solo acts on the radio. I wanted to be a radio guy for years, and I was, but I wanted co-hosts, right? I would never do the John Anik show, even though I've had multiple opportunities to do the John Anik show 5 days a week. Maybe I would do that in like a Pat McAfee setting if I had a bunch of different co-hosts, but I don't want to be the solo act. And so I learned that pretty quickly, and that helped sort of guide my career a little bit. But yeah, for me, Vin Scully, unbelievable. Sean McDonough, to be sure. Shout out to Doc Emmerich on the hockey side, the one sport that I can't do. But yeah, I mean, I really feel like you have to really learn what you're good at and what you're not good at and try to play to your strengths in almost any walk of life.
Fair enough. So last question from Gabe and Jake. Guys, have a way.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, I just want to say, John, thanks. I appreciate what you do. It's not an easy job. And I have to say, I didn't understand all the fucking confusion of what I listened to the podcast, and MMA fans they can get so bitchy and finicky. I just don't understand where all this, my buddies, some of the buddies in the media called me, MMA Weekly and some different guys. And I just didn't understand where that came from. So just want to say thank you. I'm glad you're here. I enjoy watching you every week.
Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. There's always a lesson to be learned. And sometimes when I let that fourth wall down to my podcast audience, I say things that maybe cross some sort of line or walk right up to the line. I think there's not a lot of upside in sort of talking about the fans on the whole, but dude, I just had a moment on my podcast. Like, you listen, obviously you watch it. So, my producers, co-hosts, we didn't really think anything of it. And then it carried the MMA news cycle for 72 hours. But, there are going to be people who judge you. We're on a headset for 8 hours on live TV, right? There are going to be people who judge you for the rest of your career on one single utterance. Google John Anik custody battle if you're really curious, right? So there are going to be people who heretofore will judge me on this week of my life, and that's okay. But
8 hours, it's hard not to make a mistake. I applaud
the MMA fans, and more importantly, the roster and the UFC, have my back. And as long as that remains the case, hopefully I'll have the job.
Hell yeah, we'll keep it up, buddy.
Thank you, my man. I appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, do you know Ron Kruk from the LFA Commentator?
Yes. Yeah.
So I've known Ron since he worked with WC back in the day when I was the champion, and he worked in the boxing prior to MMA. And I was sitting down with him at an after party, and I said, I apologize for the stupidity you deal with in MMA. And he goes, I come from boxing. This is so much more highbrow. You feel like that is a correct statement as a man that worked in boxing is now in MMA?
Are you trying to get him in trouble again, Gabe?
No, well, yes. There was no social media really when I was covering boxing, right? So I didn't have that back and forth, right? Part of the reason I'm so exposed to maybe this nastier, angrier tone that we've seen in terms of X, at least over the last 12 months, is that I want to engage with fans who have things to say about this sport that I so love. And if fans have comments about the broadcast, you've heard me probably say this repeatedly, but I want to be a conduit for these people. So that means you can't have a filter, right? You got to let all the bad in with the good, and so be it. That's my reality. So it's hard for me to compare the fan bases just because of the era in which we are in right now. But as I said earlier, the fan base turns over a lot, and who knows exactly what has led to this tone that a lot of us think is a little bit more venomous on X than was there prior. But I'm not going to post and ghost. I'm still going to be there. I'm still going to be a conduit for the fans. I probably followed some of you guys back already. Obviously, we're not talking about the professional athlete Gabe, but right, like David Potter, am I following you on X? Please tell me I am.
Probably not. No, sir.
Just
But
so
the
you
point
know,
is that I am a fan of the
Edit,
people.
edit. Cut that out.
I'm probably Gabe. Fuck Dave Potter.
I don't have X. I don't have Twitter. I haven't had a Twitter account for since probably 2010.
See there. So for me, it's primarily news, but also fan engagement. David Potter, not David Potter ZA. You're not a South African.
Related to Harry Potter. You could just follow me on Instagram. That would be fine. That would be sufficient.
All right. We'll make that happen. But, you know, I do think that a lot of MMA fans have felt the love and connection over the years, dating to my ESPN.com MMA live chat in 2007, 2008. And I enjoy that connectivity. So I look forward to diving back in here, you know, in the next few days.
Absolutely. And before we let you go, by the way, and I've been watching combat sports since I escaped the womb, and you are absolutely top MMA commentator, one of the best. You'll go down in history as one of the best. And even working in media, seeing you behind the scenes is just watching a master at his craft and watching you work and actually seeing that up front. You are such a hard worker. You're so dedicated to your craft. You're so dedicated to the fighters in the UFC. I just want to thank you very much for all your hard work. And thank you very much for even coming on the show and entertaining us and letting Gabe and Jake shit on my life and doing play-by-play to that. So I appreciate it.
Well, thank you guys. No, I appreciate the chance to come on.
Potter, there's some brown on your nose. You might want to scoop it off.
Oh, yeah. I was sniffing his ass.
I tell you, you know, like hard work, right? Anybody who has procreated or has kids, right? Almost every sort of parenting thing that comes out of my mouth is rooted in hard work, right? So you could even say Anik had to close the talent gap with hard work, whatever it has to be, right? But the way I prepared for Bellator 1, obviously my process has evolved, but same shit, you know? And that hasn't failed me yet, right? Like I'm still handwriting my fighter cards and, you know, gonna just keep doing it. So I appreciate you acknowledging the hard work, and maybe we'll reconnect at some point in the future, boys. But you got a good show, and I enjoyed it tonight. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anik. John Anik, the great John Anik.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I got the fucking applause. Man.
You're the man.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you.
That was clickbait.
By the way, guys, we've been together for how long? How many summers? We've been along. We've been on this journey for a very long time. But finally, we had John Anik doing play-by-play while you guys shit on me. Man, oh man, this was my favorite episode ever. Oh man.
I'll give you that, Potter. We'll give you that, buddy. It's not a wiener hat. It's not a wiener hat, but you know what? It's all right.
It'll do.
I am going to. I want this clip to play at my funeral in rotation of just Gabe shitting on my life and John Anik doing play-by-play.
Well, Anik also just shit on your life too, just so you know.
Yeah, he joined us.
He's
Anik
like
joined us to shit on you.
Yeah.
Everybody. Oh my goodness. It was fucking awesome. Went from 6 to midnight, gentlemen. Are you guys ready for 5 topics? All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all my bros and hosts in different area codes, swollen lip notes and tiny chodes, 4-time, Mr. Gabe and Buzz Killington, and also, at one point in time, considered one of the best fighters in the world and one of the best ball breakers ever, Jake Hatton. Let's go 5 topics. All right, topic number 1, gentlemen. Let's go! And this was asked by the fans. We thank you very much for asking these questions. But question number 1, Vince McMahon's resignation and his allegations of sex trafficking. Holy shit. Gabe, what say you about this situation? And does it adversely affect TKO? Gabe, what say you?
Dude, you know what? Someone sent me an article about it, and it included the court documents. And I mean, one, I'm not surprised. I mean, dude, it's Vince McMahon. It's not like this is, you know, someone that is known through the world as a good guy. But even then, like, some of the stuff was hard for me. And again, like, he's a father with a daughter, and like, dude, like, the stuff that he did is, I don't know how as a man he can look at his daughter and be like, look, honey, it's just daddy's into some weird stuff. Daddy likes things different. Like, dude, my man, it was rough. I don't think it's not gonna. TKO is its own separate organization. I mean, like the thing is, I don't think it's gonna hurt anything at all. Like really, the only thing it hurts is his
legacy.
His legacy. Thank you. His legacy is the only thing that's going to be injured. But even with that, is it really? He's the WWF WWE guy. He gets in the ring and wrestles and I saw all these clips. I'm not a pro wrestling fan. I don't know, but I've seen clips of him like biting girls' butts and like just
walk like a dog, bark like a dog. Did you ever see that clip?
Yes. So again, like does it hurt his legacy a little bit? But not really. I mean, he's Vince McMahon. It's not like he's again.
Cool him out, just like it's
he's not known as like like the most righteous guy as it. So no. What do you think?
And he made the Rock and Stone Cold. I mean, Jake, what say you, good sir? What do you think about the allegations? What do you think? Does it adversely affect TKO?
No, I don't even think in the least bit. I mean, might affect the shares, or the stocks a little bit in the beginning, but it'll run through the news cycle and there'll be some other crazy event that'll take its place. And like Gabe said, people will forget all about this, so it's not a problem. I got to tell you, I agree with Gabe, and I usually do, but the one crazy thing is he's 78, and some of the text messages he's sending, it's like, damn, those are like 16-year-old perverted, Jake, I'm like. Like the fact, but the fact that he's 78 and still keeping that freaking rock, and having that type of appetite, good for him, I guess.
TRT and blue pills, baby. Let's go.
Just steroids and blue pills and just raging.
My man's.
I made an AI video in Vince, so I replicated Vince McMahon's voice, and I got the entire transcript. So I got the transcript. I translated in Vince McMahon's voice, and I just imagine a 78-year-old man saying this crazy shit. Like he's on his phone. He's actually thinking this through his head. And this woman wants to take him down for sex trafficking. Like, and there's people that are calling for the FBI to get involved and all this shit. Like, didn't you watch Vince McMahon on television? Like during the Attitude Era, he wanted to do a storyline where he got his daughter pregnant. I mean, this guy's a fucking maniac. This guy is a fucking psycho. Like, if you are familiar with pro wrestling, this guy is fucking out of his mind. And it's
you know what? You got to think it's too bad that it's real, because this would have been a perfect storyline for wrestling.
Yeah.
Right?
No, like going back to what I was saying is it's not a surprise. Now, like when there are certain people that if this story came out and I'd be like, wait, David Potter did what? But like Vince McMahon, I'm like, yeah, makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. But this would make a perfect storyline, though, Jake. Like, can you imagine Vince McMahon coming in the ring? He brings like fucking Trish Stratus or something. I'm gonna shit on your head. Oh yeah, bring out all these wrestlers with fucking dildos. Oh, you're fired or you're fired. Like, this would make a perfect pro wrestling storyline. But that is what pro wrestling is, and this is why Vince McMahon and WWE was successful, because it was people's characters turned all the way up. And Vince McMahon being a fucking pervert psycho was we were seeing him on television, and people are going back in the storyline. They're like, holy shit, some of the shit that he came up with.
No pun intended.
That shit was very dark.
Potter, I was
shit on some girl's head.
I'm reading all the different things and going, oh my gosh, and then I go, that's what it would take for that man to get aroused, like that level of debauchery, that level of, because dude, he's the guy, you know what I mean? Like it'd be the same thing as if you were to read the Playboy guy, what's Hugh Hefner. And there wasn't a lot of like orgies in sex with him. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be Vince McMahon without this.
All right, Giggle Panties, are you guys ready for topic number 2? All right, let's go. Topic number 2.
Just a little ditty about 2.
So there's a picture of Dana White and David Feldman. So Dana White being the president of the UFC and David Feldman of BKFC hanging out. What the hell is going on? Great question. Gabe, what say you, four-time world champ?
I think David Feldman's trying to get things going, and I look. BKFC has been built around former MMA fighters and former UFC fighters, and I know that there's been rumbling about getting a Mike Perry versus Conor McGregor fight, and I know Conor's been there. I think it's a bunch of nothing, and I think David Feldman is trying to utilize that nothing to keep his brand, the momentum of his brand going. But I think it's all of a nothing because there's no way in hell that Dana White's going to do anything with bare knuckle boxing.
Hey, Gabe, we do this every fucking week. Stop stealing my answers.
Sorry.
God damn it.
Give a little more, please. Give more.
Gabe is 100% right. BKFC's done a really good job, like Gabe said, with foreign wrestlers, but they're hemorrhaging money too. Don't think that their pay-per-view buys are abysmal. I mean, it's just, and people need to remember, even if you did 50,000 pay-per-view buys, you're still splitting half of that or more with the pay-per-view provider. And then your overhead, all the ridiculous money that they're paying fighters. It's not, I don't think it's a sustainable model. And of course he wants to be part of the UFC. And why would Dana join forces? I mean, Dana would create his own. He doesn't need them. He would just create his own. He's got the marketing machine. He doesn't need them.
Maybe it's a talent exchange for Mike Perry to go back to the UFC and do like a one-off or.
No, dude, Mike Perry's never going back to the UFC. Mike Perry found his true calling in bare knuckle. Yeah, right.
I like it though. Or maybe a talent exchange, Conor McGregor going to bare knuckle. I mean, that would be fucking.
They can't afford him. If Conor McGregor probably makes close to, when it's all said and done, $20+ million a fight. Yeah. UFC likely loses money when they throw an event on, right?
Do you think if Conor McGregor went to the UFC with the amount of pull that Conor McGregor has, that got USADA ripped out, got 2 more weight classes introduced, that Conor McGregor Dana White privilege, do you think he will be able to go to a Dana White and say, hey, Dana, I want to do this bare knuckle shit. Oh, yeah, let's just go in the ring with Mike Perry. It'll be fucking. Let me tell that they would actually do business. If it was a cross promotion, if it was money to be made, you would absolutely do it.
If you owned an asset, are you going to do something to ruin its value?
It's 2 different sports. It's apples and oranges.
But if he gets knocked out, cold, his
Conor McGregor did with Floyd Mayweather,
takes it.
Oh,
that was one of the biggest boxing matches in history. There's a big difference than some bare knuckle brawling in this. And the UFC is never going to let him out of his contract. Why would they?
But they'll share him. They'll absolutely. If Conor McGregor
why would the UFC?
Says, I want to do bare knuckle. He will absolutely let him.
David, if somebody came and wanted to share something with you and they're worth 10 cents, and you would they're going to get all the value in the world out of you, the UFC's not going to allow that. They're not going to partner with PFL. They're not going to partner with anybody because they don't need to. They are like Gabe said, they're the 10,000-pound gorilla, and they don't need shit. And if anybody
PFL is in the same category as UFC, of course they're not going to work with a PFL. They learned their lesson when they tried doing business with Pride and tried doing a talent exchange. They sent Rico Rodriguez and Chuck Liddell, Grand Prix 2003. Rico Rodriguez got screwed against Antonio Nogueira, and Chuck Liddell got fucking dusted by Quentin Rampage Jackson, Final Conflict. And then they were supposed to send Kazuyuki Fujita, Vanderlei Silva, Kazushi Sakuraba to UFC, and Dana White got fucked. Dana White learned his lesson from there. No doing business with people in the same category. But, Jake, BKFC is in a completely different category.
Dave, I need that slap. I need that slap through the freaking. Go to the next question.
Oh, are you saying that you like power slap? Oh, did I just win the bet? Oh, I won again.
No, you don't deserve you don't deserve this. You get this.
Oh, did I just win the bet again, Jake? Oh, let's go.
Topic number 3.
The clean has speed of the beat. 3.
Topic number 3. Get your winger hat, Potter. What? I don't know who keeps fucking asking this, but it's really shrinking my boner. How about
whatever fan asked that, thank you, because I've been getting DMs too. Yeah.
Give me a spoon to eat my ass. How about that? I'm not going to get a fucking wiener hat. Both these guys, the bet's still ongoing because Jake was sharing clips of me at Power Slap. I bet these guys that they would be fans of Power
Oh,
Slap.
go,
They
go.
were sharing
Question
clips
number 4.
of Power Slap.
Go to 4. Gabe,
Oh,
we can't listen to this.
Yeah,
one.
fucking
Go to
Whitaker.
four.
I want you to stick those
Great-
4 fingers
Hey,
up your
great-
ass sideways
great-
and send
great
me more clips of
question.
Power Slap so you can admit defeat that I won the bet. Number 4, fuck you.
Love question 4.
Topic number 4. The main event of UFC 300. What is it going to be? And I was actually hearing rumblings about that about Conor McGregor fighting against Nate Diaz or Conor McGregor versus Chandler, and they keep kicking the ball around, but nothing's fucking happened. Like, what's going on? What say you, Gabe?
Yeah, I don't know. And I've heard those grumblings as well. I mean, I know that they keep saying it's going to be crazy, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, we just had talked to John Anik, and he didn't know either. But I mean, he was saying the light heavyweight, or was it saying middleweight? I'm like, so there are titles.
I think it was lightweight and light heavyweight.
No.
championships.
I think it was middleweight and light heavyweight. I think what he's referring to, it's either got to be Izzy, Paulo Costa, Robert Whitaker. Those are the big names, and then you have Hazmat. But I think Chimaev. But I think he has some visa issues because he has yet. I believe he's yet to fight in the States, and he fought like 4 times in a week. Remember in Abu Dhabi. So, and then maybe you have Conor and Diaz. I've heard those rumblings too. And then Poirier got pulled off UFC 299. And I wonder if they're trying to match him up with Conor or trying to do a big matchup. It just seemed kind of convenient that they're not, that they're not fighting on that one. But
I mean, I think Poirier Conor was at 4. I mean,
16.
12, 34. I mean, I'd watch that.
I would too, just to see Conor get beat up.
Exactly, 100%. Yep.
I'm sorry. What were you saying, sir?
But I have no idea. But I mean, the rest of the card is really a good card.
Oh, that's a great card.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the best card of all time? No. But is it a really good, stellar card? 100%.
299 actually really screwed him, don't you think, Potter?
Yeah.
Because it was so great. Everybody's like, well, what the hell? 299 is this brilliant card, and you've had UFC 100 amazing, UFC 200 amazing, UFC 300. It's a great card, but again, I think they're still missing that marquee, just that crazy Conor or Izzy or somebody big on there.
Yeah, you know what? And I, once again, when you guys were shitting on my entire existence, I was making the point that every single fight could be a main event for UFC 300 or be a potential main event. Like, I'm excited for even the prelims. Fuck you. I'm excited for every single.
Body language.
Jesus.
Wow.
Potter.
Wow.
You don't need to try to bully Gabe and I. We have feelings too. Gabe and I have feelings too.
I am so fucking sorry. But every single fight on the card is exciting. Every single fight. Every single fight, including Kayla Harrison versus Holly Holm, the people's main event. Main event, baby.
It's a good fight. I didn't say it wasn't a good fight.
Oh, but it's not main event caliber. Oh, Gabe. Oh, it's not main event caliber, though, Gabe.
It's not.
It is not.
Oh, a former world champion versus a PFL champion. That's not main event caliber? What? Gabe, you're a 4-time world champion. You can appreciate 2 world champions fighting each other. Why would it ever be on the prelims?
Kayla,
look at the card, Potter. You're going to put her ahead of all these other killers?
I'm excited. That's what I was alluding to.
Kayla,
every single fight is main event caliber.
Kayla's not the PFL champion. She lost the title. So
yeah, but she's a former champion, just like Holly Holm.
There's a lot of former champions. That's not that. Like
I call you 4-time world champion, Gabe.
Hey, Gabe. Here we go. I got you. Are you going to put them ahead of Justin Gaethje and Max Holloway? Oh my God. No. Zhang Weili and Yan Sanan,
nope.
Charles Oliveira and Sarkanian.
No
Yuri Prohaska and Alexander Rakic, Calvin Kattar, Aljamain Sterling. I mean, Jesus. Yeah. Bobby Green, Jim Miller. I mean,
they're all exceptional fights.
All great fights.
Can I seriously answer that question? May I please? Yes.
You got me there, Potter. You really did. You had me. You teed that one up and fucking hit it out.
All right, we're ready for topic number 5, good sirs.
5.
All right, let's go. Topic number 5.
Let's make a baby 5.
Jake Paul's next opponent announced. Let's say you. It's Jake Paul fighting against another tomato can. Gabe.
I actually just saw this today. I think he's fighting a guy that retired in 2018 and works on an oil rig. And, I mean, like, I guess Jake Paul is supposed to be the main event, so it shouldn't matter who he fights, but it 100% does. It 100% matters, especially now that he's going into the realm of fighting boxers.
Yeah.
He needs to fight at least recognizable names. And when he fought MMA guys, like everyone, he fought, everyone was well known that he fought. And now, I don't. I mean, is he going to win? Are people tuning in for whatever the other guy is? Jeb.
Player 2. We can just call him Player 2.
Yeah.
Player 2. We can call him Player 2 or Create a Boxer. Yeah, we can call him Create a Boxer or Tomato Can.
But at some point, it's just like, come on, man. Like, if you're trying to pretend to be what you say you are, you need to step up.
Absolutely. Jake, what say you about his next challenging opponent?
I have a little bit different angle, and I'm not going to shit on the Jake Paul this time because boxers historically have 20, 30 fights at a time, just shitty tomato cans, but they're not in the limelight. And Jake Paul just so happened to have a massive audience, and Jake and Logan Paul are brilliant marketers, and this is what they've done. So he's just building up his career. He's getting more experience. He does seem to be getting better every fight. And would I like to see him fight somebody better? Yes. But, he's still, 6-1? He's only had 7 fights. So I give him a little, and he's, Amanda Serrano, that girl, she's a monster boxer. He's given everybody else a platform to get eyeballs on them as well. So I do like what he's doing, and I'm not going to hate on him. If he keeps doing this for the next 10 fights, I will. But at some point, even boxers, they have a ton of tomato cans, and then you're right, and then they get a big matchup.
I can see that, and you're not wrong on that. I feel like who's going to pay money to watch it? Maybe
he's got that young audience, though, Gabe. He's got that young internet audience, and I think a lot of them tune in either because they love him or they hate him. But that's what you want to be. You know what I mean? You want people to tune in because I don't care as long as they're giving me the money. As long as I win or lose, and I think that's where he is.
I think Jake Paul is in a very peculiar situation, and because once again he was doing the boxer's journey. And he was fighting essentially people who were 0-0 or 0-1, or Anderson Silva's case, who was like 4-1 or something like that. The last boxing fight was in 1999 or 1998, whatever. And there were notable names. There were very popular names. So it was the boxer's journey he was essentially following, where he was fighting, essentially 0-0, just like him, but who had massive names in another sport, And now he's shifting his focus on climbing up the ranks. And it's very, very difficult for people now to take it seriously because he fought such notable names where the entire card was pretty much anchored by his name fighting this other big name. And now he wants to revert back to the reals boxer's journey where you're fighting people that you may have not heard of. So you're going to get laughs like from me saying, oh, he's fighting another tomato can. But everyone's considering people that he's going to fight tomato cans is because in comparison, he fought against Anderson Silva. He fought against Nate Diaz. Everyone's going to be a tomato can compared to fucking those names. But Jake Paul is in a very unique situation, and hopefully he's growing as a talent and growing as a boxer as he's doing the boxer journey. Just like, Floyd Mayweather has done. His first fight after the Olympics in '96 was in a Las Vegas parking lot, which, by the way, sponsored by Dana White back in the day. That's their relationship goes back that far. But yeah, it's very hard to revert back to that regular boxer journey where, like Mike Tyson went through it, all the greats went through it, and now Jake Paul has to do the boxer's journey, and his pretty much what he relies on is attention Yeah, that's his primary focus at the end of the day. But now
and
it's going to be very, very difficult for people to take it seriously until he reaches the top 10 or like top 15 because he's fought such big names and so early in his career too.
I do respect him even more is because he doesn't need to fight.
Yeah,
he's got so much money, and those guys really train their ass off. So they take it serious. I appreciate that as a coach, as a fighter. And I know, Gabe, you probably do too. Might not agree with what they do, but he's had to do it. He's had to do it, in front of a huge spotlight, but he doesn't need the money. Look at Connor. You can't beg that guy to fight. And Jake Paul, like him or hate him, I mean, he's still fighting. So he doesn't need to, and he's still doing it. So that tells me he probably loves the sport. So,
So, boys and girls, that was Fight World Live's top 5. We are wrapping up the show like a Christmas present. Final words, final thoughts, gentlemen. A very, very, very interesting broadcast. We want to thank John Anik for hopping on, UFC Commentator, one of the best MMA commentators in the game. Gargle his balls. He's that talented. He deserves it. But final words and final thoughts from the four-time world champion and also owner of one of the best gyms on the planet. You also get a free class. And you get to train with a former world champion, also BJJ black belt, for free for your first class. Oh my God, just went from 6 to midnight. Mr. Gabe. Gabe, final words, final thoughts. Good
Awesome,
sir.
guys. I just want to keep it going. I think the show is improving, and let's keep the momentum going.
Very nice. And also the biggest ball buster I know, and my big brother from another mother. At one point in time, considered one of the best fighters in the world, Thunder Jake Hatton. Final words, final thoughts. Good sir.
Potter, I'm proud of you for your head not literally exploding, because at one time I saw your ears getting red of excitement, and I thought for sure you were going to blow up. And I do have one complaint though to Gabe. Gabe, where is our sweatshirt and our T-shirt? Where's our Kaju stuff?
You shyster. You promised us gear.
I did. You know what? And you're not wrong.
July.
I had care packages for Vegas, then I didn't go to Vegas.
Fair enough.
You know what? You know what though? I don't have your. I have Potter's address. I don't have yours.
I'll come out there to train. I got to come out to Cali anyways. I'd love to come train with you. You can show me some things, and I'll pick it up then.
Dude, you know what's crazy? We were supposed to fight. We've had a friendship. We've never had any training. So I would love that. I would love that.
Me too, buddy.
And I'll give you a dry fit. I'll give you a hoodie, and I'll give you a T-shirt as well.
Hell yeah.
Done.
But and all kidding aside,
you're gonna offer him. Are you gonna gargle his balls too? You're gonna offer him a reach around too, Gabe? Because you're busting my balls before. Gonna offer him a blowjob? Gonna offer him
sure,
booty grab?
Sure, why not?
Tie you into knots. Oh,
yeah,
buddy.
yeah. I think you and I have to train, Potter.
I'm sorry. Oh, I think I need to back it down. Like I'm on the shelf.
All right.
But all kidding aside, man, I'm super happy we're back. I love the show, man. I miss it. I love you guys, and all the guests we're bringing on. It's fantastic. And I think we're what number are we on Amazon's top 100?
Oh my God, we're number 4 today.
Number
Holy
4,
shit!
Number 4. Hell yeah!
Let's go. All right, Hey, gentlemen.
Let's go. So, from all of us here at Fight World Live on Amazon Prime, David Potter with the four-time world champion, Mr. Gabe, and along with someone considered one of the best fighters in the world at one point in time, Mr. Thunder Jake Hatton, who can still whoop your ass. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fight World Live on Amazon Prime. We'll check you later. Peace.
I thought it was all over.
Have you ever wondered
Go hard. Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack.
what it would be like
5 seconds, Jack.
if UFC was a Pixar movie? Probably not.
Get the fuck out of here!
This Christmas, Fight World Live takes you into the magical world of the UFC.
Well, then, fuck that money!
This is #1 bullshit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is game.
You're dead! You're dead! You got unfinished business! Really? You better show up!
Who the fuck does Ariel Helwani talk to at the UFC?
Shout out, loose asshole, hope you well, buddy.
Hey, are you still there?
I like big booty Latino.
Anderson Silva, you absolutely suck! Why'd you take your pants off?
My balls was hot.
I'm Jamaican, black and white.
She's just making me horny.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize
I want a motorboat right now.
to absolutely nobody!
The critics are going crazy for the holiday movie event of the year.
I don't give a fuck.
Bust I bust through when bust moves. Stay true to kill it to stay smooth. Handsome brothers stay set in the mood, but they wanted funky rhymes from the brother so cool. Trying to check the vibes and set the conversation. The keenest minds to find this observation. I'm on 10 podcast, so dope, now face it. We'll be the first to declare our greatness. Checking out, check out, I'm checking it twice on the weekly. I'm busting, cause busting is life. If you don't know, now you do though. You should peep game, that'd be cool though. Cause your part is crucial, so get on the movement. If you ain't busting, don't know what you doing. Wasting your time and ignoring the truest. Some of the realest, they greatly influence. Kings of Montana creating a movement. Scrapping or rapping or laughing or acting. It really don't matter, cause this is our passion. We busting and trusting, it really is something. When it comes to our family, you know that we love them. That's how we roll. Montana in the house and we taking control. Podcast kings in the place to be. We taking over, just wait and see.
Slow down and catch the vibe. Weekly buzz, but we on tonight. No boasting, true and tried. It's Buzzwood, it's ride or die. Slow down and catch the vibe. Weekly buzz, but we on tonight. No boasting, true and tried. It's Buzzwood, it's ride or die.
Hell yeah. What's up, Mick? How you doing? Welcome to the Weekly Bust. This is episode 2 of season 2 on Fight World Live. We are being joined by a big bad motherfucker from the UK that goes, and he is now the champion, by the way. Oh. Also the heavyweight champion. He goes by the name Mick.
Bark, motherfuckers, let's go.
What's up, boss? How you doing, man?
Not so bad, boys. How's yours?
Oh, we're
alive and kicking it, man. Especially after that exciting action of last night's fucking fights. Those shits were incredible.
There was some good fights on there.
Yeah. What time was it on over there in the UK?
We were 4 or 5 in the morning.
Yeah. Holy shit, that's
so
crazy.
Did you watch it this morning or did you tune in live?
No, I've got the app, so I've got up early in the morning and I skipped through all the adverts and stuff and just watched the actual fights.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's what I do. I don't, unless it's like a cool walkout, I don't watch the walkouts either. I'm like, I just want to watch this bang out, so I'm going to skip 3 minutes in each fight.
I'm the same. I just want to watch people get knocked out. That's all I'm
right?
There was plenty of that
last night. Like, what are we watching for, you know?
Yeah,
plenty of KOs last night. That's for sure.
It was a damn good card last night, indeed. Austin Trout took home the belt. That was cool.
Let's not get into it yet. Let's start.
Or no, he didn't. I don't know what happened.
We have a tradition on the show. Jake, why don't you go ahead and bring him into the tradition?
Yeah, we just want to know about the man, the myth, the legend. I don't know much about you. So who is Mick? Where'd you come from? Where'd you go? Have you ever heard of the boy Cotton Eye Joe? Yeah, what's your story?
I'm called Mick Terrill. I'm from North Shields. It's northeast of England, just on the border of Scotland. North Shields quite a rough little town, so there's a lot of people who can fight where I live, so everyone learned how to fight as a youngin.
Did you say Leeds?
Everyone
North
learned
Leeds?
to fight. Or
North Shields.
Oh, okay.
Shields.
Yeah, it's on the Tyne of it's on the River Tyne. Have you ever heard of Newcastle United Football Club?
Yeah, and a little bit. I don't know, like a bunch about it.
It's the richest football club in the world now, Newcastle United.
Really? Yeah, Newcastle.
Yeah. That's where I live. North Shields is a town inside Newcastle.
Okay.
So do you go down? Do you go watch them?
The football.
Yeah.
I usually call it soccer use, but it's in recent years it's getting very girly. Like they're like fairies. They keep falling over.
Yeah.
Gust of wind will hit them, they fall over. So it's a different game from when I was a kid.
A lot of flopping.
When we played, it was rough. It was a rough and tough game. But now it's just a bunch of fairies running around getting paid extortionate amounts of money.
It sucks.
You're the first fighter that we've had on actually say they still enjoy, football for the most part, as a spectator.
I thought he was saying he don't like it.
He says it's changing.
He says he doesn't like it now.
Yeah, it's changing.
But that doesn't mean he doesn't
But
want
like
it.
everyone else seems to, even Tyler Goodjob, most of them just like, nah, fuck it. I only like fighting.
Yeah.
But that was the thing when I was younger. I played football like six days a week. And I played
Holy
twice on a Saturday. And then when I learned to box, football just went out the window. Nobody gets knocked out playing football. It's just boring.
Well, not anymore. Back in my day, we used to knock them out for fun.
Back in my day, I used to play Sunday League.
Where? What the fuck?
Green Street Hooligans.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what's it called?
A firm. Are you in a firm?
In a firm.
Yeah. Are you in any firms?
No,
Allegedly.
I don't need a firm. I think a lot of people who are in a firm is because they kind of do it on their own. I'm just.
He is the firm.
I do anything I want on my own. I'm quite capable to do it on my own.
So
Fair point.
You grew up in a kind of a hard neighborhood? Is that where you kind of learned how to fight, or what was it like growing up, with your parents, and what was life like growing up in school and everything like that?
Yeah.
Normal. Life was normal, really. I was very small for my age. I was 5'4". I was about 15. And then I hit 15. I shot up to 6'2", 6'3". So it was a nightmare because my feet went first. I was 5'4" with a size 12 feet. So I'll be in American. I think.
Yeah, you went through like 3 pairs of shoes in a year, huh?
In American, it'd be a size 14. So size 14 foot and 5'4". So
yeah,
I was like a little penguin walking around.
I feel that, man.
Skis on your feet.
I feel that. 8th grade, I did that same shit.
He did, yeah. He's my little brother, but he is my big brother now.
Well, all my brothers, I've got 3 brothers. We're all small, and then we hit 15 and all shot up.
Oh, he skyrocketed around the same age. Before you knew it, he blinked and he was fucking 6'2" himself.
So you got 3 other brothers then? So are you the youngest, or what's the lineup like? You're the oldest. Holy shit! So you're setting the tone.
Yeah, well, I like to say I'm the oldest, the biggest, the strongest. Probably the best looking of all my brothers.
Hell yeah.
I like to say that same thing. So, and I got 7 of them little fuckers. So, I got.
He ain't the oldest though. I'm the oldest.
He got the whole squad.
That's all he's got.
So then, what did you get? What did you play soccer into high school then, or what kind of sports were you into, or how did you start kind of getting into fighting? What
age?
I was 23 when I first went into a gym. It was Thai boxing, Muay Thai. That was my first sport. Of course, I went in the gym. I was 16 stone, and my trainer says I had to fight at 13 stone, so I'd lose 3 stone, which would be like 40 pounds, 42 pounds.
Yeah, see, I was like, I didn't know the conversion rate there, dude. I was like,
but I think it's 16 stones, about 102 kilos, so it'd be like 204, 210 pounds. And then I had to lose, what did I just say there, 40 pounds. So he made us lose 40 pounds to fight Thai boxing. So I spent.
They have you down as a kickboxer. Did you do a ton of kickboxing too?
Yeah, I done K1, what we call it K1. It's like, in England, we have 2 different types of kickboxing. We call it shiny pants kickboxing, and the point scoring, where you had K1. It was like a Dutch style kickboxing. So being from like a Thai boxing background, I went straight into K1. Now I ended up fighting on the Super Combat, which was like a front runner for Glory. I think a lot of Super Combat fighters went over to Glory.
Yeah, you're a monster, dude. I can't, like, you're a beast. Just I can't imagine getting punched by you and then like thinking about you just fucking like kicking someone in the face.
I wanted to add that when I met you in person, I was like, this guy is a fucking unit, dude.
Yeah.
Huge.
You're big, dude.
Yeah, huge.
You're big.
My party piece at work was I can kick through a 6x2 bit of timber. So I got a
Holy
plank
shit.
with a 6x2, I kick straight through it.
Do you say 6x2?
6x2. I think I've got a video somewhere on my Instagram or something.
Fuck. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Speaking of your Instagram, Levi was looking at one of your old opponents, man, and I think it's Steve Banks.
Steve Banks, right before he fought Arnold, when you guys fought over there in what card was that? Cross
Newcastle card.
Or they were the headliner, actually. Main card.
Our fucking computer is broken.
Oh my god! Look
Bang.
at that picture.
And that's what happens when you step in the ring with Mick Terrill.
You know, I was going to change my name to Picasso after that fight.
Yeah, no shit, because that's art right there, isn't it?
Dude was banged up, bro.
Oh my god.
He was a big man himself. He was a lot bigger than me. It was funny, you know, because, you know, like when they're announcing your names, you know, when you stand in the ring facing each other, you're obviously trying to give each other like your best I'm going to kill you stare down. And Panda, I mean, he was about 6'6", and maybe he's about, I don't know, 20 stone. He just dropped down and done the split. he was a big man, you know, and he just.
Oh, I seen that. Yeah, I was looking on your Facebook.
Does the splits?
Yeah, he said I'm trying to stare my opponent down in the face, and it's hard when they drop down and do the splits. I was like, hell yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that would have fucked with my head a little bit. This is a monster of a man, just like, oh yeah.
By the way, I'm flexible.
Holy fuck. Well, it looks like splits or knots, he still got his fucking head punched in a little bit there. So,
So Mick, you came out of the Muay Thai and the kickboxing realm. What brought you to bare knuckle, man?
It's by accident, really. We have in England unlicensed boxing. It's basically it's like boxing, you know, without the pro license.
Yeah, sure.
So I was obviously doing unlicensed boxing. I was beating everyone up, and I actually got asked a couple of years before I actually fought bare knuckle, and there was a bloke who lives local to me. He's a bit of a numpty. He says, "Do you want to have a bare knuckle fight?" I says, "Oh, how much is the money?" He went, £300. Just laughed at him. I went, "No, I'm not going to get punched in the face for £300." So I think it was a few years on. It was. Did you ever see the documentary Knuckle about Irish travelling family?
What was the documentary called?
Knuckle. It was about James Quinn
Knuckle?
McDonald.
No, I've never heard of it.
Never seen it.
They followed a travelling family it's on Netflix. I think they followed them for 10 years. This bloke done a documentary on them. And then he was one of them was called Cowboys Michael Quinn McDonough. And I think he'd had like over 200 fights unbeaten bare knuckle.
Holy fuck!
And he was meant to fight a bloke called Decker Heggie. It's a bit of a nonce round ours, and Decker's pulled out the fight a week before the fight. So I got a phone call. Would you fight Cowboys in a week's time? Now, a year before, I actually broke my thumb in 4 bits. Don't know if you've ever broke your thumb. It's a nasty injury to recover. So I'd snap my thumb clean across the top, and then down there, I'd shattered in 3 bits. So I hadn't trained for a year. And they gave us a week's notice, and I thought, I go and I'll have a go at that. So I just got the phone call. I think it was about 10 o'clock at night, and I just ran all week. And then got in the fight with him, and I ended up beating him. And then that was it. Me bare knuckle just snowballed from there.
Where was that fight at that you took?
I was in Newcastle. He come over from Ireland to come over and have the fight in Newcastle. Obviously, I wouldn't have
like a gypsy, like bare knuckle, like underground bare knuckle kind of guy.
I was, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
That sounds fucking
really
dope, bro.
So when I beat him, I ended up going on to the English version of the BKB. It's called in England. So I ended up going on to the BKB and I ended up winning the world title there, heavyweight. And then after I retired. I retired at 35. I thought that's just done. There was nobody left to beat up. You know what I mean? There was like people were dropping down to cruiserweight rather than staying heavyweight for us to have a fight with them.
So it was tough for you to find a fight in your local area?
Yeah, so it's like even I fought Josh Burns, Danny Batchelor, then we're both Americans. Danny Batchelor was a good fight. He was a pro boxer from America. I think he went the distance with James Toney. So I fought Batchelor, Josh Burns, I fought Harry Mills, he was a European pro level boxer. John Lewis. I fought another one anyways. I won the world title there as well. Nobody left to fight, so I retired. And I had a few years off, and then I got a phone call off a kid called Mozzie in Morrison. And he says, do you fancy this BKFC in America? And I just laughed at him and said, no, I was about 22 stone. I think I was about 125 kilos at the time. I was quite chunky. And I just said, no, I'm too fat.
I have no idea what that conversion is.
I was gonna say we're gonna need David Potter to be like having little conversions popping up on US.
124 kilos. Say that's like 250.
Oh yeah, you're a big boy then, dude.
Yeah.
I was a chunky. I was
270 pounds, you said?
Could even be 280. If you're doing
you did
124 times by 2.2, that's what it'll be in pounds. Yeah. So and I had a kind of pair of tits on us, you know. So I barely wearing a bra at the time. So he managed to convince us into fight again. So I just had to keep dropping the weight, and then I got to fight Arnold Adams over in Florida.
Yeah, and what, like on an early card, BKFC 19 or something?
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Mick's been around for a while. Mick's actually one of the guys that kind of, I would say one of the forefathers into like the heavyweights and shit.
Heavyweight division.
Yeah.
I've had 10 bare knuckle fights altogether.
Damn.
And then 4 in the BKFC.
Did you ever do any fighting over there with BKB or BYB or anything like that? Well,
BKB,
I know
I was BKB world champion.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
He couldn't get anyone.
I'm sorry, I had my notes, man. My notes are fucking. Our computer's fucking up.
Yeah, I retired. I retired as a champion. I had no one left to fight.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Okay, so I just wanted to keep my facts straight in my head.
Yeah,
our computer's all jacked up. So
yeah.
You know,
absolutely.
I got a question for you. What are the noticeable differences between BKB and BKFC or BYB or anything like that? And obviously you're the champion, 2 of them, right? What fighting style and rule sets do you prefer?
And the difference really is the BKFC is more of a fight. It's more clinching, whereas the BKB is just out and out boxing, bare knuckled. The BKFC, you look at dirty boxing and clinch and uppercut, in the clinch. That's the only main difference, really. It's a bit more of a street fight, the BKFC.
And I love that aspect, the clinching aspect.
I love the clinching too.
I was just gonna ask, what do you think then about the clinch? And do you feel like do you like it, or how do you feel about it?
Being a Thai boxer, really I should like the clinch, but when you're heavyweight, the heavyweights don't clinch and box.
No, they don't. I was just going to talk about that. Watching last night's fights, you noticed that, like with Leo and fucking Tomahawk, they're bigger fighters, and you just see them stayed out of that clinch because once those big boys get tied up, man, they're throwing bombs, bro.
The thing is, when you're bigger, like I have this conversation, with padmen, when you see the Mayweather pads, and it's like 50, 60, 70 shots. Like if I've got a padman tries to do that to me, I just stop him and say, I will never ever do that. A heavyweight will throw 1-2 and move out the way. If the middleweights get away with it, they've got a bigger engine. You know, they can do it longer, whereas the heavyweights, you've got a lot of oxygen to get to the muscles. It's a 1-2. You move out the way and you start again. At most, you throw 3 to 4 shots if you think you've hurt him. But like, there's not many heavyweights who'll stand there and try to clinch for 2 minutes because you'll gas out.
When you're exerting so much energy just trying to wrestle that around, I would assume to even try and get a punch in while you're doing that would be.
But we're 275 pounds, you know, when you're in there. Like, that's the limit now. So you're going to think you're trying to grab a 275-pound man, manhandling, and punch him while he's punching you.
Yeah.
So
right.
It tires you more just thinking what he's going to do to you. Like, you know what you want to do to him, but you've got to make sure you think he's going to hit his back. So, like, when you've got that whole arm on his head, you're vulnerable on that side.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Shoulder up, your mind's always thinking, I'm going to get hit here or there. Or, so you're trying to high three and then maybe he's get a block because you know one's coming back.
Q's smart, man. Mick is smart, dude. You can just tell from you're a smart fighter, bro.
You're just built for this shit.
I just don't like getting punched back, you know.
Hell yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I like your education though, man. I'm a learner. I love learning, bro. So if you can teach me something, fucking, I'm all about it. So I liked how you broke down the clinch, you know what I mean? Because I think yesterday's show for BKFC, it really, really, really showed the development in fighters. I think every fucking fight, you know, I think a few years ago, I mean, it looked like a street fight, you know what I mean? Where bare knuckle was coming to a popular scene. Now we're a couple of years in, and yesterday was the first, you know, big show for BKFC minus prospects. I watched all those fighters look like bare knuckle fighters, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? They look professional now. You know what I mean? Yep. It's not some dudes are fighting off the fucking street like they used to. You know what I mean? They look like they know what they're doing there.
Yeah.
I still think if you get two kids who are a little bit inexperienced and they're just swinging haymakers, that's still exciting to watch. That last show I was on there, Mohawk, did you see his fight, Mohawk?
Yeah.
Leo, the one that he fought, that's our boy. He's from Montana.
That was a slugfest. That was a great fight.
Not Mohawk. He's Tomahawk.
No, Tomahawk.
Yeah. Or are you talking about Mohawk
from Salt Lake?
Yeah, Salt
Lake. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good little fighter, dude.
Yeah, that was a slugfest. I mean, there's not a lot of skill in it, but it was just pure, absolute slugfest. And he had the engine. I mean, he's a big dude as well. That Mohawk, he's my height, 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah, he's fucking.
He's got a good engine. He's throwing shots for. Like, he doesn't care where they're going. He's just throwing them, you know.
Yeah, it was Mohawk versus Keegan Vandermeer. That was fucking good.
Well, that was shocking because I met Keegan down in Denver a couple months before that, and he was super technical. And I think right in like the first 30 seconds of that fight, he took a hard shot. I think it was just kind of hard for him to recover from there. And then it just turned into
that was the Keegan fight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So then it just kind of turned into a fucking insane slugfest, dude. It was nuts.
Other way. There you go.
That's the thing as well. You can be a technical fighter, but if you've got someone that's on your chest throwing shots, you're now behind on the scorecard. So you've got to throw shots just to match the score. So like your technical ability's going out the window. You think I'm behind. I've just got to throw loads of shots to keep up.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a banger, dude. That fucking card. It was kind of crazy looking at how the fights in Salt Lake turned out, and then the next card that they do is last night, and there was a lot of bangers on this card too. So
I want to bring it back to Salt Lake for a second, actually, because
I
think fucking Salt Lake was such an epic night in general. You know what I mean? It was such a fucking crazy ass night. But going into your fight, Mick, I was really, really on the fence on people are asking me. We always get asked picks, right? Yeah. And I said, Arnold Adams hasn't showed up. You know what I mean? And I hate to say that. I don't want to throw him under the bus, but dude doesn't look like he trains. I mean, like, he's a great fighter when he wants to be a fighter, but it seems like he doesn't want to fight anymore. And I had a feeling that you were gonna knock him out, and sure enough, shit, you did, man. Well, I said Mick's power is gonna be hard to fuck with, and I don't think Arnold trains like he should.
Well, I like watching Arnold fight because when Arnold does fight, he's great to watch. He's a spectacle to watch. He's so great head movement. His counter fighting's really good. But if you watch Arnold, he definitely gets tired round 3 onwards.
Yep.
So with the altitude as well, we weren't sure if Arnold was training because you're trying to spy on his Instagram, see what training videos he's putting on. And the training he was doing, I wasn't too sure, you know. But when I seen him in person, because I never actually saw Arnold to the weigh-in. I was at when we stripped off at the weigh-in, he was actually in decent nick. So I think he's done some weights or something. He was in decent nick. And I actually done a little trick on Arnold because the weight was 275, and I think I probably was coming 265. So what I done was, you know, your mobile phone. If you get your mobile phone, you can get the battery pack on the back.
Yeah.
So it makes them a little bit heavier. So I had two mobile phones with 2 battery packs in my pocket, and I put my tracksuit bottoms on. Then I put another pair of tracksuit bottoms on, and I weighed in like that. So I weighed in at 270 pounds.
Damn.
Arnold weighed in at 268 point something. So I was heavier. And just before the weigh-in, I drank 2 liters of water, so it made that's an extra like 5 pounds. So, so when we got weighed in,
you're fucking crazy, dude. You drink water before your fight, dude?
No,
no, before the weigh-in.
Got you.
We've come out the weigh-in now. I'm heavier, and I look in like decent shape. I think I had traps and stuff, you know. So
yeah,
one of my cornermen, he was stood over by Arnold's team. And Arnold's come over, he went, Mick was heavy there, he was 270, looks in good shape. This is going to be a hard fight. I thought, I'm in his head straight away.
Right.
You know, like you think, no, he's heavier than this. But it wasn't, I just had loads of stuff in my pockets.
Yeah.
You've just got to get the mind game though, and if they think they're going to get beat before they go in, you're already winning the fight.
That's fucking awesome.
They say that a lot, man. They say, you know, half of the fight, half of the battle in the ring is all mental, man, leading up.
Well,
if your head isn't in a good place,
the heavyweight limit was 265 pounds. And then I think Rothwell was meant to be fighting. Rothwell's never ever going to make 265 pounds. So they moved the weight up to 275. He was meant to fight Todd Duffy.
Yeah.
And then the press conference, Rothwell never turned up.
Yeah, he was sick, but that was also the same day they announced super heavyweight division. So
I still think that's all bullshit. I'm gonna call it how I see it. I think it's all bullshit.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for that super heavyweight title.
Yeah.
I think Rothwell, if you watch, Rothwell was meant to have the fight with Todd Duffy, called in sick on the Thursday. On the Monday, he done a podcast and he's lost no weight. Now, I'm 2 inches shorter than Rothwell, and Rothwell is about double my build, and I come in at 270. So Rothwell's definitely he's over 300 pounds. You know what I mean? It's he did not lose weight for that fight, and instead of coming in saying, I haven't made the weight, he just says I wasn't very well.
Yep. Cop out. You said it just like the money, man. He couldn't make weight, so he called in sick.
Yeah.
I felt sorry for Todd Duffy. I think he lost a lot of money on that fight. You know,
Todd, dude, Todd wasn't happy about that at all, dude. I tried to get with him privately and talk just to get a few questions out of him, and he wasn't happy about the situation. No, he wasn't happy about the situation at all.
If you meet Todd is the nicest person you'll ever meet.
He was super friendly. You can see that he was chapped about it.
He was pissed off, and I don't blame him. He lost a lot of money through that.
So then, so Salt Lake, you win the belt. I got to talk to you just for a little bit. You seem like it was just funny, bro. You were just fucking chilling and just hanging out, right in that little area kind of where between media and some of the seats were, and you're just kind of chilling, watching the fights. And you seem like a super humble, kind of laid back guy. It just cracked me up, dude. You just fucking won a heavyweight title bout. And he was right by Leo and Bridger and them and Lloyd Mix and shit. And you were just super nice, bro. And it was just we just had a super laid back conversation. So it's funny for me then, just not like I know you super well, but then we go into the post fight presser, and
that was awesome, by the way. The Lorenzo exchange, all of that was awesome.
When I pressed you a little bit about Lorenzo and stuff, so why don't you kind of recap what happened with you and Lorenzo in there, and then kind of. Seems like there's been a lot of back and forth online.
I also want to, I want to piggyback that right there. So just to add on, what are your thoughts of that actually for wishing? I want to add that on there.
Well, to be honest, Lorenzo, I don't think he's done a lot to try and get the fight. I'd messaged him the other day, and he wrote something, and I think I'd done a video, at the bench, because Lorenzo's small, and I got one of my kids' toy cars, and he'd done a video, you know, with a weight, and he was chucking around.
Yeah,
so I did a video with a toy car, and I thought, but like I says, Lorenzo, it's about time you start piping up. If you want to fight, you're gonna have to pipe up, and you're gonna have to open your mouth. But
tell people what you did in that video. That shit made me laugh so hard. I feel bad.
What? What am I missing?
He did a video of Lorenzo. They're in the gym training, and he's got a fucking plate, and he's they're passing around. They're doing some running shit in the ring, and they're passing this plate around. So fucking Mick does a video where he's like taking the tiniest like wheel off his kid's car, and he fucking flicks it off video, and then it shows it like landing in Lorenzo's hands.
No,
dude. What? I fucking laughed. I was like, I like a good trolling. Like, I love Lorenzo.
I feel like Lorenzo's been really quiet, and I'm close to Lorenzo behind the scenes. I love Lorenzo to death. And usually Lorenzo's pretty freaking active, verbal and, showcasing a lot of what he intends to do in the future. He's been laying low, and I think he's preparing for you, to be honest, man. I think he's putting on weight. I feel like he's bulking.
He looked good.
He looked really good, yeah.
He looked good last
night.
Yeah.
It's Lorenzo putting on weight. It's going to stop Lorenzo being Lorenzo. Lorenzo's good because he's explosive and fast. When he puts the weight on, he might still be explosive, but he'll not be as explosive. Let's say he's like destroying what he is. Lorenzo just needs to be Lorenzo. You're not just like he wants to come in just at the minimum of the weight because he's going to stop what he's good at, which is his explosion. But it's funny, because I've won the title. Lorenzo's trying to wait for us outside the ring. And I think I just whispered, I went, don't even, because my face was fucked up, I was like, I was in loads of bits. My face was like lacerated into bits. So I've come out, I went, don't pull on me, just don't pull on. Then he actually, because Lorenzo's a nice bloke, I like Lorenzo.
Yeah,
and he's come and shook my hand. Obviously, we had the press conference, and he tried to say he wasn't impressed with the performance or something. And I basically says, can somebody get him a hop up? I can't see him. You'll have to get him to stand over the crowd, because he's not very tall. And then
when you fucking said that, dude, I was just like, God. It's like if he was a bit taller, I could see him over the crowd. I was like, holy fuck.
That was good, dude.
Yeah.
Your troll level's pretty high, dude.
Yeah,
I'll give you an 8 troll level.
Yeah,
you know that Lorenzo respects Mick because of the exchange they had that night. Because if it wasn't Mick, dude, Lorenzo would have fallen.
I was expecting some shit to pop off.
Me too, dog.
And then the exchange that you two had, I was like, okay.
And
this dude's about it. Then all right.
I think the part that he said he wasn't impressed is that because him and Arnold are boys. You know what I mean? So,
oh yeah, they're dogs. They're friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and anyway, straight after the press conference, I went out and like I say, I like Lorenzo. He's actually one of my favorite fighters to watch. He's very, And so I went out and I seen him. We just shook hands. Like I had a hope with him. He's a good kid. But obviously in the ring we're gonna have to fight each other. It's like now when we're talking about soccer, football. You would never not have a. Let's say we're going to have a game of American football for you. You're going to have a game of American football. Your friends on the other team. You want to make sure you beat your friend's team, don't you?
Yeah.
It's exactly the same with boxing. If I fight my friend, people say I can't fight him. He's my friend. I fight my friends every single day in the gym. It's called sparring. Every time I spar my friend, I want to beat him. So when I get in the ring, if I'm in the ring with you, I don't care if you're my mom. If I've been paid enough money, I'm going to beat you up.
He's gonna piece up moms for that fucking 10 stack and let her know right now.
Yeah, so as soon as I get in the ring, I don't care who you are. You could be anybody. I'll beat you
up. Lorenzo's good about making noise. You know what I mean? He's super respectful. I mean, obviously, there's some dudes that he legit has beef with, but I feel like he's just really good at trying to market himself and what he has going on. So it was.
Honestly, he's almost like the face for the company. He's a good-looking kid. He's muscly. He knocks people out and he's got a kill or be killed style. He's perfect really for the company.
Yeah. Well, like I said, all of this beef and now that some of the I don't know if just one belt is across the ocean, but it's kind of
his.
Yeah, it's just
only his. He's the very first UK champion.
So for me, it's fun starting to see as we start going more international, these belts getting spread out. So it just makes the chase, I mean, obviously we're American, we love America, but I enjoy you guys too. And, like I said, I
love the UK, man.
Yeah,
I think it's cool.
Lily, you, we've talked to Tierney, I think, and a couple other people. And as
as far as your future goes and Lorenzo or anything like that, do you intend to defend your title at home or are you coming over to the States?
I don't care where I defend it, really. If I get paid, I'll be there, you know. But it's,
yeah. As long as that money's right and it's not the funny type.
But would you prefer to be at home? You know, showcase it at home and shit.
Doesn't bother us. It just, you know what it is. You know, when you're in that ring, you don't notice anything else. I can't hear anybody. I barely hear me cornerman. You know what I mean? Like your corner, it's funny because on that ring, your cornerman is that far away. You can't hear him in anyways. You only get advice, and I think it's a good thing because I think it leaves the fighters to their instincts. But like your corner team's that far away off the apron, you can't hear anything. So you only get that little bit of advice when you come back, you know, in between rounds. But then the cut man's on you. So like I don't know if you've seen in between rounds, I'm split a bit. So the cut man's putting all the stuff and it hurts, you know. So like you get your eyes stuck and your pal's going, it's the time now. Now's the time. You've got to do him, and that's the advice you get to do him.
Right. Get him, Mick.
Throw this, throw that.
So when you're fighting, you couldn't hear me yelling, "Twist his dick off."
Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude. You twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh, dick twist!
I didn't. Otherwise, I would have tried.
Damn it, I was shouting so loud. I was giving her my all, Captain.
Do you know what it is? I think I did actually. Did you? Was it you who shouted that? Because I'm sure I heard that on the.
No, I don't. Last night you could hear it on TV. Someone shouted "twist their dick off" in between. I think it was Trout and Palomino's fight, dude. My cousin's friend was in. I was like, "Did you fucking hear that?"
I'm sure I heard that at Salt Lake City. Somebody might have shouted that in Salt Lake City.
Oh, dude! Every event, somebody's be yelling.
Someone's yelling it, man.
It wasn't me, but yeah. Or maybe it was.
So you told us off camera. So if the Lorenzo thing isn't it, so who do you want to fight? You told us.
Yeah. Hey, let's lead this in there. You know, that's a great question. But
What do you mean that's leading?
I know, but here's a lead though. Also, we had a huge meeting with David fucking Feldman and Dana White. So you're getting a lot more of this possible action of crossovers, you know, crossover promotion.
All right, here's one coming in online from Fight World Live. It says, congratulations on another amazing fight card. Is there a possibility of a cross promotion, a talent exchange between BKFC, UFC, or other promotions? Would you ever do something like that?
Look, we want to grow our sport. We want to make our sport the biggest thing that it can be. And if that means teaming up with other promotions, we have nothing against doing anything like that because we think that it's just going to make the sport grow and the company grow and the business grow. So anything that's going to make it grow, you know, we're down for.
Jason McDonald
if that is a true thing, you know, we're getting a lot of bigger fighters from UFC coming over. One of them being someone you mentioned. If you want to get into that right now, that'd be great. But I did want to add that in there, that piece of information, is because it's vital for this conversation that's going to be coming up.
Well, for me, I think it's no surprise everyone knows Mark Hunt's now coming into the organisation. Now, if you look, I think on paper, Mark Hunt automatically is the biggest name in the company. If you look like Ben Rothwell, he's beat Ben Rothwell. You had Roy Nelson, he's already beat Roy Nelson. And then you're looking and like people are saying, who actually deserves the title? So you've got Ben Rothwell. People say he might deserve it. Mark Hunt's already beaten. You got Roy Nelson's coming. Mark Hunt's already beat Roy Nelson. You've got people are saying Mark Hunt can't do it because he hasn't had a fight before. But then you've got Lorenzo. Lorenzo still hasn't fought at heavyweight yet. So does he deserve it? You've got
right. That's a good call.
Who actually deserves it? And then you've got. You could say like Arnold deserves a rematch, but then Arnold's lost his last two fights. Does he deserve it? So then,
not in my opinion.
You've got Josh Copeland. He's been beat off Rothwell. If Rothwell doesn't deserve it, does Josh Copeland? And then you've got Josh Stewart.
Copeland's big. And then there's also Stay Down Watson, our
Josh
boy.
Watson. Yeah, Josh Watson.
Watson to me is kind of the one that I would say makes the most sense.
I think right now we're at a very pivotal moment for the heavyweight division. I think it's gonna spill over because if you have a good heavyweight division, your promotion's way on top.
So your promotion gets more money. Yeah.
So if you had your way, then what makes sense to you and what you're trying to do?
Mark Hunt in the company fighting for a world title. I think that'll be the biggest fight in BKFC history, really. You've got Mark Hunt fighting for a title. Now, let's say I win.
Bring him in to fight for the title.
Yeah, are
though?
you saying should he have a fight or two first, or?
But then,
Or are you thinking bring him right over for a title fight?
But then you look, you know, like I don't want to talk bad about anybody, but then you look at Rothwell. Rothwell had a fight with Bobo. Bobo fell over in 10 seconds.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Is it a fight? It's not really a fight, is it?
No.
You know what I mean?
It didn't look fair.
Shut
It
the
didn't
fuck
look
up.
fair when he fought Bobo.
And it didn't look fair when he fought Copeland as well. He's double his size, you know.
Yeah.
It's like he's taking the easy route. Rothwell's trying to take the easy route to a title. Now,
Yeah.
when I first come in, I fought Arnold Adams. He had been a prior world champion. And the winner of main Arnold would go on to fight, what was he called? Joey Beltran?
Joey Beltran, yeah.
Yeah, so I'd actually called Joey Beltran out being a world champion at BKB. So my introduction fight was Arnold Adams, former world champion. And then you got, like, Rothwell's asking for a fight with Bobo. I'm thinking, no, don't pick a journeyman, pick a prospect. But they all seem to be like hand-picking easy fights just to try and get the easiest way into the title shot, whereas I didn't do that. I want the hardest fight I can get. I want the biggest, hardest fight I can get. And at the minute, Mark Hunter's the top of the tree. He's already beat the two biggest prospects.
So,
Spoken like a true fighter, man. You want to beat the baddest of the baddest.
Absolutely. I have a question. You and Roy Nelson were chopping it up. Was there any anything you can tell us about your guys' conversation about that?
Yeah.
You get any ideas from him? Like, is he
actually coming over?
Maybe
is he actually coming over? Do you know?
That dude's fucking.
I haven't heard anything else. Do you know what it is? I'm not even lying. You know, once Mark Hunt showed interest, Rothwell disappeared for a little bit. Rothwell disappeared. Roy Nelson disappeared. They all just disappeared. So it's I don't know if Mark scared them all away, but if Mark's scaring them away, that's the one I want. Like, it's pointless. Sure. It's pointless having the belt and then saying, yeah, but I'm avoiding that fight because you're just a coward. I want to fight the best there is.
How do you think Hunt's
win, lose, or draw? You just want to get in there. I see it.
How do you think Hunt's going to do in bare knuckle?
I like fighting. I need to test myself against the best people because I would hate to come out and say, I was the title holder, but he could have beat us, but I didn't bother with a fight. I want to fight whoever's the best. And I think for me, in my eyes, especially because I grew up watching Mark Hunt, he was like a kid I used to idol, you know. Great for me if I could fight him because I've watched all these fights. I love watching him fight. Whereas I'd never really heard of Rothwell. And Big Country was a good name. But then, like you said, Mark Hunt's already beat him, knocked him out.
Yeah, true.
And then you see,
how do you think Mark Hunt's going to do in bare knuckle? You know what I mean? Like, once he comes over.
I think he's tailor-made. I think he's absolutely tailor-made for it because, fair enough, he's getting a little bit older.
What are you crying about?
You never, ever lose your power. And he's only fighting 2-minute rounds. He'll probably not even get tired.
Oh, you need to be here so you can get the episodes. Anyways.
I think Mark Hunt has enough power to knock out just about anybody in the division.
I just want to see more heavyweight fights. I feel like I haven't got.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying like once he got the belt, everyone disappeared, and he's not lying. You know what I mean? You don't see people chasing his belt because they're afraid of Mick.
Well, I just feel like last year, how many heavyweight fights did they really have though? I mean, Josh
big
Watson,
heavyweight fights.
Quite a few.
They had like
quite
3.
bangers.
His, Josh Watson's, and then was there like one other big heavyweight fight? Like I'm thinking like
I was looking at the prospect series
one.
that Tomlinson Jr. I think that's who it was. That dude with the big old fro.
Yeah.
He seems like he could be a problem.
He seems like a definite problem. Did you watch a prospect series by chance?
2 weekends ago.
I seen that fight with Thomas. I thought he looks good. He's a big heavy lad. He's a little bit slow. I thought maybe he's going to do a losing.
Yeah, no, I think if he puts his head down and gets working, I think he could be a real issue.
Yeah,
he looked decent. I think he stopped the lad in the 3rd round, didn't he?
Something like that.
He took some shots too, man. Dude has a chin, man. He ate some fucking bombs, dude.
That's all for the game, though. If you kind of take a shot, don't play the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It hurts. I'm telling you now. When Arnold on that last one, when Arnold was hitting me, I swear down, it was like a bell was being rung every time you hit us. Every time you hit us, I heard ding, ding, ding.
Flash, flash, flash.
It kind of just reminded me of like the old.
No, there's no gloves, no flash.
The old like Greek mythology, just seeing
pain.
like 2 fucking giants out there, fucking boom. It was like mountains colliding out there. There's some fucking shots in that fight, so it was nuts.
I can't wait to until you get your fight solidified because I love creating. I like making art. and I can't wait to do one of you. I'm gonna do like a Clash of the Titans type of thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's gonna be sick, dude.
So what about homeboy that starched dude last night? Was that a heavyweight fight?
Yeah, that buddy took one overhand right and went to bed though.
Yeah.
9-9, dog.
Yeah,
When I seen was that dude was him and Lorenzo chirping at each other? I remember I called you and asked you about
something.
that. Like,
Yeah,
that was another dude. You guys were talking about the dude that got starched, but then there was a dude that went like middle of the third, right?
I was thinking of the one that knocked out like
the
the white dude or whoever, whatever he was in the first round. Fucking just went face first.
Seemed to have my build on him. I'm pretty sure, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's a whole different fight that I thought of.
So it's kind of
Maybe it
interesting
wasn't
sometimes to watch like some people just immediately come out and start like calling for the belt, and then you have the belt and you're like, "Fuck, I just want to fight out here." So hopefully we can.
That last fight I had, all my money went on my wife's car. I bought my wife a new car. I need another fight. I need a car for me.
I seen you selling her old whip online. I remember when I was seeing that shit you were doing.
My wife is the worst driver ever, but I call her Rain Man. Can you remember the film Rain Man?
Oh no.
Where Dustin Hoffman, and he kept saying Dad used to let him drive the car on the drive. And he said, I'm an excellent driver. I'm an excellent driver. That's what my wife says. I'll say to my wife, you're shit. You're absolutely shot as a driver.
You're shit. Get over.
Yeah.
She goes, I'm an excellent driver.
Yeah. He was clowning her online when he was trying to sell her car. It was fucking, like I said, your troll level is awesome, dude. And you got a really good sense of humor. It fucking makes me laugh. So
luckily,
I
my
like
wife has as well.
Yeah. When it's fun, like you guys, everyone thinks, these fighters are just like crazy. I don't not like they think you guys are crazy, but it's just fun getting to interview and talk with you guys. And a lot of you guys are just super down to earth, really, really fucking funny people. So I just enjoy your IG stories. Your shit's funny. So, and then I've been seeing some shit from No Quarter Combatives been kind of getting after you a little bit with that Stormtrooper one. Do you have some fun exchanges with them?
With No Quarter and those boys?
I don't even know who that is. It's like, obviously they haven't got a real name.
Yeah.
So it's I think sometimes you've got to end up stop, because like you don't know who you. I think they're just trolls, aren't they? But
No Quarter, they're part of Lorenzo's team.
Yeah. I don't know if they manage them. We were talking about that the other day. I don't know if they manage them or not, but
they help market Lorenzo.
Yeah.
They need to come up with some better stuff.
No,
really,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
You heard it first. Mick said you got to get some better material out there.
I'm not impressed with it.
Going back to 57 a little bit, did you have a fight of the night personally?
Fight of the night. I think the right person won it. Was that Mohawk won it? It's like I say, that was like a stone brawler. They just went for it. Like the two people put their heads down and start swinging, and every now and then you want to see that.
Which one won fight of the night?
Well, who did you mention?
Who won it?
Oh yeah, okay. So Townsville and Brasier.
Yeah,
they banged. Yeah. They fucking bang. How about dude's arm though? What do you do? Break his arm? Leo punched his arm and broke his fucking arm.
No, he broke his wrist.
What about last night's fight?
Yeah, last night's fight. Yeah,
last night. Sorry, I'm trying to have a think back. I think obviously that Trout just outclassed Baboon, didn't he?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Trout really showed out and showed who he was. I thought
it looked like he didn't try. He was throwing the odd jab.
He picked him apart, man.
Yeah, as soon as he established that jab, and he said it in the post presser, I was watching it happen. He's like, as soon as I got my range, he's like, it was basically over.
I mean, what was the shot stopping? Because it almost looked like he turned him and he fell over. But did he get a little slide one?
No, they were clinched up, and he pivoted on the clinch, and then he fucking rocked him with the left, and then that's when Luis went down.
Yeah,
because he was in clinch right then, and then he shifted those hips and fucking sent a left and got him. So that's why it was ruled a knockdown and not a slip.
But he just seemed outclassed him, didn't he? Was I think another good fight last night was did he have pink hair? One of the lads had pink hair.
Yeah, Duran and Louis Lopez.
Louis is from Great Falls.
He's
where we live.
Yeah, Louis from Helena, which is an hour away from Great Falls. But he's a Montana fighter
as well.
Yeah, they fought. They fucking banged, man. Both of those guys fought.
I think they got fight of the night, right?
Did they actually get fight of the night?
Yeah,
I think
actually, because they did like a co.
I seen David. He was stoked for that fight, dude. He was up and down, up and down. Yeah, I like to watch David's reactions because then like Boss is excited. That means it's a fucking banger in person.
Yeah, Boss is standing up. Usually you're having a good fight going on.
Yeah, because he's such a picky guy.
Right.
You know,
I
what
mean, because they do this shit 49 weeks of the year. So
yeah, they see it all, man. So if you got him off his feet, you're doing something. I agree. I think I'm gonna give that one fight of the night as well. I think the Leo one, Leo Bercier and fucking Townsend was such a banger. And it's a disappointment that dude's arm got broke, or his wrist, whatever the fuck happened.
I haven't seen an update. I should go look.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened.
That fight was that one, the Louis one, and the Trout Palomino were the only ones that actually went like rounds. Everything else was like first round KO. Or
Jomi and Isaac had
Jomi and them banged too. Yeah,
that's a good fight.
I thought
Isaac
Doolittle. Yeah. That one I was sad, dude.
Doolittle got fucking.
I was really that reach. Like I had like a fucking 11-inch reach on him. I think
Doolittle's tough as fuck though, dude. So for him to get fucking flatlined like that was insane.
Well, I mean, Jomi's fucking trying way too though.
Yeah,
those boys.
Was that Mick?
What was that, Mick?
Doolittle didn't throw enough shots. His head movement was really good. I thought he'd get to come up and hide a hook on them each roll.
But Jomi was hitting those uppercuts on him. On that bottom head movement, Jomi was bang.
That's another product of Ryan Perez, Jomi, man. And he said that's his fucking pride right now is Jomi. When I was speaking to him privately, he's like, yeah, Jomi's not to be fucked with, dude. Yeah. Like, seriously. And
because Jomi took a year off and I was there live for that fight in Miami-Dade when we were in Miami-Dade when I was down there with Dakota. And, that first round, you could tell it was his first fight back because he was worked. But he came back. They went full 5, him and Mohawk, and it was fucking sick fight, dude. To go back and watch that one, that was a banger. There's Mohawk versus fucking Jomi.
What I liked last night was, the Bercier fight.
Yeah, that was the first fight of the night last night.
The lad broke his hand, didn't he? I think it was that.
Yeah. See, that's what.
It's because he hit him like
stopped. He actually stopped, and like you're saying, look, the ref.
I was gonna mention.
I know,
that.
and the ref told him to go get him.
He's like, you gotta go, dude. He's like, you're in a fucking fight, man. Leo looks at him like, fuck, I don't even want to hit you.
He said, he said, all right, goes over, hits him with 2, and then fucking.
That's our boy Leo's
Steven dropped down.
Leo's from here too, where we live at.
Yeah, Leo's a legend here in our city, man.
I met him in Salt Lake City. Was it his brother was fighting in Salt Lake City?
Yeah. Bridger. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I said.
Two of them were really nice fellas. I was talking to them in Salt Lake City. They're both nice fellas as well.
Yeah,
Bridger got banged up, man.
That was a tough one to watch.
He got beat up bad, man. When we're so used to seeing Leo, his younger brother, fucking smoke motherfuckers.
And don't get me wrong, like Bridger back in the day could fight, but I mean, I'm not taking it away from him. I'm just saying he wasn't.
I think
didn't seem he was this.
I was expecting a different Bridger. In that night.
Because back in the day, Bridger's got a name in town as well. So
he came back
because who got Leo into fighting? Bridger. You know what I mean? So
he came back every time. He didn't quit. So.
No, he has the heart of a fucking champ, dude.
Yeah, I talked to people about that. I was like, I'm sure that was tough to watch on TV, but it was fucking really hard to watch live. That was.
I mean, you can tell Leo fight. They see the nose on him.
Yeah.
It's all over, isn't it?
Yeah. Leo's nose is a trademark anymore, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can tell.
I don't know how he breathes through that fucker, man.
Went in about 5 different directions, huh?
Yeah. Holy fuck.
Mick. So
what does your nan think about all this? That's what Christian wants to know. What does your nan think about it?
Me nana.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nana, your nan. What does she
Me
think?
nana. Obviously, like the same as me. My mom has never watched this fight. My nana has actually come to watch this fight. But,
wow,
really?
But,
shout out to
Mom
Graham.
sits out, grandma comes, huh?
Shout out to Graham.
I mean, I phoned my mom after that last fight and she just burst into tears. And obviously, I've come back home. It was my wife's birthday the day I come home. So I had to get back early for my wife's birthday. So I've come and my wife started crying. And then obviously my mom's come, my mom cried. And then my mother-in-law come, she started crying when she see me face. And then my nana come, she started crying. So I think they like the fact that you do it. They just don't like seeing the damage you get,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Since you've done both, professional kickboxing and shit and bare knuckle, do you think the damage is worse with glove fighting or with bare knuckle as far as like concussions and shit?
Well, I mean, I was lucky I didn't get concussion on this one, but Thai boxing is the worst pain you'll ever feel. You know, when you get the leg kicks, you get the leg. Like, I'm an electrician during the day. So, like, when you look at, like, sockets always down by your shins. So when you've got dead legs and you're trying to get down to wire a socket and your legs don't work, it was taking about 20 minutes to kneel down to get it. But I think, like, lacerations and cuts and stuff, the bare knuckle, I mean, the thing is, though, the pain goes away after about a week. Even the stitches are healing up. So you look like you've been in a train crash for like a week and a half, and then you wouldn't even think you've been in a fight.
So you think it's all superficial and mostly just cuts, and you just heal up?
Honestly, like within 2, I mean, did you see Panda's face? You put Panda up. 2 weeks after the fight, there was nothing.
Yeah, we can pull that back up. Yeah,
pull that back up, bro.
Let everyone.
Yeah, let's just see.
If you didn't see it earlier, well, yeah, did you see Panda's face after the fight?
Panda.
Like, damn, son, where'd you find this?
2 weeks after the fight, he was back to normal. You know what I mean? Still ugly, but back to normal.
Yeah.
Fuck, I had something to say and I totally just lost it.
Well, fucking say it.
Well, fucking say it then.
I want to see you back in the States, dude.
Yeah, I want to see.
I want to come back. My plan was originally to move to the States. You know, if I could like make enough money off fighting, I would love to move over to the States. We'll go to Florida every year for a holiday, and I love
fuck that. You can come room with me. I got 2 extra rooms.
But the problem I've got is my oldest son. We've just his girlfriend's now pregnant. So that's his knackered. I'm stuck in England now because my wife will not go without the grandkids. But we've just found out he's having a daughter. We've just found out this morning.
Congratulations, man.
Well, shout out to your son and congratulations. Let's give him one.
To be fair, I was worried, because like I say, I've only got brothers, and then I've got 3 sons. So
you're from Leeds, right?
Sorry?
Newshire, that's right.
Newcastle. Northfield, Newcastle. We're right up by Scotland.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely do have a thick accent, man.
Sorry, Swiss missed that part, so we had to tell him again.
Yeah. We have people in the studio.
Story.
From England and shit, but it's from Oxford, so yeah.
Christian said he's been over there, and he said you got thick accent.
He says, man, it's heavy. He's got to be from up north or something.
Because I have no idea where Newcastle is. I'll be honest.
He said very hard.
I've got 3 brothers, and then I've got 3 sons. So nobody's had sex with a sister because I haven't got one. And nobody's had sex with my daughter 'cause I haven't got one, But now I'm going to have a granddaughter. So in my head, I'm thinking 20 years' time, somebody's going to be having sex with my granddaughter.
Oh, bro.
It's a hard pill to swallow. So I'm going to have to stay in the gym for another 20 years at least.
Yeah. I know. It's like, we're all like, oh, congratulations. We're all like clapping. It's like, oh, we were just celebrating the fact that someone busted a nut in someone's daughter. If you really want to be real about it.
But it's his son, so.
Yeah.
The homeboy ain't shooting blanks.
Let's go.
Hell yeah.
We need more Terrills in the building, man. We need more fighters.
A whole new class of heavyweights coming through.
Yeah.
Funny because my middle son, the second oldest one, he was about 16, and he got a new girlfriend, and my wife says, I think he needs to talk, about the birds and the bees. So I was thinking, all right, so I've went and pulled him. I says, Callum, he went, yeah, are you having sex with your girlfriend? He went, I am, Dad, and I high-fived him. I was like, get in, son. But do you know if it's your daughter? I'll be strangling her. No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No sex.
Fucking kill him. That was really
a different thing, isn't it? It's totally different,
Yeah. I was like, I'm a girl dad, so I get it.
I'm slightly upset that your guys' shit is called the birds and the bees over there too. I was hoping it was going to be some like crazy shit. I don't
the beans and the toast.
The emus and the whatever. I don't know. That's,
Come on,
I guess that's more
Beans and
Australian.
toast, dude.
But
all right. We call it, I know you've got a booked up. We call it booking. Like, oh, are you booking a bird? That's what we call it.
Hey, shout out to Bucked Up though. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah.
So I do remember what I was going to say is that now I think I'm a little biased, but I really like you and Dave Mundell now because you're both electricians. I'm a union carpenter. That's kind of why I like
That's 3 electricians we've had on here.
Yeah, and Ty Emery.
Ty Emery's also
an
electrician.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
That's what I try to explain to some of these people too. I'm like, a lot of these guys aren't some living the life of the rich and famous. You guys are out there every day fucking grinding it and doing what you can to accomplish your dreams. And I applaud it, and I'm, like I said, I'm a union carpenter. So you electricians hold a special place in my heart too.
Hell yeah, Doug. my kid's my oldest one. I've got him as a gas fitter, so we've got him a job, plumbing, gas fitting. And then the middle one, he's a stonemason, you know, like laying bricks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And, trying to get me youngest one to be a joiner, carpenter like yourself. And then my nephew says, right, if you be a plasterer, you know, to get the plaster on the walls.
Oh, yeah.
Says, that's it, we're sorted. We'll start a building company, you know.
I was going to say,
you're a full contractor at this point, man.
KO Construction. Boom.
Thinking ahead, you know.
Fucking
That's right. Give it a few years, you guys be building fucking houses. Let's go.
That's cool, man. I love kudos to anyone that gets out there and works, you know, and pays their bills and pays their taxes and shit. But I just that's cool, dog. I'm very proud to be a part of building shit, and that's cool that you have like a whole fucking family of builders like Ty do. I think that's super cool.
Who's laying you guys' concrete?
Concrete will be the bricklayer. I'll get the bricklayer to do that.
There you go. That's right.
The old mason.
You know what it is? I don't know what it's like over America, but you know, in England, you know, the university, I try to encourage my kids not to go to university because I've got a few friends that went to university. They're loads of debt because they've got to get student loans to pay for it.
Oh, you get buried, man.
Yeah, and then when they finish it, I mean, half the courses are made up. You know what I mean? They're doing courses that you'll never ever get a job in, just so they say, I've got a degree. But then they kind of get a job, you know, when they've come out. So I says to mine, and where we live, it's an apprenticeship. You know, when you start you think you get an apprenticeship
right now.
Yep, you get paid while you learn. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking you might as well get paid a few quid, and then when you come out with your time, you're getting paid loads of money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was I just gonna say?
Oh yeah, I know what I was gonna say. If you ever want to come out to Montana, we'll host you, Bubba.
Yeah, we'd love to host you, man, and bring you around.
I don't know if you like hunting
state.
or whatever, hunting, fishing, fucking hiking, whatever you like to do. We got it here.
Yeah. When are you planning on coming over to the state?
Is that where Yellowstone is? Montana?
Oh yeah, Yellowstone.
Yeah, Yellowstone.
That's southern Montana. Glacier is northwestern Montana.
I rep Glacier, Montana.
Yeah, I'm Glacier. I'm going Glacier every time.
Every time. Well, yeah, if you come here, man, we'll bring you to Glacier. It's way cooler than Yellowstone.
Yeah.
You know, you can see more shit in Yellowstone, but you can do more shit in Glacier. That's all.
100%.
This shit is more breathtaking in Glacier.
Yeah. Going to the Sun Road's fucking sick.
I'm biased on that, but
I like watching that program. Right? It's a good program, that one.
Kevin Costner's one, Yellowstone.
I haven't watched 1 second of it, but I will ultimately say it's nothing like the real Montana.
No,
I'm just kidding. I know nothing about it, so
it's very Hollywoodized.
I think it's got aspects of it.
I trash people that watch it, so I'm sorry to anyone, but I'm also not sorry. You not necessarily, more Montanans. So
yeah, more Montanans that watch it.
Yeah,
like you can live it if you want to.
Yeah. You come on up here, boy. We'll show you the real Montana. But we are getting close to our hour. We
are, yeah.
Yeah. Is there any sponsors, any shout outs, Mick? Any we obviously know you want Mark Hunt is the next big fight. What do you some sponsors? What do you got going on?
My main big sponsors, Computer Clinic, Mark Bailey and Jill Harrison. They're my main sponsors, so big shout out to them. If it wasn't for them, I couldn't keep training the way I do.
Okay. And shout out to your gym that you train at, anything like that?
Yeah, train at O2's gym, great gym. Obviously, I'm lucky I get to train for free there as well. And I've got Big Ginge, my trainer, who looks after us, and Benny Paul, who looks after us for my weights.
Nice. Nice. And then just shout out to
I want to bring you back on, man. I feel like I ran out of time. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But this time, I definitely feel like we need more time with you. So I want to welcome you back on the show at some point.
But this episode is brought to you by Fight World Live.
Hell yeah.
That was awesome, boys.
That's
dude.
where we're at.
That's
where it's going to be tomorrow.
We got to run through our sponsors. Let's go. Let's run through them real quick.
Jake, take one.
All right, I just wanted to give a shout. And even though I'm looking like a little biatch right now without a beard, I still love the boys at Beardsconsin. You got some dry skin, some itchy skin. You need some oils. Give it some love. Your beard, your stash, whatever the hell you got going on, give it a little TLC from the boys at Beardsconsin.
Zooms.
Thailand, go.
I want to give a shout out to the boys at Booked Up and Ryan and all those guys that are over there because they keep us energized to the next level. They want to bring us out and show out. Well, I want to say thank you to those guys who believed in us, and we're going to showcase them for the rest of the year. So shout out to Bucked Up Energy Drinks. And if you guys are looking for supplementals, make sure you check out their supply as well. And if you do, Use our promo code at weekly, and it will save you 20%.
Chia, Levi, go.
20 past 4, your one-stop vape and head shop. You know what it is. 5 locations. 2 in Great Falls, 1 in Helena, 1 Billings, 1 in sunny Prescott, Arizona for our friends down there as well. I'm going to do another one. Halftime Sports Bar. You know where to get a drink and get some food. You want to spend some dollars gambling and watch some fucking TV? Go to the Halftime Sports Bar. You want to rent out the private lounge in the back and you want to watch everything at the same time? Ask about the locker room because they'll get you handled.
Yeah.
Jake, go.
All right, I'm not wearing it right now, but I had a Donnybrook sweater on, and Levi is wearing a Donnybrook t-shirt. We just wanted to give a shout out to the boys at Donnybrook. They are the shit. We love their clothing, and I believe we have some stuff on the way from them.
We do, yeah.
And looking forward to collaborating with them. We talked about doing some special shirts in the future. So Donnybrook, UAG, go Thailand.
If you have any trash that you need removed out of your life, get ready to call our boy Kyle Hudson at Hudson's Trash Removal. He'd be glad to remove any of the garbage remaining in your life, including your ex-wife. Get the fuck out of here.
Levi, go.
So good. That was so good.
And if you're looking to buy a house, hit up the people, the team, the number 1 team in town, Dustin Young Realtor Company. You see it right there in the top right. Oh, other side. Yeah. Left for me, right for you. Anyway, Dustin Young Realtors. And a side shout out to the Amigo. You know what it is. And go down, get some food. If you're gambling at the Emerald on the other side of the wall, you get dollar tacos, baby. You know what it is.
Just a quick shout out to the boys down there at the Sweens Hot Sauce. They sent us up a package. We cannot wait to try some Sweens Hot Sauce on our chicken wings. And it's they have a variety of flavors. We went through them.
Tomorrow.
It looks great.
Yeah.
Thanks
And
for the package, guys.
Shout out to Native Grown Pot Store. They got the pot and it's nice and hot. You light it up, you get high. Native Grown.
Big Sky High.
All right, and with that, Mick, Terrill on Fight World Live, Season 2, Episode 2. We are out of here.
Thanks for joining us, Mick.
Thanks for sitting through our 30 minutes of sponsorships there.
how I dream to be.
Easy day, and so my.
I dream I move. I dream I groove. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike. Oh, if I could be like Mike. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike.
Conceive, believe, achieve.
Be like Mike.
Shut the fuck up. Listen.
Yeah, I try.
Fuck you.
Just need to
Let's get that jacket, man. You like it?
Just one day if I could be that way.
Decided that you had no balls.
I dream I move. I dream I groove. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike.
A wise man once said, tough times don't last, but tough people do. That's all I'm about right there, man. Let's get it. Pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Yeah. Pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Yeah. Pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Yeah. Still claiming champion. Yeah. Still claiming champion. Hard pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Yeah. Pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Yeah. Still claiming champion. Yeah. Still claiming champion. Hard pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Dedication. Pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Hard pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Dedication. Still claiming champion. Still claiming champion. Hard pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Hard pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Hard pound for pound, round for round, still claiming champion. Dedication. Still claiming champion. Dedication. I'm undisputed.
Impa, Kasanganay, how has the past month been since DC?
Oh man, the past month since DC has been a blessing and it's been nonstop.
Yeah, I guess a little different now that you're the 215 PFL champion.
I appreciate you. Yeah, thank you. Did a motorcycle ride. I love bikes. DC to Virginia, Loversville, Virginia, Richmond, Virginia, Virginia Beach, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, flew to Ireland, came back training again, so I'm on a full go, but I'm looking forward to next month we fight in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And I just tell Joanna or anybody that I talk to that I want to win the off season. The focus is not to be stagnant or sit down and be okay, you got a championship title, now you pull back. Now the focus is to continuously get better, train, and I'm very, very, very grateful that life has been moving forward in the right direction.
I wanted to talk to you about that. Actually, you mentioned the off season, and it doesn't seem like PFL fighters have very much of an off season to start with. And then, right after your championship fight, you get news very shortly after that you have this big time fight coming up. What's that like?
Oh man, I'm doing what I love. For me, it's I wanted to stay active. Also, I remember after the fight, all right, get better, get back in the gym, and man, I'm looking forward to fighting again. And then I get the call that, it was either Nemkov or Johnny Eblin. Nemkov went up in weight, they went back down in weight. Nothing against him. I think he just wanted to go heavyweight in general. And then Johnny Eblin came up and it's okay, cool. Well, you fight 205, 185. Man, I'm here to be the best ever dude. I want to take them all out, get multiple, weight class titles and represent what God's called me to do, my team. So that was cool because it was all right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to fighting. And, I'll have 5 fights last year. 5 fights this year, 10 fights, get 3 titles in a year. Let's do something great. Let's make history. The people that I love. So, to have an off season, I don't think fighting. I mean, we have the season, so you have that sport aspect to it. But to me, fighting isn't a sport. Right? It's a lifestyle. It's something that you do any day of the week, any day. You should have fight at all times, and that's what I love about being in the PFL. I can get back to it. I get to stay consistent. I earn and I move forward. So I feel the car just kept moving, and I'm happy about that.
Were you looking forward to the break at all? Is that something that you want to take after this fight, or are you just ready to go the whole year?
Nah, I don't need a break. For me, it's I love the fights. My career is my passion. It is my hobby. It is my it is my way to get a break. It is my way to like disconnect and do what I love. Like I love being in the cage. I love fighting. I love putting the gloves on. I love going to battle. So like, for me, it's not like that thing that I do. Oh, I got to get away from it. Like I want to keep doing it more. So taking a break, I'm fine. Like I'm happy. I was going motorcycle rides. Like I tell people I get paid to live my life on vacation. So to look forward to a break. Like I wish we had more fights in the season.
Kind of being part of this first fight between like the combined Bellator PFL roster.
That's cool. I think it's cool because when I take a reflection time, right? I don't reflect on my life to be complacent or be satisfied, but I look back on my life and I'm like, man, I started training at 24. I turned 30 last week before, whatever, January 17th. I'm doing what I love with people that I love. I get to travel the world, fight, get to keep climbing the scaffolding to be the best every day, keep focusing on that. Get to tell people that unconditional love, I get to ride motorcycles, do my life. And now I get to be part of a historical moment. The first time they fight in Saudi Arabia, a place that potentially could become one of the biggest sports capitals in the world. Man, I'm earning money. My life has changed for sure. It continues to change. The people around me's lives change. And I get to be slated for the co-main event spot. How cool is that, right? And I get my second weight class title, right? Champions vs. champion title against an excellent opponent. Like what? God writes a story, and sometimes they say, the plans of men, but the Lord orders your steps. And like sometimes, like you think you're going one direction, this is what I write, and then you're like, wow, like this is so much better than I could ask or imagine. It's like, for me, like, man, there's so many things that are involved with it, and it's at the same time, no matter what, I still get to do what I love. And when I look back on my life, I'm like, what if I listened to people who told me not to fight? I don't know where I'd be. But then I'm so grateful because now, like, I'm so supported, encouraged. Not many people could say they became a part of making history. I think that is an honor.
And you will be making history, like my co-host Uzama said. This card is a champions versus champion card. Now you're a warrior. You always talk about your next battle. However, you do have a friend that's also on this card. That's correct, right? And Jason Jackson. Yeah. Talk about the relationship you two have, and you two had ever since you won that big event during Thanksgiving. How has it been knowing that both of you are now going to be stalwarts on this card moving forward?
Man, outside of Jason today at the gym, like, how cool is it that I consider like a big brother, like, brother, a friend that I get to share the same card as him, right? He's done so much cool work. He's there for you, great conversations, encouraging, loving. I call that Jamaican joy, right? And man, he's such a cool guy, hardworking guy, and to see to go share this card with him, to see him fight guy Ray Cooper, wow, right? He didn't care. Magomed fell out. He said, "I'm here to fight," and to share the historical moment with a guy that I've grinded with so many times, time and time again. Like every single day, this guy's helped me encourage me to get better. So it's like when we get these titles, when I get this title February 24th, when I get the again at the end of the year, the one that I got last year, fighting Josh Severa, the one he got when he fought Impa, like it's always like give credit to the guys that helped me get there. That's one thing I love about Jay. Like, he's my guy. We've been meaning to get lunch soon, and like we laugh, we talk about these moments when I had no fights and I was wondering to give me advice. Like it's a cool place to be. It's a cool place to be.
And now both of you are on this mega card, and you'll be facing Bellator's own Johnny Evelyn. Now he's a standout wrestler. He was a standout wrestler at University of Missouri, and he's actually an undefeated fighter. Now you have 15-3. You've had your ups and downs in the fight game. Do you think that's actually benefiting you that you've had these ups and downs, and Johnny hasn't? He's undefeated. He hasn't been, hasn't had a loss yet. You've had that loss, and you grinded coming back from a loss. You think that is a benefit that goes into your camp?
Yes, in ways, and also ways too. It's like I think that I don't know Johnny personally, but I can imagine that he's had like ups and downs in life. It depends what you draw from. So I think for me, if it's about fighting specifically, it's like a lion that has scars, right? The scars are the ones that the stories you tell that didn't kill you. And for me, it's like I draw from those lessons, those scars, and it makes you wiser, it makes you makes you better, it makes you sharper, it makes you like more intelligent. And I believe that when I put it all together, I'm gonna claim this victory and and dominate. And it doesn't take away from who Johnny is. I'm sure it'll make him a better fighter, right? You see guys who lost fights before that become better. So like, I'll take him out at 85. And we fight at 205 again. I'll take him out again. Like I don't. People get caught up in like this perfection in life. People get caught up in these different 40-0, 50-0 this, but it's like, I mean, who did you fight? What did you do? You never fought me. You never done this. Like, I'm not here to look too high or too low. I stay steady. But I'm grateful for all that I went through. I'm grateful for all the trials that I went through. It's given me perseverance and endurance. So I believe that's a portion of what I'll take into the fight for sure.
My last question is: now you're moving back down to middleweight. You've been fighting at light heavyweight for the past year. You think that's going to be a significance for you, or what weight do you like better?
Man, to me, a fight's a fight. A battle's a battle. It's like, why does it matter? So long as I stay healthy, I can fight at 170 again for sure. I just gotta be disciplined. Yeah, like I mean, my weight is not much different than even when at 205. Like, my weight's not different from 205, 85, or welterweight. It was just like where I'm at in camp and like what you do. But I'm growing. Like that's the beautiful thing about like the lessons I've learned and the two losses that I had, the struggles along the way, the difference in life. Like you learn about yourself in a different way. So for me, it's like 85, 205. Like I'm gonna be better. I'm gonna be better because it's the next battle, and that's where I draw from these experiences.
No, and the one thing I love about you, Impa, is you're very authentic in the day and age where most fighters are trying to market themselves, they're trying to brand themselves to get that big fight, to get that big money, yet you stay humble in your own resolve, which I really, really respect, and which I really, as a role model for all these fighters out there, you're probably the creme de la creme, top notch right now, and I gotta respect the hustle and respect how by the grace of God you got here, man. Any final thoughts moving for this February 24th iconic card that you'll be co-headlining?
Yeah, I'm first of all, thank you for having me on. I appreciate you.
Always, man.
But I love the conversations over Instagram about motorcycles and life, and like you get me excited. So we want to do a motorcycle interview one day. But man, like when I think about this card, like it's like I'm very grateful. So like thank you to PFL. Much respect to Johnny. Obviously, it takes two to tango, they say. So like you get this fight. I just like all the people that believed in me, man. Like to get here. Started training at 24, like I said, and every moment of my career that's been public, that's private, whatever, like somebody's always involved to help me get to where I am. And now the fact that I'm on this world stage, internationally known, like all that, I just like take a message this time to say, encourage fighters. Like you might be in a place where you have no fights, no home, nothing. You're in a weird, lost place, and then one day you're co-head. You're the co-main event, you're the main event on the card, you're a world champion. So don't lose hope. Don't lose hope, because like I always believed I'd be champion, even during all those different times. I was like, yeah, no card this. They said that last fight, I know I won. Oh, not that in front of the whole one. Oh, okay, you don't have this, money, this. Like, but one day it will change. When you make that choice to do it, like you'll be there, like, yeah, co-main event on this card, main event, be the premier fight, I'm gonna dominate, claim this victory. It's gonna add to the stories, like what you're going through can all serve for a better purpose. And I always like leave you with this verse in James 1:2-4. Be joyful when you face trials of many kinds, because it builds perseverance and endurance. So like when you go through those times that you're going through, just realize it's building something you won't understand then why, but later on in your life you will, and you'll look back and be like, dang. And when you get those iconic moments, when you get those moments that they say like, oh, MMA history, world in history, and you're part of it, do not forget where you came from. Don't forget the God of small beginnings, because people say, oh, you're humble, this. Like, I'm not a perfect person. I'd always say I'm a good guy. I don't say these, but I say, like, I have a great family who's raised me, I have great people in my life who keep me in check. Most importantly, I have a great God. And the reason I want to carry myself the best that I can is because, man, you're on top of the world today, but if you have too much pride, you could be at the bottom of the barrel right away. And for me, it's like I always go forward in my faith confidently. But to be a part of this, it's literally not something I ever gained on my own. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who's helped me get here, and just like go forward valiantly, and always remember like those moments of, like, for me in the car, think I was gonna get married, relationship, and you think you always different things. Like everything you went through to get to where you are, take those as like building blocks to say, okay, carry yourself the best that you can, because one day when all the lights and attention are on you, those moments or those little things that help you have reminders of like saying, okay, this is not something you're gonna mess with now. Don't mess with the blessing after you had the big breakthrough. And I know that the best is yet to come. Like this Johnny fight, be a sliver in time. It's been great. They'll get done, accomplished, and then right after it's back into the season, they'll get that title and keep doing great work. Like I said, I want them qualified, for instance, Johnny fight, and then all the best to come. So I'm not gonna act like I'm satisfied or complacent, but I am content.
Yeah, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Fight World Live and Bantamshot presents Rutgers alum, former NFL defensive tackle Kevin Wilkins from St. Joseph's Regional High School. Kevin, how's training been?
Been good, man. It's always long. Camps are always long, but I feel good. I'm excited.
That's good. Now, you'll be fighting Josh DePace in Westbury, Long Island coming up this week, correct?
No, I'm actually fighting somebody else.
Really? So what happened with Josh? Because last time I checked on the Lulegia Instagram, it said it was Josh.
I got a new guy, Igor.
So when people get new guys like that, what does that do like mentally? Now, you've been preparing for one guy. Now you're switching it up. And when did you figure out the switch was happening?
Like in the middle of the week, something fell through. I don't really know the details, but my coach is I'm always prepared, so I'm not really too not too bothered by it. But I get it. Like, I'm gonna be the whole time I'm preparing for one guy. It does suck when you get a new person because you gotta just readjust. But at the end of the day, you just gotta readjust, and then at the end of the day, it's a fight. So you gotta go out there and fight either way.
Did that require like a significant change in your game plan, or was it like an adaptable readjustment?
Yeah, I think it's an adaptable readjustment. Like I said, at the end of the day, it's a fight. We're going out there to fight. I got to bring it no matter what, who I'm facing. Are they different fighters? Absolutely. I got to go out there and do what I do. I have to go out there and fight. It doesn't really change much for me. I just got to go out there and fight.
And we've seen in your last few fights, regardless of the opponent, you always go in there very aggressive, looking for the finish. And most of the time, if I'm not mistaken, could be all the time, I think. Finishes. And that kind of speaks for itself. Is that something that you're looking for in this fight as well? I'd assume yes, right?
I'll be honest with you. When I go in the fight, my mind goes elsewhere. The competitive person in me just kind of takes over. I never go into any fight saying I'm going to finish this person, because at the end of the day, I could get finished as well. I just fight. I like to fight. I like to fight aggressive. I want to hit you. I want you to feel me. I don't really think about it, to be honest with you. It kind of happens. My coaches prepare me very well, and I just go in there and fight. And by the grace of God, I've been lucky to get 3 finishes. But I don't think I ever, in my mind, for myself personally, I don't ever say I'm going to finish this person. I go in there looking for a fight. If it's going to be a war, it's going to be a war. If it's going to be a TKO, knockout, whatever it is, then it is what it is. My coaches prepare me very well.
And speaking of TKOs and past fights, so I believe it was last April. I was recently watching a couple of your fights yesterday, and April, that head kick, by the way, was fantastic, man.
Thank
you. So I noticed what happened is you went to the body real quick, and you noticed that guy was going back to the body, and once he went back to the body, that head kick literally just face planted him, man. That was a great thing. Now, have you been working more so on, let's say, stand-up game for this camp, wrestling game for this camp, or is it basically all around tactics?
We train everything. Tiger Showmans, we train everything. Even though I'm just in kickboxing, we train. I grapple, I do jiu-jitsu, I do a lot of striking, I do a lot of boxing. Even though I'm in kickboxing, they make sure that we are all well-rounded. It doesn't really matter if I'm just kickboxing or when I go to transfer to MMA. I continue to train every single thing, not one or the other.
And that's Tiger Showman's. Is that Chelsea?
Nah, this is Elmwood Park.
Oh, the Elmwood Park. And speaking of Tiger Showman's, Elmwood Park, Uzama, you have a little bit of information on that camp.
Yeah, no, I haven't been in a while, but I was hoping, Kevin, you could tell us a little bit about that camp. And something else you said about transferring to MMA. Is that something that's on the radar for you?
Oh, it's definitely always been in the radar for me. I'm a wrestler, wrestled my whole life. I wrestled before I played football. I had a great high school career. I actually wanted to wrestle in college, but I decided to play football instead. And by the grace of God, I finished at Rutgers. starter, played a couple years in the league as a practice squad guy. And once that kind of stopped, I knew I was going to end up fighting at some point. Just because of the wrestling background, I've always wanted to just compete in that. So,
and right now, if just to make sure, you're fighting in Lou Neglia's Ring of Combat, right? Or is it?
Yes. No, this is Ring of Combat.
Okay, so you, I believe, have fought in ECF for the majority of your career. Is that like a significant change for you to fight in a different promotion? Like, what does that do for the rest of your career? Like, branch out like that.
I fought for ECF. I fought for Dead Serious. Now going to go fight for Ring of Combat. It's a fight. My mind doesn't go elsewhere, but when my music starts playing, I'm relaxed. By the time it's time to walk down the aisle, I start getting my mind ready. And once the cage door is locked, my mind goes elsewhere, and it goes into like fight or flight mode, and I can't leave the cage, so I got to fight, right?
Yeah. And speaking of your wrestling background, coming from Bergenfield, New Jersey, you wrestled at St. Joseph's in Ramsey, New Jersey. If anybody knows, St. Joseph's is a powerhouse in wrestling. I personally didn't know you wrestled there. And speaking of Rutgers is also a powerhouse in wrestling. How tough was it not to be able to wrestle at Rutgers and just do football? Some athletes, they can do both. There's this Nebraska heavyweight right now that's actually doing both wrestling and football, which is bonkers to me. So what made you pick football and not wrestling?
I had a long talk with like my mom and like my siblings on like what path I should take, because the real reason why I really wanted to wrestle is because I made it to the semifinals twice in high school, and I didn't get the job done to guys that I have beaten.
And New Jersey, as you know, New Jersey wrestling in high school is top tier, man.
Yeah. So that was one of the reasons why I really wanted to join fighting, because I felt like I had a lot of unfinished business with wrestling. And I was like, what way to get back into wrestling is, going into MMA. But Tiger Strowman's, we do things the right way. They're like, you're going to learn how to strike. You're going to strike. You're going to kickbox. And then when we think you're ready, we'll tell you when you're going to go to MMA. And that's perfectly fine with me. I'm easy to coach. I want to go far in this. This is not just a hobby. I enjoy fighting. I enjoy training. It's hard. It definitely gets hard. I enjoy it. I love it. And like I said, I just like to compete. I have a very competitive side to me. And that's what it is. When I step in the cage, it's you got to compete, win, lose, or draw. I don't really think about anything besides just going out there and competing.
What's your go-to meal for the Super Bowl party, or like your first meal after your fight?
Oh man, people are gonna judge me for this one, but I go to McDonald's. I'm not afraid to say it. Hey. I'm not afraid to say it. I still listen. McDonald's has gotten me and my family through some tough times. We ain't have much. I'm never turning my back on that or Wendy's. It is what it is.
Probably is. You can't go wrong with them. It's a great place.
Dollar menu.
Yeah, and when I'm doing my 9 to 5 job, that 4 for 4, sometimes during the middle of the week it kicks in hard.
Absolutely. People are like, oh my God, I can't believe you eat McDonald's. Well, listen, I train hard. I'm gonna eat McDonald's.
Yeah.
After a fight, I feel like you've earned the right to at least eat the meal you want to eat after like 3 months of camp or however long it is.
I'm also a heavyweight, man. We're not supposed to have abs and stuff like that anyway, so who cares?
Yep. Bantamshot Fight World Live presents Alatay Denard. Alatay, how are you doing? Did I say that right, first and foremost?
Yeah, you said it right, man. How you doing?
Good. Alatay, how you doing? You're about what, 10 days out? We're about 10 days out now from your fight?
10, 11. About 10, 11 days
10, 11. And that fight will be in Jamaica, Queens at Missouri for Extreme Cage Fighting, where I believe you also hold a belt there, correct?
Yes, sir. Hold 2.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you're going for your second one right now?
I'm actually going for my second title. I won a title. I defended my title, and now I'm going up a weight class to challenge for this title.
Yeah, and we had the privilege of talking to your competitor yesterday, James Roberts. He's been training hard too. Do you know anything about his style of fighting, or have you ever watched any of his fights before?
Honestly, no. I don't want to sound arrogant, but I'm more so focused on myself during my training camp, and I just feel like if I lock in on myself and watch my film and see where I'll make mistakes at, then I'm not worried about my opponent. So to be honest, no, I haven't watched any film. I'm not really worried about what he has for me.
Cool.
What about the jump in weight class? What weight class were you fighting at before, and what made you decide to go up?
I was fighting at 145. And to be honest, 155 is more my natural weight. When I first started competing, I'm about 7 fights in now. When I first started competing, I actually started competing as a 155er. And my first title shot was actually a short, it was what you call it, a short notice. I guess it was like a short notice. Like they contacted me like 9-8 days out, and they was like, yo, we got a title fight for you if you willing to step in, but it's for 145. So that was my first time actually stepping down to 145. And I actually lost that. And then I actually turned around and won that ECF title at 145. So that's why and I'm just like, it's more natural to go up. I feel better to go up. The weight cut is a little hard at 145. So 155 is pretty natural to me. I walk around 165, 170. So 155 is a pretty good cut for me. I'm actually pretty excited about this one because I'm not feeling as drained. I'm feeling very more like stronger during this training camp. So I'm feeling actually good. I'm actually excited.
Talk to me a little bit more about the cut and the training camp overall. Give us some insight as to like how that went and how you're feeling after all that.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident. Like I feel like my training been turning up lately, and that's how I know I've been heading in the right direction. I feel like training has been getting harder. I feel like I've been working on my conditioning a lot more. I've been working on combos a lot more. So I'm just confident the way things go. I critique myself a lot. So I really don't focus on my opponents and what they have or what they good in and what they bad at. I'm also focused on things that I'm lacking, things that I could get better. Because I feel like the more I work on myself, the better I'm gonna be. Because if he watching film from last couple of fights, and I'm never the same fighter for my last fight. Every time I get out in that ring, I'm a new fighter. So watching film on me is pointless because I done watched all that film, I done dissected the film, and I done made the corrections needed. So if you're coming in with a game plan thinking you've seen something from my last couple of fights, you're gonna be sadly mistaken.
Now, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about styles. I know you're primarily focused on Muay Thai and you're making a little bit of a transition into BJJ. You had something about going to Thailand to train for that. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I actually have aspirations to go to Thailand and train for a little bit because Muay Thai is actually where my heart is. That's actually the discipline where I actually love. I actually love Muay Thai. I just feel like BJJ is just the basis of form. You never know what to happen. So I just feel like when you get into the arts, it's always good to learn different forms just so you know how to carry yourself. Kickboxing, I actually started kickboxing just to compete, like just to start getting my feet through the door to compete. But I eventually want to go full-time Muay Thai.
Awesome. And now, speaking about do you know anybody that's actually ever been to Thailand and trained? Because I know recently, right, Uzama, one UFC fighter, I believe it was Khalil Roundtree. He went last year to Thailand to train for Muay Thai, and he came back a complete different fighter, and he came back a better fighter. So you think going to Thailand, that's 100% definite? That's the next move you really want to do because it works for most people.
Yes, I'm actually a student of the game. And I like to study people who I feel as though is like the GOATs to me or who I like their style. And a lot of the people that I study, at some point in some time, they took a 3-month camp in Thailand. Yeah. And when they came back, they became a different animal. So I feel like that'll elevate my game going to Thailand just to train and see what that lifestyle will be like. So I'm actually saving up to prepare for it now.
And being so young still in this game, you said you only have 7 fights. You think the fact that if you do this sooner rather than later, it's going to be a benefit in your advantage?
Yes, I actually do think so because even though I'm early in the fight game, I feel like I'm a pretty old fighter. I turned 28 this year. And, there's a lot of people who, started fighting young. So I feel like this is the time to do it, being that I want to take it more serious. So I feel like this is the best time to go to Thailand, to get that authentic Muay Thai training. And I feel like it'll help a lot with my cardio. So I'm looking forward to that trip to Thailand to train Muay Thai.
And that's a big reason you're wearing that Teep Territory hoodie. You're one of their prime athletes. You're sponsored by them in all of your fights. And tell us a little bit about that and how that sponsorship has helped you kind of develop into a fighter.
Teep Territory has been like exceptionally well for me, exceptionally great to me. They are great people. I love what they stand for. I love that they're a family unit. I love that they actually train as well, so they understand the fight life. A lot of people. They watch the sport and, people say they like the sport, but a lot of people don't understand the hard work and the time it takes to put into being a fighter, the eat right, the dietitian part of it. And so just to have someone who has like Teep Territory that's willing to, they give me a lot of, as you can see, they give me a lot of merch. I'm gonna stand up for it so you can see the pants. They give me a lot of merch. So I'm always teeped out when I'm training. There's a lot of comfortable Teep stuff that I wear. I really enjoy Teep. They are actually my go-to #1 sponsor right now. I plan in the future to drop my own merch, and I plan to collab with Teep and that when that comes. So I plan to rock with them for a very, very, very long time. Even if I happen to go pro and a big name happen to come wanting to do a deal with me, I would direct them towards Teep and make some sort of merge and benefit from that way. I really enjoy them guys and I like what they stand for and I like them personally. And that's why I like they merch on top of that.
No, the way your career is going, I think there's a very bright future ahead of you, and I'm definitely anticipating that kind of collab happening and seeing you on a bigger stage. A couple more questions before we let you go.
No problem.
Talk to us about your career aspirations. What happens after this belt? Do you plan on going pro, and where do you take your career from there?
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I went through a little situation where I had to recently switch gyms. So I'm under a new gym, another coach. You know, we getting more familiar with each other. So after I take this belt, after I earn this belt and I do what I do, I kind of want to sit down and talk to my coach and go over the Thailand plans and see where I want to go in the future. I don't think I'm ready to turn pro yet. Of course, I have aspirations to turn pro, but I feel like I haven't seen enough styles yet to turn pro. And I'm only 7-8 fights in. I'm not really in a rush. I understand that this game, it takes one wrong punch to end your life. It takes one wrong punch to change everything. So I'm not really in a rush to get on that big stage. I just feel like it's inevitable for my style, for my characteristics, for my charisma. I just feel like the big stage is inevitable for somebody like me. So I just feel like instead of worrying about getting there, I'm more so worrying about making sure I'm heading there the right way. So pro is going to come in due time. After this fight, I'm going to pause for a little bit, sit back with my coach, discuss with my coach, the owner of ECF, see what they want to do, see if we either going to go to Muay Thai next or if I'm going to defend my kickboxing title. So it's still up in the air for right now. So I think it's too soon for me to speak on what I'm going to do next. I know for sure I'm just going to continue to train hard and whatever slap on my desk, we're going to talk about it when it get there.
I love that. I love that. And by the way, that Teep Territory merch, Uzama and myself, by the way, we work for Extreme Cage Fighting and they're a sponsor for Extreme Cage Fighting. Look up Teep Territory because their fabrics are very, very amazing, by the way. I have a couple sweatshirts.
Don't forget to use my discode, Tay10.
There we go. The discode Tay10. But speaking of changing gyms and, changing gyms and it's still all relatively new, you think that is a disadvantage or what is it like telling somebody that wants to change a gym and they're just like, they're not sure about to pull the trigger? What is it like that you pull the trigger? Can you give them any advice moving forward?
Yes, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm more of a blunt person. I don't like to sugarcoat things, so I'm gonna just be as honest as possible. I changed gyms because I wanted to head towards something. You have to, in this game, you have to know what you want to do. I was a part of an MMA gym. I'm not an MMA fighter. A lot of the classes that's held at the gym is more grappling based, more off the wall based. You got to know where you want to go. Being that I know that I'm a striker, I love the art of striking. I chose to go to Jersey City Muay Thai under Coach Paul because I liked his style of striking. They train 4 hours in a day, 4 hours at night, similar to how Thailand fighters train. So again, you have to do your due diligence and see what's best for you. Again, it's close to my home. So you get what I'm saying? So it's a lot of factors that go into switching gyms. But I tell fighters, do not come off wrong. Have loyalty to your coach, but you don't have to have loyalty to the gym. Express to your coach your aspirations and where you want to go, and you have to move on and what's best for yourself. You cannot stay at a gym just because you feel like, oh, this is somewhere I've been. I started here. Sometimes it's best to move on. I feel like I've just been in a position where I'm at that stage where I need to move on in order to see new styles and best way I can put it is new styles. I'm seeing new styles because I'm around nothing but strikers now. I'm not around grapplers. I'm not around MMA fighters. I'm around Muay Thai fighters. I'm around kickboxers. It's different. It's more up tempo. It's different.
And honesty is always the best policy, especially in the fight game. So speaking of honesty, what's in store for us February 10th for me and Uzama and all the fans that are watching around the world?
Oh, what's in store for you guys? Y'all gonna see a night. I'm a main event for a reason. That's one thing. I'm trying not to be arrogant, but y'all looking for a fight. This is gonna be a fight. This guy has heart. People know him in any way. I know what he's capable of. I have respect for him in the gym that he's come from. My heart just too big. I feel like I put in the work. I feel like I got the heart. I got the people behind me. And I feel like what makes me more dangerous than the person across from me, I don't care about the outcome. Win or lose, I am going to fight my heart out in that ring. And whatever happens, what happens. And I think that's what makes me dangerous. I don't care about, oh, what happens if I lose? Or, oh, if he hit me with this? Or, oh, what happens if I win? It doesn't matter. The minute that gate closed behind me, there's only one animal in here. And that's it. And that's what I'm set to prove. I'm set to prove out February 10th that I am the biggest animal in the cage and I am somebody to be watching out for. It's that simple.
Good. And I'm glad we got you right now because you are about to go training, correct? You're about to be
Yes,
training 6 to 9 right now.
Yes, sir.
So we got him right before he's going to train. Everybody, this is going to be February 10th. Tune in. We'll have all the information for you on the Fight World Live website. Ladies and gentlemen, Alatay Denard. Alatay, thank you for coming aboard, and we look forward to your fight. Anytime. We'll see you February 10th, brother.
Good to have you.
See you.
There we go. James, what's up?
What's up, man?
All right, guys, everybody, this is James Roberts fighting out of NYC Tiger Showman's in Chelsea. He'll be fighting Alatay Denard for a 155-pound K1 belt at ECF February 10th, which luckily for myself and Uzama will be there. James, how is your camp going thus far?
My camp is going great, lifting, training, no injuries so far. We got 1 week left to really put in that extra hard work, and then that last week is just technical stuff, tying up the loose ends, tying up the basics. But it's been a great camp so far. Weight is looking good. Can't complain too much.
There we go. And luckily for me, I've been able to see you fight a few times for ECF. Like I said, I'll be commentating, and both you and Alatay are ECF veterans. Now, being from ECF as well, fighting, have you ever been able to see his fights while you were there?
No, I actually haven't seen his fights. I know he did win the 145-pound title, so I'm definitely looking forward to facing somebody who has already been a champion. Because that puts a chip on my shoulder. I don't have a belt; he does. So it's like, okay, you're a game opponent.
And now, how long have you been fighting for? Have you ever had a championship match before, or is this your first?
Nah, this is my first championship match. I've been fighting now for about the last 2 years.
2 years. So you're roughly new to the aspect of fighting, and you're getting a championship shot. We actually just recently talked to somebody. He's getting his first K1 shot too. Now, is this a different, is your head in a different space knowing that it's a championship fight, or is it just business as usual?
It's always business as usual. If you focus too much on it being a title, you psych yourself out. That might amp up the nerves a little bit. But if you just think of it as business as usual, stick to your game plan, then it doesn't really psych you out. Go in there, do what you need to do.
Now, the last 2 or 3 times you fought, you came with a bunch of other guys from Chelsea. What's that feeling like when you bring the entire team from Tiger Shulman's in that fight was just guys from Chelsea? How does that feel to represent the entire team as a school?
It definitely feels good. You always want to represent for your school. You got a big organization, so just focusing on your school and getting their name out there, it helps. It brings the other guys up that's also coming from the school who might be new to the game, who might want to fight. So you give them that little edge, yo, you sparring with us, you training with us, you could do this too, if you really put your mind to it.
And staying on that topic of schools, Alatay actually used to train at Culture. I'm not sure if you've ever seen him on the mat at Tiger Shulman's in Elmwood Park, but from what I hear, he switched gyms. Does that mean anything, or does that bring up any other feelings or any wrenches into the works?
Culture is one of our cousin schools, guys we train with on a regular. So that's kind of it's a little not, I wouldn't say disrespectful, just he felt he needed to make a decision to leave a school, for whatever his personal reasons is. So it's he want to get his training done. I'm getting my training done. So I just focus on me at this point and my gym, what I'm putting in the training. And it doesn't really matter what school you train at, what school you from. I'm going to put in the work regardless.
Do you think because you've cross-trained with their guys and have kind of experienced their game plan to some extent, that's going to be a benefit going into the fight?
Oh, most definitely. It's always a game plan to have a little edge. If you got a little piece of knowledge from what they've been doing, it helps you game plan around it. But being that he switched gyms, he might have a little more newer things that he learned from his new gym that he's at. So, you can't focus exactly on what you learned in the past from their gym. You got to focus on what's going on now in this moment, during this camp.
Yeah, I feel you there. And speaking of which, Tiger Shulman's Chelsea is always a stalwart in the MMA scene in the New York tri-state area. I see you're out. Where are you now? Are you in NYC? I see the background right now.
Yeah. I'm down at Bryant Park. Yeah.
There we go. I've been there once or twice. Now the city. When you get out of training and whatnot, what's your go-to meal when you're looking for food in the area?
I definitely love soul food. Soul food is like my thing, but I also got like a big thing for like Chinese food. Like I love the cuisine. So that's really like my go-to soul food and Chinese food. So if I can find a place that got a mix, that's like the place is perfect thing I'm going to.
All right.
Couple more quick questions. Your last like few fights have been very electric, very strong showings on your part. Is there anything specific you're looking for in terms of something that you want to do or something that you want to avoid in this coming fight?
I would say like I always focus on not rushing anything. A lot of my opponents, being that they see my record, some of them see my fights, they always try to like rush me and try to, get me out in the first round. Me, I always stick to the game plan. I like to break people down each round. Like the knockout or the TKO is going to come, but if you go looking for it or rush into it, then that might throw off your own game plan. Like I like to break the person down by the minute, by the round, and if the knockout comes, it comes. But I always like to, break them down, look good for the judges. Make sure I get that win.
And I think if there's nothing else, Sean, on your part.
Nah, I got a couple. Now you're a pretty active fighter this year. You fought what 3 times last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, and being that active, I'm not sure if Alatay was as active as you. Do you take that as an advantage for you being active, having those rounds in the cage?
Yeah, definitely. I love being active. Being that I want to fight, like I want to take this to the next level. I think that being active and getting that experience is the best thing you could do for a fighter. Like, if you just keep like taking off the long months and really like taking off, it messes up your game because it's like you're in the gym, but what are you doing in the gym? What's the purpose? Like, I like to make everything sensible. I want to put everything into action. Everything is a plan. So being active for me is just keep building my game, getting that knowledge, getting that experience.
And now I heard you said next level. What is James Roberts' next level? What's the game plan?
I'm definitely looking to start MMA soon. So after this fight, after I win the title, because I am gonna win the title, I'm gonna take off, do a couple jiu-jitsu tournaments, just tighten up my ground game. My ground game is tight already, but I like to tighten up everything. I like to be well-rounded. So I'm gonna take off for a little bit, not too much, maybe a month or two, do a jiu-jitsu tournament or two, and then get right back in there for MMA.
Yeah, like you did 2019, the NAGA tournament in Philly, right? Something like that. Yeah, there you go. Why you missed that form of fighting as well?
Yeah, jiu-jitsu tournaments are exciting too, and that crowd aspect always there. It helps calm the nerves, it helps you keep you on edge. I came second place when I did the NAGA. So, next time I want to just get out there, get first place this time.
Nice. All right, Uzama, you got a question, right?
Yeah. Now Tiger Schulman's, we all know, we train very like well-rounded, cover a little bit of everything in like the right way so that you learn it properly, you can apply it. But that camp like speaks to your training where Alatay has a more significant Muay Thai background. So just in that game of styles, how do you think that's going to play out?
I know he's definitely going to be looking to kick more because Muay Thai, you set up your punches to your kicks, you kick, but we do the same thing. We mix it up, kickboxing, Muay Thai, so I'm just going to be looking, to not so much avoid the kicks, but sometimes check the kick, come forward on the kick, eliminate that space so I could get my hands off, I could get my kicks off, make the space work for me and not for him.
There we go. All right, we're gonna take a little dive away from fighting now. We recently just had a professional football player on, and we were talking about the games going right now. So, are you rooting for the Chiefs, Ravens, or you don't care at all about these games coming up?
Nah, I'm rooting for the Ravens.
There we go. And why is that?
Lamar Jackson is my guy, and some of my family is from like the Maryland area, so gotta root for the home team.
And everyone's sick of Pat Mahomes winning, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, you have family in Baltimore, or like in that area?
I got family in Maryland, in that DC area. I got family in North Carolina, so my family is a little bit all over.
Yeah, see, I have some family in the South Carolina, the Wilmington, North Carolina area too. So, shout out to that. You have any questions for him, Uzama?
No, I think now is just your chance to shout out whatever you want to, plug your Instagram, your socials, and say whatever you want to before the fight start.
Definitely thank you for the interview. Thank you for the chance. Definitely shout out to Millions for picking up the streaming service. Definitely gonna have some merch on there soon, so people can start repping my merch. My Instagram is savage_JMZ. You can follow that. But I'm looking to put on a great show, so definitely come out to see and support.
And like I said, I am Sean Murphy. I'm the ECF commentator. I will be commentating for James Roberts versus Alatay Denard. That is February 10th. We'll have all the links on all of our socials, and we look forward to the fight. Good luck, and we'll obviously get you back on this podcast. We do 10 to 15-minute segments, nothing too crazy, just so we can let the fans figure out what type of fighter you are after all your fights moving forward this year. So, James, thank you for the time. We'll let you go. And I can't wait to see you in a couple of, a week.
Yeah, see you soon, definitely.
170-pound MMA fighter from Cerro. Talk to me about fighting for such a prestigious gym.
So, Matt Serra is a legend.
Yeah, what's he like as a person?
Such a great guy, man. He's as funny like in real life as he is, when he does his podcast, when he does media, when he does looking for a fight. He's got even he does not run out of one-liners, which is insanely impressive. But all jokes aside, great coach, great guy. I really wouldn't be fighting if I wasn't fighting for him.
Yeah,
just as simple as that.
Really, and seeing how like we just talked about, you have the cauliflower ear. You saying that speaks volumes, because for someone to develop cauliflower ear, you must have been wrestling for how long now?
So I started wrestling when I was in 8th grade. So I'm 23 now. Yeah. So been about 10 years, where just 10 years of my life, the past 10 years of my life have been on mats. I started wrestling as an 8th grader. So 1 year middle school, 4 years high school, 4 years college, and I've been with Matt Serra for almost 2 years now.
And now let's start from the beginning. So what made you get into wrestling? Where are you exactly from in New York?
I'm from Long Island, from Massapequa. So it's on the South Shore, right on the Nassau-Suffolk border, in Nassau County. So I was into football when I was a kid. That was my sport.
Yeah,
because I liked the physicality of it. And I was like when I wrestled in middle school, I wrestled at 150 something pounds. I've generally been the same size.
Really?
Since I was in middle school. Yeah. So I wasn't 100 pounds when I was 13, and then 170 pounds. I've just kind of always been 150, 60, 70 pounds. And so I played football when I was a kid. I was a lineman. I liked the physicality of it. I'm in 8th grade. I'm playing football. The kid next to me on the line is telling me that he's going to be doing wrestling because it's supposed to, help your blocking and whatnot. So I'm like, all right, why not? I'll give wrestling a shot. And I just fell in love with it.
You fell in love with wrestling. All right, give me 1 second. Uzama is trying to get in. So Uzama from Bantamshot, by the way, he's been active with the Lou Neglia for about a couple of years now. How long have you been, active, doing fights now? How many fights do you have under your belt?
So this upcoming fight is going to be my 3rd fight. I've done all of my fights with Lou and Ring of Combat. This could be my 3rd one. I graduated from LIU Post, where I wrestled in college. I graduated May of 2022. In April of 2022, I was on the mats at Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah BJJ doing jiu-jitsu. It was the end of that year, 2022, that I decided I was thinking about fighting.
You were ready. Yeah.
January 1st, 2023. From January 1st, 2023 to June 4th, 2023, when I had my first fight, every single day when I woke up was about that first fight. I decided in 2023 that I was going to fight, and I locked in just every day.
And you fell in love with this. So let's talk about your high school wrestling. Do you know what your record was in high school wrestling or no? Because mine, I had a couple injuries, so mine wasn't as audacious as probably yours is.
So, I can tell you I had 25 wins my senior year.
There you go.
Yes, my senior year I had 25 wins. The only reason I can tell you that is because, when I graduated, they give every senior like in the program gets like a plaque, and it had that on it. So that was just a nice little memento there. I don't know my actual record over all 4 years.
Yeah.
But I wasn't a very accomplished wrestler in high school. And let me tell you, that put a chip on my shoulder.
See, I like that. Sorry to cut you off. I like that because there's a lot of people I've talked to. So my cousin that runs the company, David Potter, he was a good wrestler for Emerson Park Ridge, New Jersey, in high school, but he wasn't like you. He wasn't the pinnacle. That puts a chip on his shoulder. And then he went into MMA, and he did well. He did well in MMA until the neck injury happens, and you get old. You get into your 30s, and you're like, all right, my time is done. So that chip on your shoulder, what exactly did it do for you moving forward?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So that chip on your shoulder, seeing how you were at the creme de la creme in high school for wrestling, what that exactly do, going into, like I said, the Sarah Longo gym?
Yeah, so, well, what I didn't, I mean, as you might know, to be successful in wrestling, really successful in wrestling requires the kind of sacrifice and commitment that, most people don't ever get to in their lives. And it wasn't until I was senior, late December, early January, where I start going, geez, I had my JV coach ended up, the guy who coached me in 9th grade, got a hold of me, and he was like, listen, man, we can't change the past. But he made sure that from that point forward, the remaining 3, 4, 5 weeks I had in high school wrestling, he made sure that I gave that everything I had.
Yeah.
And that completely just changed the way I looked at sport, changed the way I looked at life, got me addicted. I didn't achieve what I wanted to, but those 5 weeks were what made me want to wrestle in college. So I did. And as I was, out of college, I'm working, I'm going to Sarah BJJ after work, I just, I've never in my life been a hobby kind of person. You know what I mean? So it was the same thing with jiu-jitsu. I was loving it. I was getting really into it. And obviously Matt Sarah Longo fight team. You've got a lot of UFC studs in there, Matt Favola, Nazim Sadikov, just to name a couple of guys that I was brushing elbows with regularly. I was doing a lot of puke drills. I was being asked to do puke drills for those guys. Not sure if you're familiar with that, but you got the fighter in camp. They're hitting pads and they're having a wrestler try to take them down, going back and forth, getting their conditioning ready for the fight. So I'm working out with these guys, and I'm aware that we're not fighting, but at the same time, I can take these guys down. I can be in the mix with these guys.
The mind starts turning.
The wheel started turning. And around that time in early 2023 is when I started coaching wrestling for the club that I used to wrestle at in high school. So I was working 7 to 3, and I was training after every single day. But then what happened was I was working 7 to 3. I was coaching. I was like, I can't train the way that I want to, the way I know I need to in order to properly prepare and coach. So I kind of just took that leap. Took a big pay cut just living off coaching. Started bouncing on the weekends, which I absolutely hated, but was doing that for a while, just getting the ball rolling. And Matt is like, hey man, we don't got to do this bouncing shit anymore. You know, gets me teaching the kids classes over in the gym, teaching wrestling classes for the jiu-jitsu guys. I've been, you know, now I'm doing private lessons. I'm coaching high school wrestling, and just the ball just kept rolling. And I just got immersed in the process and completely fell in love with it. And it's just been incredible. Like when I wake up and go to work, I ain't putting my boots on.
Yeah.
I ain't going to an office. You know, I'm heading into the gym every day. It's great.
Yeah. So 2 questions, and it's going to be all topic from the MMA stuff. We'll get to the MMA stuff down the road. First question: what's your craziest weight cut story in high school? Like me, I would have to pack a lip, by the way, in my classes just to cut that extra 5 ounces to get down to 145. And then my next question is, what's your craziest bouncing story, by the way? Because you're 170, you're 170, you're $170, you're a bouncer, and I'm sure, you know, Long Island, I've been to Long Island before, you have some big people, you have a 260-pounder come in drunk as hell, and you have to walk up to him and say, hey, guy, you gotta go.
Okay. So craziest weight cut story would actually be in college, not in high school. Is that okay? You okay with that?
I'm perfect with that.
It's all good. So I was I wrestled 174 for 90% of my wrestling career. And then at the very end of my senior year, I ended up going down to 165 because I lost the starting spot at 174. So I was like, oh geez, you know, so I had to take those pounds off. And I'm not a true welterweight, by the way. You know, I'm probably sitting in front of you right now at 178, 179, you know? So it's not like it's a wrestling weight cut. Yeah. It's a wrestling weight cut with a fighter, you know, with the fight recovery. You know what I mean? So 155 is in the future for me, but for right now, 170 is, you know, for the level we're at is fine, if that makes sense at all.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but so to get back on, you know, schedule, I'm supposed to. They have like in the NCAA now. It's very interesting. They have like what's called a descent plan, so you're not allowed to just like drop a weight class like that. You know, you have to like there's your official weigh-in, and then you're only allowed to be like 2.3 pounds lighter every week or something. You know.
Okay.
So like I said, I wrestled at 174 for most of my career. Towards the very end of my senior year, I lose the starting spot to a freaking freshman from Jersey. Yeah, sucks. But so now I'm going down to 65. You know. Oh, I'm sorry. I got that story flipped up. I lose the starting spot to a fellow senior.
Okay.
An Ohio State transfer, a real hammer at 174.
That's wild.
So now I'm cutting my ass off to get down to 165, and I gotta wrestle off this freshman from Jersey.
Yeah.
But I'm getting my weight down, and because of the descent plan, I have to weigh in at like 169 or 167. I forget exactly what, but I can't weigh in at 165 just yet. I'm not like allowed to.
Yeah.
So I can't wrestle 165 yet. So anyways, the guy who took the spot at 174 for this specific dual meet was had a questionable injury. Wasn't sure if he was gonna wrestle or not. So coach is like, you know, Tommy, hey, listen, man, get your weight taken care of. We might have you wrestle 174. We don't know yet. But it's like it's not just I have to make 174. I have to make 167 or 168. So I start bringing my weight down throughout the week. Matches on Saturday morning. On Thursday after practice, I'm like 3 pounds over. I'm exactly where I need to be. Coach says, Tommy, Ryan's going to wrestle. You know, you're good. So, okay. And I don't do anything crazy. My weight doesn't blow up. I gain like 2 pounds because I know the way this goes, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
So Friday, I go to practice. After practice Friday, coach is like, he's going to wrestle. So I'm like, okay. So then after Friday, I go to grandma's house.
So you eat a little bit.
Yeah. I have me a nice like 3-course meal, pass out on the couch. I wake up to my phone ringing.
The phone.
Yeah. Coach is calling. Tommy, the weight's not going to be an issue, right? No, of course not. I go home. I'm like 183. I'm like, God damn it. So now I'm like 15 pounds over right now. And
Jesus.
I wasn't about to say, no, I can't make the weight, you know. So I throw my lighters on. I get to the gym. I call a workout partner, and I just get on the elliptical and just prepare myself for what's about to happen.
Put on the garbage bags.
Yeah, honestly, I had a system. What I would do was, and I still do this now, I would never use like a garbage bag or a sweatsuit.
Okay.
I would use spandex, right? Like a long sleeve rash guard and spats.
Yeah.
And like I'm a greasy Italian son of a bitch. I sweat a lot. So I would do like long sleeve spandex and pants, and then throw like the crew neck and the joggers on underneath it, and then throw like a nutty hoodie over that, like a homemade sweatsuit, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So in about an hour and a half, just from getting that initial food and water that I took on off, worked out for an hour and a half, doing jump rope and shadow wrestling, and just having a fresh guy, make me wrestle. Probably got like 9 pounds off in that hour and a half. I went home. I drank a little bit of water. Jumped into the sauna for a couple hours. Not a couple hours, but jumped into the sauna. Went to sleep for a couple of hours. Got up in the morning. Went to the pre-weigh and practice, like 3 pounds over, which is kind of normal, maybe a little bit excessive, but not when you had a night like that. And I definitely dragged that out a little bit, but that was my shittiest wake up.
Yeah. All right. Well, before we go to the bouncing story, we'll go to Uzama. This is Uzama from Bantamshot Media. Uzama, Tommy DiGennarro.
All right. Hey man, how's it going?
Good. First of all, that was an incredible story, like start to finish. Like all the details just made it what it was.
Yeah, I know it rambles on a little bit. I was trying to keep everything trying to give you all the information, but keeping it contained.
And it's all right. The dog aspect right now makes this that much more intricate and interesting.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Very excited sheepdog right now.
Don't be sorry. We got another 10 minutes with you anyway, so we'll let Uzama ask a couple questions.
So, yeah, before we jump into the bouncing story, I wanted to ask, like, you're in the gym with like a cast full of stars there. You have all-star coaching team, you have UFC pros, and you have like the highest level training. How does that rub off on you? How does that affect your fighting, despite, like, in addition to everything you already said? What benefits, advantages, and everything do you see from that?
So, I mean, like I said, like I told you boys on here, I first got into this because I was, getting asked to do workouts like puke drills with, guys in the UFC, and just like working out with pro fighters on a regular basis. It just made me start going, shit, like maybe I can do this, and it only helps to elevate my self-belief, because, like, especially right now, I know that there's nobody I'm fighting that's better than the guys I train with on a regular basis. So it's like, people always talk about making training harder than the fight. That's actually the case for me right now. So it's a great thing. And the UFC 295 card, I got to spend a week in the fighter hotel, working out with those guys, helping them with the weight cut. That was an insane experience. So again, it only just goes to elevate my confidence and my belief, and I just know I'm getting the best training in the world.
Mm-hmm. So what's next? Knowing that you have that in your arsenal, that you have a bright future ahead of you, your fighting has spoken to that multiple times. What are you thinking of doing from here?
I want to take this to the highest level I can take it. I want to go pro. I want to be a world champion. Obviously, the UFC is that coveted organization. It's a household name. It just has that known to the world status above everything else. But it doesn't necessarily have to be the UFC. I want to go pro. I want to be a world champion. I want to take this as far as I can take it. I believe I have the work ethic and the discipline, and obviously the coaches and the training partners necessary to get to the highest level of the sport.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I obviously that's big talk for a guy with his third amateur fight just around the corner. But I'm 23. I'm not getting any younger. I know I'm young, but I'm not. But I know I'm young, but Max Holloway was 20 when he was in there with Dustin Poirier. So like, it's now or never, man. Like I want to get in there, and I want to. I trust the process. I trust Matt. I trust Lou to bring me up and, put me in the direction I need to be in. But like, make no mistake, like I got my sights set on the top.
Mm-hmm. And that's exactly the kind of mindset that you need to have with aspirations like that. So you're definitely on that track, and I'm excited to be seeing the start and like the future of your career going forward.
Thank you. I mean, I'm not like adrenaline junkie or anything. I'm not gonna get locked in a cage with somebody unless I'm like, unless I have the utmost commitment to it. Like I'm not going out there trying to get head kicked for fun. Like this is serious business. I'm in it all the way.
Yeah.
If that makes sense at all.
100%. 100%. I agree.
Let's go into that bouncing story.
Yeah.
Because think about this, as a bouncer, I looked into your stuff a little bit, by the way, and I saw a picture on your Instagram of you wearing a tie-dye shirt with dancing bears on it. Now, coming from a family of all Grateful Dead heads in the musical family, you as a bouncer listening to that type of like slow jam music, I can't see a person that's a Grateful Dead head as a bouncer. But let's go into your favorite bouncing story that you have.
I really hate to disappoint you guys, but
nothing crazy.
I don't really have too.
That's good.
Crazy things going on. Even though I'm a smaller guy, the ears definitely act as a deterrent. I can tell you that. Because that's the thing. Like I wasn't bouncing like anywhere like crazy or sketchy. Like I was working in Huntington. I'm sorry, I can't.
Don't be sorry, man. This is funny. We got you for another couple. We got you for 3 minutes.
He's nuts.
It adds the element.
I'm sorry. So, yeah, but anyways, I wasn't bouncing like anywhere crazy, anywhere sketchy, But you could have made a drinking game out of the amount of times people ask me, "You wrestled, you fight, did you get you?"
Because of the years.
It's just always. I mean, sometimes you'll have like a cool. Sometimes you get a cool run-in, right? You meet somebody who knows somebody but then a lot of times it's just like, oh yeah, my brother's cousin's mailman used to wrestle, and I'm just like, cool, man, like like go ahead. It's just it gets to be kind of annoying. I really didn't like that because I've never been a late night person. So just being there till 4 o'clock in the morning. Just watching people stand around and spill drinks. It was just like, oh, geez, I just want to go home already. So yeah, I'm sorry, I don't really have any exciting, double leg through a plate glass window story for you guys.
So before we let you go, I just wanted to kind of give you the floor really quick. Give everyone your thoughts, your feelings about your fight coming up, and any plugs, any sponsors you want to shout out. Now's your time to take it away before we close out.
Cool. I appreciate that. Man. So just wanted to say that Sarah BJJ Academy, Matt Sarah, great people. My home, where the magic happens for me. And she's, oh my God, I gotta stand up, otherwise this dog's gonna attack me. Also just wanted to give a shout out to Long Island Stress Institute, because those guys allow me to train at the volume I train at. With the PT I get from those guys, like deep tissue massage, It does wonders for my recovery. And they don't give me money to say that either. That is just me, like, genuinely telling you that I would not be able to train as often and as hard as I train if those guys didn't work on me. That being said, I do want to say that obviously, I got the ears, Matt Serra, jiu-jitsu. I'm a grappler. There's no hiding that. I don't try to I don't try to hide the fact that I'm a wrestler or a grappler.
Yeah.
But I've been doing this camp, been doing so much kickboxing, sparring, just really getting my feet wet with the striking, and I feel dangerous everywhere. So, including on the feet. So I'm really, really excited for this fight.
Yeah, and luckily for Uzama and myself, we will be there to watch you fight. And a personality like yours, we hope the best. Good luck. And moving forward, we can't wait to hear from you, because somebody like you, a half hour doesn't seem like enough, Uzama, right? I mean, like, you're just showing shades of somebody that everybody could like and want to see get to the top. So, Thomas DiGennarro, we're going to let you go. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you in Westbury.
Thank you, man. Great to meet you guys. Great to talk to you guys. Looking forward to it. It's gonna be a great show. Enjoy the show.
It'll be a great show, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas DiGennarro.
What's your take on the sport? How's it growing and being on Fox television and everything?
Well, you know what? You know me. I think it's the most exciting sport in the world. I don't think there's a sport that even comes close. I don't even like other sports. I don't watch football. I think if they're real men, they take the helmets off. Just throw down. What's this chasing after a ball? That's stupid, man. Golf. I don't like anything else but fighting, literally. And boxing's okay if there's no UFC on. Like, I'm gonna go see Barrera and Morales now. I don't even care. I just saw Vitor and Chuck. Barrera and Morales. They could do a mariachi in the ring and fart into a hat. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I just saw what I want to see. I just saw what is most exciting to me, mixed martial arts. It's the greatest sport in the world.
You got an internet site, do you? Is that correct? Let's plug it, baby.
JoeRogan.net, but don't go there if you're at work or if the little kids are around, because I'm a dirty boy.
Fight World Live, we're back again. Myself, Big Jeeves, and we've got the Power Slap heavyweight champion of the world.
Oh, let's get that in there.
Dibbell,
how's it going, guys? Doing good, man. Just been training, keeping up with everything. How you guys been?
Doing really good, my man. We appreciate you joining us here. The Fight World Live crowd may or may not know who you are, but by the time they're done today, they will not be forgetting your name. We appreciate you joining us.
No problem, man. Always love coming on with you guys.
Yeah, let's get into it, my man. What have you been doing here? I mean, we haven't seen you in a little bit, but you're staying active. You're getting ready to train. So when that call comes, you're ready to defend your title.
Oh, yeah. I'm coming back with something completely different. Like, coming April, it's going to be bad because y'all training for a whole different champion. Y'all train for past me, 2 years ago me. I'm a new person. I've been trained nonstop training. Literally, my job, some stuff didn't work out because they didn't want to pay me as much as a whole bunch of stuff was going on there. So I was like, you know what? training full time. That's all I do. So now I just eat, sleep, and train. It's literally been my life for the past couple months. So I'm going to come back April with something different. I'm trying for another first round knockout.
April. So there we go. Power slap number 7.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm hoping. I want to fight, man. I'm so hyped for a fight. I really want them to give me a fight. Gosh. I hope. I'm praying they give me a fight.
Let's go. We know those paychecks keep adding up. The way you've been performing.
I just want to fight. My last match wasn't a fight, man. That was just a one hit and done. I'm trying to go fight somebody again.
You want to go to war with some real bangers.
I want Ron again. Like a first round knockout is nice, but I want like a Ron type person. I want someone that's going to stand there and bang with me the full match.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out because obviously Road to the Title 2 is wrapping up. There's some, formidable super heavies. But before we get into that, heavies, let's talk about the difference, man, between season 1 and season 2. Let's talk about the caliber of the guy overall and the quality of the competitor on the TV series.
Honestly, the biggest difference I've been seeing is just how professional these guys are and how serious they're taking it. Because the first season, they were still, doing everything, but now they've had time to really study other fighters. A lot of these guys have watched previous fights and done their homework and came in with training already. Because season 1, a lot of these guys didn't really know what to expect. So they're training for a bunch of different things when not training specifically for slap fighting. And I think that's a major difference when you're talking about season 1 and season 2.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. Go ahead, Jeeves.
Well, I was going to say, you were actually a coach on season 1. So you were one of the people who actually set the tone for everything that these guys are able to do today. Now, from a coach's perspective, did you see any difference in coaching styles between Manny and Chris that you really saw and really like to see with coaches coaching events or Power Slap seasons?
Yeah, I really liked how Emmanuel was coaching. He was very calm when he was coaching a lot of these guys. He was trying to give them advice, telling them stand back, hey, extend your arm. Like he was really coaching these guys through it. I didn't really like Chris's technique when it came to coaching because it was more just like, hey, he's hurt. Go get him. Just go get him.
Yeah.
Believe in yourself. Go get him. Like I know you're motivating the guys and hyping them up, but I'd like to see more technical coaching, especially at that stage when you're like the head coach for an entire team. I'd want you to Manny really showed like how I would expect a coach to have behaved. And, there was all the drama that was going on in the show, but you got to be able to keep your hands to yourself. That was the biggest thing. Like,
yeah,
as soon as I saw him put his hands on him, that was on Manny, like, you can't do that, man. I don't care what he said. I don't care what he did. You're a professional. Let's be professional. Like, this is jokes. This is television, man. You can't be throwing punches at people and then not doing nothing with those punches. Like, if you're going to punch somebody, at least punch somebody.
Yeah, Manny did eat it. That was very impressive. Manny took it. He ate. He stood there and yeah.
Oh yeah, that was impressive how Manny just ate that shit and kept going. But yeah, no, I definitely think Chris should have cleaned it up a little bit.
Okay, you touched on a really cool point there with Manny being more technical and teaching more technique. So for everyone watching and Fight World Live, it's not just two guys standing there slapping each other. There are rules. There is technique that goes into this because the rules, there's a fairly small margin of error when it comes to the rules in Power Slap because it happens so quickly. So when you hear Damien talk about the hand lineup, where you put your feet, how you move your body and move that energy, these are very real techniques that have been developing since the class of Damien and the first Power Slap till now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely good insight to bring to people, if they haven't seen it, already or not. But let's talk a little bit about the heavyweights from this season. I think the standout right now seems to be Logan Greenhall. Let's talk about him and what do you think of his prospect and kind of where does he fit into the current heavyweight ranking? Is he a top 5 guy? Is Is he a top
Honestly,
10 guy?
I'd put him probably down there with like Brian, Cody, like starting out fresh. Like he needs some lower fights down there before he's ready for the top 5. Like, just because of his performance against someone that weighs 214. Like nothing against that other guy. He was killing it at 214.
Yeah.
But top 5, you're Nate, who's like 280 walking around. Dwayne walks around at 280. Dorian's big. I'm not even the biggest heavyweight, but I'm champ. So you talk about that group of guys. Logan's I don't think he's really in that conversation yet. I think he just needs some more experience and to put on a couple more pounds, honestly.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about it because I think the Brass at Power Slap disagree with that take. They're throwing him to the wolves, going up against number 2 heavyweight contender, Power Slap number 6, February 9th, Dwayne Crespo versus Logan Greenhall. How do you see this one going?
Honestly, I don't know how quickly it's going to end for Logan because I don't know how his chin really is because Dwayne is like one of the most technical fighters in the sport right now. Like he likes to break it down to a science and all that. So it's really just going to depend on how well Logan takes an actual fighter who's been training for this for the past 2 years. Like he's been working his ass off, especially to get revenge on me because I was the one that took his title spot. So we talk all the time, but he's been like, yeah, no, I'm gunning for you. Like I'm plotting and waiting for you. So to try to step in front of that person, I think they're really feeding him to the wolves way too quickly. Like he's not a number 2 spot, maybe like a 6, 7, somewhere down there. I don't think it's going to end well for Logan, but it's going to be a fun match to watch, nevertheless.
Well, you brought it up, man. You've actually gone against Dwayne, and I brought up this point before too that I think we're going to see a Power Slap 6 that there might be levels to this thing where the OGs like let's just start here. Talk about what it's like getting hit by Dwayne versus when you had someone like a newer guy come in and getting hit by someone like Nate. Like, explain how there's a little bit of a difference when it comes to technique and experience.
Oh, sadly, I can't say what it was like to get hit by Nate because he didn't get to hit.
fair.
But there definitely is a difference when it gets to technique because it's not only the power level of the hits because the power changes no matter, just on the size of the guy. It's really the consistency of the strikes because you want to be hitting the same area and you want to have the know-how, like if their face is swelling up, it may cost you points, but if you could let them swell up a little longer, like they pull a penalty, take some extra time, try to chill out. I know the refs have been trying to screw people on that for some reason. I don't understand why. If they have 2 minutes, let them take their 2 minutes. Like that's how I think it should be. Because in Stat Fight Championships, 10 rounds, your face is swollen. In this one, you have only 3 rounds. So it's really technique. You cannot foul. You cannot get penalties. You have to be pulling good shots and eating good shots, or else you're just not going to win a match. And you're not going to move up to a championship fight.
Yeah, that's definitely great advice for sure. It's going to be interesting to see how this one goes because I think this matchup and the next matchup we're going to talk about, we've got Ryan Phillips, number 4 in the heavyweight rank, going up against number 1 contender, Nate Bernard, who you just took care of business. I think a lot of people on the surface would think that this potentially is the matchup that will get the next opportunity at your belt. However, just talking through Logan Greenhall and Dwayne Crespo, I think a lot of it's going to come out of the performance of both of these 2 matches, potentially, of who you'll get. Let's talk about Ryan. Let's talk about Nate. I know you've seen both of these guys, around for, the better part of a year now. So let's talk about that and where you see this matchup going.
Yeah, for this one, I'm more like it could go either way because with Nate, I didn't get to feel his power, but I saw that he didn't really have a chin with the first round knockout. But in Ryan's last match, he didn't seem to have a lot of power, but he seemed completely fine chin-wise. But then again, Darius wasn't really landing solid hits on him. So it's for me, it's kind of up in the air for this match. But if anything, I'd have to put my money on Ryan just because he's been a part of this sport since the beginning. And I know how long he's been training for this and been working towards this. So I know he's hungry for his comeback in the road to the title for him. So if anything, I put my money on Ryan just for that simple fact.
Fair. The heart.
Yeah, just the heart. like when I don't know about the technique and the power's kind of up in the air and everything, I'm going to have to go off heart, and I think Ryan has it.
Yeah, I'll say something to Ryan. I've said this actually to Ryan, but we've gotten to know you guys quite well. We know your mannerisms. We know who you are as people. When Ryan got on that stage last time at Power Slap, I didn't recognize that human being. So I feel like he's made for moments like this, and I'll rock with you on that he might just pull it out because he's the guy that wants it the most in the building.
Oh, yeah. And with Ryan, I feel like he's definitely that kind of guy he wants it so much, he's going to hit that adrenaline rush. He ain't going to feel nothing and just throw everything he can. But I will say the only reason that I'd be worried about Ryan winning that match is due to the penalties because of the notion that this is really make or break for the title shot. Like this could be the fight that decides whether you get that title shot. So there's going to be a lot of nerves on the table for every one of these fighters, but especially Ryan, because he's really been amping up to try and get that title match.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to play devil's advocate just because I can, and I'm going to go back to quoting yourself, the pre-fight interview that you had with Nate. You know, you said that Nate was a guy that you're happy you were fighting him now and not in the future, because as he continues to grow and get the experience, learn how to hone in, you know, that could be one very dangerous person. I think Nate learned a lesson in the way that he gave his chin to you. I highly doubt we're going to see him make that same mistake again. I'm not saying it's only one fight removed.
Fair enough. Yeah.
2-3 months. But I think obviously as Nate continues to gain experience, you know, at some point, I think that experience is going to, you know, work in his favor and he'll become more deadly for sure. So we'll see. Like I said, I think this has fight of the night potential all over. You know, from a betting perspective, I'm staying away from this match because it can go both ways.
Yeah, one touch that match with a 5-foot, 10-foot pole.
I think we can all agree on that one.
All right, let's do one more match in the heavyweight division that I think is interesting. And I'm going to bring this up actually because I think Brian Ellis, we've seen at heavyweight, we've seen him go up to super heavy, and now he's coming back down to the heavyweight to go up against Dorian Perez. You know, right off the bat, I actually think, and, you know, probably no one said this to you, but I actually think Brian Ellis reminds me a lot of you. And
really?
I do. Because I think you guys have very similar makeup in terms of genetic structure. I think you guys have long limbs and arms. I think you guys have somewhat a similar slap, or, you know, you guys could utilize a very, very similar slap. And I think Brian does have that potential. I mean, you know, he comes from a pedigree of Division I football, you know, Texas Longhorn, you know, athleticism, you know, he's able to go between that, you know, the upper echelon of heavy into super, be, you know, a beast that's super heavy too, I think, just a sheer athleticism. But coming back down to be able to be at that top of that cap, I think he has some potential there that he could really turn some heads, you know, in this division. But I don't know. What do you think of that before I ask you about the match? Do you see any of the similarities, or am I just crazy?
No, I could definitely see what you're saying. You know, longer arms, you know, you got the longer limbs and the athleticism. Honestly, for like slap technique, it is pretty similar. But honestly, out of anybody, I feel like Logan has the most similar slap to mine.
Interesting.
His first match, his slap seemed really similar. But, you know, that could just be me seeing things, you know.
Interesting. But, yeah, I mean, they're not giving him a slouch by any means. Dorian Perez, number 3 overall. I mean, they're making these guys work. I mean, if they think these guys potentially could slide in the top 5, I mean, they're giving them the best of the best in the heavyweight division. Let's talk about it because, you know, Dorian Perez is never an easy out.
Yeah, no, I think I think Brian Ellis going into this, I don't think he's going to be as worried as he should be. Dorian is a beast when it comes to taking hits. Like out of everyone in the heavyweight division, other than myself, of course, I think he's like number one for taking hits because that man just keeps eating them and keeps giving them right back. So I think, and I've seen Brian Ellis's last match. I saw he fell down, but he did get right back up and then put the other dude on his ass. So it's really, and I haven't fought Dorian yet, and so I don't really know how that power scales up compared to the other guys in the top ranks. But watching his match against Dwayne, you could really see like they were like really equal standards, and I put Dwayne up there in the top 3, Crespo in the top 3. So Brian Ellis really has his work cut out for him if he's going to win this match.
Yeah, I think this is another one, like how you said the words earlier, throwing them to the wolves. I think this is definitely one where they really want to see what Brian's made of, because we talk about how Dwayne's a technical one, Ryan's the one with a lot of heart. Dorian's the fucking savage one. Like,
Dorian's savage.
So you have to know that Dorian's up there and he does not care how hard he gets hit. He's just coming back that much harder. So this is going to be a real test for Brian Ellis. Like, I agree to your points, Corey. Like, he showed his versatility, being able to move around in the divisions. But this right here is a real test. Getting Dorian out of all the heavyweights, a guy who fucking gets hit for free or chooses to get hit for free. It's a fucked up decision to be like, yeah, okay, I'll take this guy.
Yeah. My biggest advice for Ellis would be to expect it to go to decision. Because Dorian is that guy that is going to take your ass to decision no matter what. If he has to crawl his ass up there, you're going to have to knock him out cold or you're going to take him to decision.
Yeah, and he's going to put a hurting on you the whole way.
Oh, yeah, he's going to claw at you. He's going to do whatever he can until you put him down or the ref stops that match.
Yeah.
Because, that's an exciting match. I love seeing Dorian compete. His matches are just always exciting.
Totally. He's definitely a showmanship for sure. You know, the cowboy hat, the singing, all of it.
Honestly, I hope to fight him one day just because it'd be such a fun match.
Yeah, I mean, we recapped all the matches, man. Power slap number 6. How do you think the state, the health of power slap, the heavyweight division, kind of where do you see it sitting right now? I mean, we're just over a year in. They're seemingly filling out the heavyweight division with a lot of guys under contract. How do you kind of see it, top to bottom? And, I'll just, putting your thinking cap on, like, who do you want in your next match?
If I had to choose anybody for my next match, I honestly I'm friends with a lot of these guys. And I just want to fight a lot of these guys. It's hard to decide. But honestly, between like Dorian and Dwayne is where I'd lean for like my next match. One of the other D's in the top 5. Because I already had Nate. And Dwayne won't shut up about the rematch. We got to run it back. At some point, even if we retire at some point, we're going to have to just go in the backyard somewhere, find a barrel, and just run it back. And Dorian is just his showmanship and just how motivated he is to come at me. Like, I'd want to fight him. And the new guys, I'd want them to get their reps in first. Like, I just don't think they're ready for that kind of fight yet. Like, we don't want them to end up like, I'm no shade being thrown here, but don't end up like Nate rushing into a fight you're not ready for.
Okay, because I was going to ask, are you saying this because you're genuinely concerned for them, or just because you're the champion, you don't feel like they deserve a chance at your title?
I mean, a little bit of both. Like, you can't just come in here and expect a title shot. And it's not good for your health to come in and try to fight a champion just out of the blue. Like, it's not good for you. Like, just work your way up. Everyone does it. I did it. Ron did it in his division. Crazy Hawaiian they even had the Crazy Hawaiian fight a couple of dudes when they knew he was going to win the belt anyways. Might as well just gave it to him to begin with. So, yeah, I think these guys just need experience and to get their reps in, but yeah, if I had to choose, it'd be honestly between Dwayne and Dorian probably.
Gotcha. You know, I'd be up shit creek if I didn't ask you about KO Chris and Manny and how that's gonna go down.
I ain't gonna lie. KO Chris, he might KO him, he might, but we haven't seen him compete in so long. It's been almost a year now since we saw him compete.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really hard to say how he's been training and warming up. And Manny's he's been able to get a couple fights in. He's been training nonstop. KO Chris has kind of been going through it. So if I had to put my money anywhere, it'd be on Emmanuel. And also, I just didn't like some of the stuff that KO Chris has been doing. I don't approve of it. So just another reason of let's hope Emmanuel wins.
You say that there needs to be a change of the guard, is what you're saying.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go the other way with that one. The way you were kind of leading into it, I thought you were going to back KO Chris, just the way you were talking. You know, it's interesting though. I mean, if you look at KO Chris's resume, you know, who's his toughest competitor? Waylon Frost, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
That he's fought? I mean, Jesus Gaspar's, I don't know, gone to another planet.
Hey, I don't even know where Jesus is, but yeah. Like,
I'm just saying, like, if you look at Manny, I mean, he's fought Azael once, if not twice. You know, he's fought some great matchups. I mean, he fought Debo as well, kind of going toe to toe there. Wesley Drain, who, you know, seemingly has been a war. You're not knocking Wesley out. So, you know, if you look at the resume of Manny, I think the competition's been much more stiff. I mean, you can't deny Crystal. I mean, he's knocking everybody out in his path. You know, it's not up to him.
You can't say anything about that. He did knock those peoples out. For sure.
That's who they put in front of him. So it's definitely going to be the hardest test for him yet. You know, in this one. And, you know, I'm of the belief that I think KO Chris is the only one that could beat KO Chris at this moment.
Yeah.
I think he can lose the match himself. But we'll see how it goes. It's going to be a good match, you know, overall. And I hope Chris, as you said, has been training. I hope he's ready. I hope he doesn't rest on his laurels of what he's done, because the sport has changed quite a bit. You know, from where it was to where it is now. So definitely hope he's going to be ready, going to be hungry, and you know, come and show up and show out on February 9th. So are you making your way to Vegas or no?
Not for that event. I'm busy training. I was thinking about it, but I was like, nah, I'm not trying to spend all that money to not train over there. So I'm just going to stay here and keep working.
Awesome, man. Appreciate you joining us. You know, just for everyone at Fight World Live, where can they follow your journey?
Dibbell SF, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, pretty much everywhere. Instagram is what I use the most. Merch store dropping Valentine's Day too. Hopefully.
Here we go.
Yes, sir.
Awesome, buddy. Appreciate you, man. We'll talk again soon, okay?
Yes, sir. See you.
All right. All right, Big G's, keep on rolling.
That was awesome, man. The heavyweight champ, Damien. He's earned the nickname the Unringable Bell, Dibbell, because that dude can take a motherfucking hit when he's up there. I love the guy. You guys got to see him. He's actually a law student, if you guys didn't know. So outside of Power Slap and the training and everything, he is involved in the world of law, and then he comes on stage and defends his belt and keeps it rolling.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's been crazy to see, you know, his rise, you know, a very soft-spoken guy. You know, you probably didn't get too excited hearing him talk, but when he gets up there at the table, he's definitely a different animal, very unassuming in public. But when he gets up there, he, you know, unleashes what he does. And, you know, probably at this point now, one of the more, you know, highly paid slap fighters, actually, you know, in the entire history of Power Slap. You know, and he started obviously all the way back in Slap Fight Championship. Dude's been around for a long time, very young age. I mean, he might be 22 years old now. You know, still super, super young, and keeps on building his resume and keeps on piling up victories. He had a really good story too. I mean, after one of his last matches, you know, he bought a Mustang with his prize winnings that he's wanted to do for years. So real likable guy. We'll see him obviously come up in, you know, and he's talking April. So looking like Power Slap number 7 coming up in April. And,
yeah.
you know, so we can kind of, you know, we can look and see, you know, when that would happen. I don't know, with the way some of the trends are going, International Fight Week and slap, we were coming up now, Super Bowl and slap, you know, there is that, you know, according to the Twitterverse and Twitter MMA, you know, there's that slack job, you know, UFC 300, just an average card, you know.
Man, controversy around that event. Everyone's mad about it. Every announcement, they're more mad.
Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know. Could they pair it up again with UFC 300 and Power Slap, try to ride that wave? I think it's an incredibly smart move on their behalf if they do want to do that. Yeah, I'd be down for seeing it because I think it's real smart to take advantage of, you know, the brother or sister company, you know, as part of TKO Group. So let's talk about some other matchups, my man. I mean, last time we talked, we didn't know all the matchups that were going down. We only knew some. We talked about them last week. You know, if you haven't, you know, if you didn't see what we did last week, we talked about KO Chris, and we talked about going up against Emmanuel Munez. We talked about also Sheena Bathory.
Yeah.
And Jackie, what we thought of that matchup. So we've kind of been going through, we got the release, we got a couple more on the belt. Let's talk about Zach Zane and Cole Young. Let's talk about this matchup, Jeeves. I want you to break down what you've seen of Zach Zane.
Man, okay, so Zach Zane specifically, we know the boy can take a hit. We know he can take a hit. Now, going from the show into a full-blown event, this is where I might be a little bit concerned because we have seen sort of not the greatest technical striking from Zach Zane, especially in his last match with Chris Dibbell. Now, before I go any further, he did get his hand raised. So that's all that matters at the end of the day was he did get the W, but we did see the lack of technical ability. So I'm hoping he's able to clean it up because we know Cole Young has been here before. He's been on a few numbered cards. He's been on in front of the cameras. He's been on the big stage, and it hasn't been favorable for him, but he's been there. So that's my concern with this match, and specifically Zach Zane, is I hope the energy and the anticipation and everything doesn't get to him because, boy, can he take a hit, and this match could go the distance if they just keep it clean and keep it moving.
Yeah, I mean, Cole Young, we haven't seen him for a minute. But, you know, he burst on the scene with that, you know, KO power that he had. And, you know, we know he's got a ton of emotion as well. I think he's going to view this as an opportunity to go up against one of the bright stars coming out of the reality show. And, you know, he's going to show up and really try and take care of business. You know, the downfall of Cole Young has been that emotion has gotten the best of him sometimes, that has kind of baited him into some fouls and stuff like that, you know, unfortunately haven't gone his way. So seeing Cole Young up there, I think is great for the division. And yeah, we'll see. This matchup is definitely going to be one that you're going to want to watch and see, because it very well could lead to a potential title shot for, you know, the next welterweight division. So really glad to see that they've added this match in. We didn't see this coming. I mean, Cole Young, I don't think was one that you were circling for a Zach Zane. You know, you could have maybe thought maybe a Chris Dibbell run back with the way that last match ended. So
sure, that would have been a good call. Yeah, so I'm stoked. Yeah,
totally. Well, let's see what else we got in here, my man. We got let's keep it in the division a little bit here too. So we got Eddie Brahimi, the Canadian. We got one Canadian in the show. We got Brandon Bordeaux. They're running it back again. Wow.
This is worth the run back, I think. So this is one of the few, I think this is the only one on the card where we're not seeing one of the new guys go against the OGs. This is pure show beef. And I think this is a match that, number one, I'm staying away from at Vegas on the betting lines. But number two, this is going to be one that is, I think, power slap after power slap. But you guys want to know the definition of this sport? I think this match might give it to us, because both of these guys, upcoming stars in their own right, if they can make it happen at Power Slap 6. So I'm stoked for this one. I'm glad this one came together this way.
Yeah, I mean, definitely didn't see them running it back. They've stayed away from, you know, rematches as much as they possibly can. So trying to see this, quite interesting to see how that plays out. You know, Brandon Bordeaux is looking jacked on social right now.
Yeah.
Hard. Different story. Guy has a different mentality. And we'll see if the same outcome comes again. I mean, their last match was a great one, or if Eddie can turn the tide and get in that win column. So I think these are great opportunities for these guys to really get up there, show what they have, kind of that second chance for Eddie. If he isn't able to pull it out, it could spell the end. I don't know. I don't want to say it's desperation for him, but if you come in the show and lose the same guy back to back, I'm not really sure where it's going to allow you to go from there. But at this moment, I mean, I'm excited to see this one come back for sure. Great to see the Canadian. We got to go with that Canadian, my man. There's not enough of these guys here. Got to keep that international flavor rocking, my man. So great to kind of see that matchup come to fruition. So super excited about that. Also, moving on to the Garretts.
Hey,
Eric Bleaksley going up against TJ Thomas in the light heavyweight division. This one here, Bleaksley taking care of business, doing it in style, cornrows and all. Doesn't seem to be one of the most likable guys on the show, but he's showing up and he's taking care of business every time that he is up there. Came in as a last minute fill in last time against Cody Belial. So coming out of the show as one of those favorites, obviously in the super heavyweight division. They're teeing him up against, TJ Thomas, number 7 overall. I'm not sure if that's a sign that potentially, they don't think his star power is as high as some of the heavies that we spoke about earlier. I'm not sure. Or is it that, they have a lot of respect for TJ Thomas and just, with his circumstances of being away from the sport for a little bit, they want to kind of get him back in. I don't think TJ is an easy out by any means. No. I think this is an incredibly tough match for him. Yeah. How do you kind of see this one going?
So I was going to kind of give some contrast to the point that you just made. Like, I think this is a better look for TJ going into this, because Power Slap has kept him around this whole time. He's been off for the better part of a year. We've seen a little bit from him, not too much, but Power Slap saw something in him to keep him around and to give him this opportunity to potentially work his way up the ranks, maybe a little bit. I think this is a great look for TJ. Now, we know that they have the Gorilla Smack Systems things going on. We've seen the guys that have come out of that camp. TJ is one of the founding members of that. He's been part of it since the start. Garrett Grimes and Colt Cole and Slambo coming out of there. You can only imagine what a guy like TJ is going to do when he gets on stage. So I'm stoked for this one. I'm stoked to see TJ again.
100%, my man. Let's do one more for the fans. One more match that they're going to want to tune in to see, and that's Garrett Grimes going up against Wesley Drain. Wesley Drain, number 2 contender. Guy does not get knocked out. Garrett Grimes taking care of business every time he's up there. I think this is a great sign for Garrett Grimes. I think they have high aspirations. For them to give the number 2 middleweight to him is a big thumbs up from the brass. And I think this could potentially be, that title contender potential match that gives John Davis his next opponent. So I think it could come out of here real quick. Obviously, we've seen Wesley Drain go up against John Davis, go to a decision. Some may call it controversial, the outcome of that. John got hurt in that match as well. You run it back again. Wesley Drain just keeps on winning. The dude slapped, someone in slides last time. So, crazy cat from, middle America, keeps on showing up. But, Garrett Grimes, like we said, is one of those cats that's a big body, big frame, someone that can, go up toe-to-toe with Wesley. This is going to be a barn burner. You're not going to want to blink on this one. I expected to go the distance, but you were going to see power and you're going to see incredible chins in this one. And this literally has fight of the night implications all over it, because I think you're going to get 6 incredible slaps from these guys, and it's going to be fucking one hell of a show.
Yeah, man. Both of these guys are off in the head in all the best ways for this match to be absolutely nutty. We've seen what Garrett Grimes can do. Wesley Drain, every time you've seen him come up, I implore you, Fight World Live, go back and check this guy's resume. he puts on a show every single time, and he gives every single opponent an amazing match. Like even that controversial one with John Davis, where John kept it going and Wesley did his thing. So with a guy like Garrett, you're going to need someone there that can stand there, take it, and give it right back. So let's see. I think this will go the 6, just like you said, and I'm hoping it goes the 6 because this one will have everybody on their feet by the end of it.
100%. All right, my man, let's sign off. Next time we're on here, it'll be after Power Slap number 6. So we're going to have to let you guys know how the event goes. Tune in. If you don't know how to do so already, head over to Rumble. Free and live on Rumble. You're going to want to watch Power Slap number 6 go down 9 p.m. Eastern, which is 6 p.m. Pacific time, local in Las Vegas. We're going to be there. If you're not doing so, head over to IG, give us a follow there. There's nobody else doing what we are doing in the slap fighting space. We're going to be bringing you pre-fight interviews all the way into the match. We're going to be there for the weigh-ins. We're going to be talking to these guys live before they get in the match. We're going to be there for the post-fight press conference when Dana's there and all the fighters giving you their post-fight interviews. So tune in on IG. And also, if you're not doing so already, we are also on YouTube. And just put us into the search button at the top, Slap News. We're going to pop up there. Appreciate you all for joining. Dave Potter, you motherfucker. Love you, buddy. Much love.
I love it. That's you, Janelle. You just can't get enough, can you? In the future, it's going to be so bad that you'll demand to be fucked twice a day, and not just with a dildo in a 3-way. Why not let others see that beautiful, voluptuous body and watch you shake uncontrollably when you come? They'll go out of their mind. Then they'll find more friends and will tie you up so you're helpless. I'll direct them to have their way anyway. They want who can make you scream the loudest. Maybe I'll just line them up and then have them squirt in your mouth, your pussy, and all over your tits and ass, all at the same time. You'll be covered in cum and we'll make you eat it all and taste everybody's cum. The next morning you'll be a little sore, but you're still gonna want more after all that fucking over and over. Maybe he wants 2 other guys to join you with him. Holy shit. You told him you would do anything with him. So if he surprised you with 2 others, you would have no alternative than to take them on. Oh my God, the stories you could tell me then, it makes me want to come right now. By the way, I thought of what I think is an excellent idea. Maybe you can hint that if he knows someone who can be discreet, it might be better if you and Johnny try them out first, so you can get more comfortable before he is introduced to me. Actually, that makes total sense, doesn't it? Exactly, baby. He's not the only one. Brock called me this afternoon, begging to eat you and fuck you with his nice and hard dick. I already told him, baby, by the way. Johnny wants Tuesdays, but not this coming one and the occasional Saturday. But maybe I can shift it to Thursday nights. Johnny would like all the above. Read your last picture. You need your pennies ripped off and 3 big black dicks in all 3 holes at the same time. Way up your pussy and way up your ass as far as they will go, but even further. The thickest cock will go down your throat, so it'll make you gag and convulse as those big black cocks pound away. It feels like from the start you're being assaulted, but make you come nonstop. Just one continuous constant orgasm, and just before you pass out, those big black dick squirt their loads up, come inside you as you weigh on your stomach. The cum is coming out of all your holes. I'll turn you over and jack off all over you. I just passed my phone around to a bunch of the guys on the tech crew. They were screaming, "Oh my God, she's fucking beautiful. Look at that ass. I'd like to get on that I paused to count out loud how many guys there were. It was 12. I then said, okay, there's 12 of you, and she would love to fuck each and every one of you at one time. The guys cheered, but she will only do it if she takes 3. At the time, she brought a huge reaction. That brought a huge reaction. She wants one deep in her ass, one way down her throat and one in her pussy, and you can pound her and keep on pounding until you pop your load. She may scream and try to say no, although it would be difficult to say anything with a cock down her throat. They laughed. I then said, listen, no matter what, just keep pounding away till you squirt, baby. These guys were having a blast with me. Some of them didn't believe me, so I said, you were the greatest book in the world, and no matter how much you get, you always want more. And then I said, she loves cum, baby. These techs, as we call them, were having the time of their lives. Listening to my truthful story, I then said, you would take a 10-minute break in between each fucking, but then you would get back on your hands and knees with your ass in the air and say, okay, I'm ready. Who's next, lol? I drove them wild, baby. Oh, I should say you drove them wild. Just imagine if this has really happened, baby, how much cum you would have coming out of all your holes. Here's what Brock said after I told him part of the deal was fucking you. Well, that's your turn. She'll be ruined after me and leave your ass. Plus, after me, your tool won't fit anymore. Those compliments will keep on becoming baby. Just wait and see. I totally understand and agree. Being scared of communication and photos. Johnny gets drunk and sloppy and could easily make a mistake that cost him his job and years too. Verbal communication is the way to go. That said, have you and Johnny talked about breakfast tomorrow?
Oh yeah. The Ryan Show. Perfect. Oh yeah.
Ronnie Killings is back, also known as R-Truth, but I'd say the majority of the world is going to know this man as Ron Killings. The music that has been coming out these days has been fire, damn it. I bore witness to it firsthand in the club. Ron, I saw the video for Legacy, and I wasn't sure if it was going to be a club song. I wasn't sure if you're going to like start whooping my ass, like throwing me around or doing some type of move on me, because the video of you in the chainmail just thrashing people, certain type of energy behind that video, it gets you hyped up, man.
Yeah, bro, but yeah, think that's how life is, man.
Yeah, it is.
My legacy. Yeah, my legacy was all about me fighting life, man. All adversities, all obstacles, all negative energy, everything. That's how life is, man. So legacy is pretty much, you know what I'm saying, suiting you up for life. I had to suit up for life. We all suited up for life.
Must have been a fun video. I mean, to be
very
able to
fun.
How did that come together? Whose idea, the concept of you getting in the chainmail and it's like a medieval fight scene to those that haven't seen it yet?
Bro, that comes from RKE JTP, man. Myself and J Trax, man. When we do sit on the phone and come up with a treatment, we just spitball ideas.
That's amazing.
And we spitball those ideas, man. Whatever sticks to it sticks. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll say something like, "Oh man, we should do something like different." Oh, what if we go back in time? Oh, what? Like medieval time? I'm like, yeah, is that corny? No, that's not corny. That's cool. That's actually dope. That's hard. Would you wear a cowboy hat? Hell yeah, I wear a cowboy hat. So, bro, all the way down from Set It Off to Hit 'Em Up to all the videos we've done, all the way to Legacy now. We got videos I don't want to mention now that's already done, but every video and everything that you've seen of Legacy, heard of Legacy, anything and everything about RKE JTP has been me and J Trax by ourselves.
Nice. And you guys are just a tandem. We talked about the last time that you guys were on here making all this music together. The chemistry is just there now. You guys have a certain vibration together, a certain sound that you guys have when you guys get on a piece together. And it's more than just lyrics. Like anyone can relate to it. There's not cursing on this music. I was listening to it, and it's for anybody from anywhere. They can relate to it. Music is supposed to bring out an emotion, so this kind of has that crossover appeal to it. So
yes, it does, man. Very relatable to a lot of people, man. A lot of people can relate to the lyrics. A lot of people can relate to just like wanting to groove to some dope ass music. And let me go back. Let me shout out my dog, Shot by Reginald. He's the guy that's been shooting all of my videos. I had to put that in there. Yeah, he's killing it, man. He's hard. But man, yeah, the music, man, it resonates with a lot of people, man. It's grown folks music. It's that millennial type music. It's that young music, man. Like my daughters bump it. My daughter's 14 and 7. They like it. So it's definitely, it has different elements and stages. The formula that we have, man, the chemistry that we have, but we just put it in a batter, cook it, fry it, bake it, broil it, and we serve it to everybody on a platter.
And we all enjoy it. I must say.
Yes. It's scrumptious.
All ages are being appealed right now. You know what I'm saying? You've got the kids, and that's something that you've always kind of, have to have your finger on the pulse of, right? Being in WWE, because there's so many kids. And I mean, not everyone's as old as me. I mean, I remember when you back in the day, I remember you in the Attitude Era with Road Dogg wrestling. I remember in TNA, you winning the world championship, first ever NWA world champion of African-American descent.
First ever,
which like, I feel not everybody really knows that. Like we have a whole new set of kids that are learning about you as a comedian, which if I do say so myself, like, dude, you are literally the funniest wrestler and the funniest personality to go through WWE in a long time. Like your own sense of humor, that it's honestly amazing. To anyone that hasn't seen any R-Truth clips on YouTube, there's great compilations that are out there of you, man. Just hilarious stuff.
That's cool, man. It's cool, man. And I got a lot of it. Like a lot of people don't remember, Rock was very funny. I used to laugh at Rock in the backstage Attitude Era. Austin, very funny, man. All those guys like had different elements that I pulled from that was just, it naturally comes from a naturally funny person. I just like seeing people happy. I like laughing my damn self. And I like, you know what I'm saying, just spreading that, man. It's energy. You know what I'm saying? Laughter to me is positive energy, man.
And it's your own type of comedy. Like you mentioned, The Rock. The Rock had like that cocky type of comedy where he'd like rip the mic, he'd bully people, and it was just so hilarious. Like the way he talked to Michael Cole, like smacking him on the head, type of stuff.
Right.
Stone Cold, his own type of. But yours is that like you're not sure whether or not he's joking. Like I remember there was that bit that you'd come out and you'd think that you were gonna wrestle and you weren't wrestling. Like hilarious. Nobody had done anything like that. So how you're able to incorporate now the kids. That, the kids need to know though that like you're not messing around like as a wrestler though either. I mean, you were in the ring.
I'm true to this, dog.
Yeah, and you know, once again, like it's all of these new fans that you have to appeal to. So, you know, I'd like to make sure that we can go back and kind of recap some of the great things you've done. I mean, I don't know if this was the pinnacle for you, but there was a point in New York, Madison Square Garden, where you faced off against The Rock and John Cena at the same time with The Miz, who like might be one of the more underrated heels of all time. Everyone hates the guy.
Yes, he is. Underrated.
I mean, what was that like at that moment? Madison Square Garden. Rock, John Cena, you guys taking him on.
That was an incredible moment in my career, man. I still remember that to this day, man, as like it was yesterday, man. Like the way me and Miz was looking at each other because we knew what was about to unfold. We knew where we was at. It was in Madison Square Garden, the Mecca. You know what I'm saying? And bro, to be facing Rock and John Cena, the two highest at their pinnacles, man, their career, that our plateau will go to. You know what I'm saying? Me and Miz, there's points in there, man, where me and Miz was walking down to the gorilla, man. We looked at each other and we just smiled. Bro, in the middle of the ring, after we got our entrance, you know, rapping down, you suck, and get in the ring, dog, we could hear and feel the energy, man. It was like Rock would say, electrifying. That was one of the most electrifying moments in my life, in my career, man, because it was that sense of accomplishment, man. You know what I'm saying?
Insane.
I'm there. You know what I'm saying? I succeeded. I did it.
Yeah, that's the time.
You know, success comes in different folds, man, all stuff like that, man. But like, yes, man, that was it. Yes.
Unbelievable. And then when I'm sure you might have even been
to
like,
me, I look at it like,
man,
this, kind of funny, man.
Keep going, R-Truth. We had a little connection issue there. If I cut you off, I apologize. This thing's kind of going.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say success is like that's cool. I was just gonna say success is like pregnancy, man. Like everybody congratulates you, but they don't know how many times you got to get there. You know what I'm saying? But it's like it's. I feel like I had succeeded, man. I mean, I'm saying I felt at that moment, man. It was like all the sacrifices, all the missed birthdays, all the missed anniversaries, all the missed special occasions at home, man. That moment, me and Mick stood there, Madison Square Garden in the ring, sold out arena, man, and looked at each other, and we both said it, man, at the same time. We did it. Wow. I won't ever forget that. Ever forget that.
Incredible. And to anyone out there that's working hard, hang in there. That moment's coming your way too. Imagine that. That's the sacrifice. Like you said, you don't know what goes into it. You see people
hang in there. I did.
That's right. I mean, your story goes way deeper than that. And I'm glad that we kind of like foreshadowed with the wrestling a little bit. Because we got to get into some of the music and some of the origin stories, because this story is still being written. The majority of the world might know you as R-Truth the wrestler, but this all started with a dream to be a musician. I've had a lot of guests on this program over the years, but none have made the claim to me off the camera that they've tamed an animal as unique as a moose. I've dealt with people that have tamed emus. I've dealt with people that have tamed, what are those people called? Pygmies? Is that the politically correct? Pygmies. You ever see a pygmy? They're about 2 feet tall. Live out in islands.
I don't eat pork. Yeah. I don't eat pork. Yeah.
No, they don't eat pork. They don't eat pork. They're humans. They're pygmies. They're human-eating pygmies. But Mr. Ron Killings,
peoples. I never heard of them.
Yes, not piggies, pygmies. We had a tamer of pygmies. This is also pygmies in a blanket. That's a recipe.
Oh, really?
On islands, if you catch them, yes, you could. Yeah, that's the thing. But pygmies, we have a conspiracy show at times.
Okay, my
people
bad.
Come on that have been abducted by aliens and that have lived on islands and all types of crazy stuff. But it's good to have you back, Mr. Killings. What is this that I hear about you taming a moose? Is this a real story, or were you just messing with me, messing with my head off the camera?
No, that's something. I did that back, man, before I went to college. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just something I don't really like talking about too much. Like, I still have like severe stuff from taming mooses back then. And
so
you know,
I don't want to bring back any trauma.
Moose because I trained. Yeah, then you're bringing the trauma back. It's just like training mooses is very like it's complicated, and it's like I couldn't even get to explain to you how for you to understand how it is to train a moose. Like, have you ever went to moose school?
I never been to moose school. I know about the carrot on the stick.
You went to moose school? Okay,
no, I should have.
Well, see, I'm a mooseologist.
A mooseologist.
Yeah. Yes.
Wait, but where'd you graduate?
Mooseology is like something that it's a class that I wasn't acting. Yes. Mooseville, Unionville High. You never heard of that?
There we go. Okay. I love that we're trying to mess with each other, but there's this lag and this delay over the stream. So as we're like trying to be quick and hit each other with some type of weird moosey improv, we have like a 40-second delay. We're talking. It is what it is. We've been busted. We're not in person. Good. Oh, I know.
Right, we're not in person at all.
Gosh. No, we're good. We're good. Look, this is like it's like taking a bump in the ring. I know sometimes accidents happen. I hear that it's tough to wrestle certain people because they'll accidentally kick you in the face. Some people, I guess, are better than it. I've never done it, so I don't know. But this is kind of like that. We got to just recover, keep moving. So on that note, as we recover, keep moving, we just listened to Out the Window, which is out everywhere right now. Legacy, available, all platforms. Mr. Killings.
Available on all digital.
Okay, we're back. A little bit of technical difficulties, but it wouldn't be a live broadcast if there weren't technical difficulties. That's the fun.
Right. That's part of my life, man.
Yeah, it's all about taking the bump, rolling with the punches. What do you do afterwards? Things happen. What was it like getting slammed for the first time, Ron?
You adjust.
Yeah, you adjust. What was it like stepping into the ring? Because you were a street dude. You were kicking ass in real life, and you had to make the adjustment back then from real life fighting to in-ring wrestling, professional wrestling. What was it like getting slammed for the first time?
Oh man, it hurt. It hurt. Not only did it hurt my feelings, but it hurt my body too. It was the normal human doesn't go around getting slammed daily. There was times I would weeks after training, man, weeks after I would be sitting there watching TV and my nose would just start bleeding because it was like my body getting adjusted and used to the physicality, the pounding, the everything of what entails with professional wrestling, man. My body was just adapting to it. Like I can take a bump, I can fall on concrete and I'm good. That's why we, you know what I'm saying, we do what we do, man. But it was just adjusting. And don't forget, I was at a point in my life where I was ready to make a change, man. I was ready to go for a different route. And I was willing to accept and do anything. I was ready for it.
I mean, like you said, from what I hear, there was almost like a rock bottom moment there where you're in jail and you realize you have to turn your life around. And it was wrestling essentially that had saved your life. And we talked about it a little bit on the last segment about how it all started with music. And for a lot of people, it's this impossible dream without copious amounts of money and funding behind you and some type of public figure. And everybody looks for these different ways to scheme. Our friend Impa, I think you were on his show a couple of years back when we first met. Imp somehow got on Nat Geo selling nutcrackers. And that was kind of his leeway in. And of all ways for you to get in after starting as a musician and opening up for big names, like there's, pictures of you out there with Tupac.
Right.
You opened up for some big names. So to have to become a professional wrestler to get to this point where you now have a chance to really take your music to the next level, it's really just a testament to how difficult the music industry is, especially when you're a real rapper. I don't know if you see the reactions to people, but some people are like, oh my God, R-Truth is putting out some good music. Well, yeah, it's because he was a musician before he was a wrestler.
Right. All of that, man. And I think it's all about the transitioning, man. It's all about the hunger. It's all about you wanting it. You know what I'm saying? It's all about, you know what I'm saying? Like those phrases you hear, live it, walk it, talk it, you know what I'm saying? Sweat, blood, and tears. All that goes into that recipe, man. Everything goes into it, man. And if you're not built for it, you're not going to last. You're not going to make it. You're not going to want to. You're not going to have that discipline it takes. Because a lot of times in life, when we're going for our goals and our dreams, life will knock the motivation out your ass. You know what I'm saying? Through personal issues, relationships, anything can happen with life knocking out the motivation out of you. What I meant, baby, knocking the motivation out of you. But when it comes to like discipline will help you stay in the game.
Yeah, it's a good point. No matter what game it is, it really is. You always
discipline will keep you in the game.
Take your mind off it. I feel like that's why you just got to dumb yourself down. If you're too smart, you don't go anywhere in life. Say it all the time. I thank God that he made me this dumb. I just can somehow, you just kind of like talk yourself out of feeling a certain type of way. You know what I mean? You just got to keep going. I guess that's called mental fortitude.
It is, dog. You got to keep going.
Unbelievable. I mean, it seems as though you're in better shape than ever. Looking at you wrestle, it seems like you just keep going forever. But are there any plans for the future? Do you plan to work behind the scenes with WWE? Do you plan on, going for another shot at the gold? I mean, what do we have to look forward to coming up 2022?
Man, y'all will know when I know. I've always lived my life, man. I've always been guided by the universe, been guided by God, been guided by what I feel, energy and everything, man. So I don't stop, man. I ride until the wheels fall off. So there's no telling what you may see me doing or where you may see me at, Nice. I want it all from the A to the Z, from the rooter to the tutor. Give it to me all.
Yeah, I feel like you'd be a good guy, like, to just have around, like, you need people behind the scenes that understand wrestling and that have a sense of humor. I mean, is there maybe some type of a future in a more corporate role? I always thought that was like the best, how Vince had like that corporate team of goons around him. Like, is there any chance that we could see something like that in the future where you're more behind the scenes and helping write some of these great bits? Because I feel like more than ever, that's what the WWE needs, is like more comedic and relatable bits. that we can see on television. But hey, what do I know?
Hey, I wouldn't count that out. You know what I'm saying? I'm around as long as they have me around, man. Like that's like me and WWE is like that, man. So Vince, he can call on me for whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I'm always throwing my creative ideas around and bouncing them, and it's respected by my peers for me to add my 2 cents or you know what I'm saying, let them sip a little bit of my tea. So I have no problem with that at all.
That's great. I mean, you've been working with Vince for, so many years now. To think back all the way with the K-Quick days to everything that you guys are doing right now. And, this is like arguably one of the great bosses of our time. I've been quoted as to say, and I don't know the man in real life. And, you hear all these things, but, one of just my role models for sure. I remember being a kid, and I used to hate him as, like a third grader because I was such a big Stone Cold fan. Stone Cold out there, and it was like, that's probably the reason why I haven't had a job in 5 years. Like straight anti-authority, somehow managed to make it work. Thanks a lot, Stone Cold. You ruined me as a kid. But yeah, I know. Tell me about it. So yeah, I always really looked up to Vince and just the whole way he was able to run that company and kind of, I don't want to say like monopolize it because now we see AEW and there'll always be wrestling, but just the takeover of an entire sport was just unbelievable to me. What was it like? You were there from the Attitude Era to right now, so you saw this entire shift in that culture of wrestling. Did you ever see it coming when you first joined the WWE during the Attitude Era? Did you see this Vince McMahon takeover happening and like this shift in where wrestling is right now?
If you know Vince McMahon, his history. You probably could see it from the horizon. You could feel the wind blowing. You can't see the wind, but you know it's blowing, don't you? It was a gangster ass move, man. And Boss is gangster. He made it happen. He conquered the unconquerable. You know what I'm saying?
Insane. Even right now, it doesn't matter what AEW does. I looked the other day at the YouTube channel for WWE. I want to say it's like the 4th or 5th most subscribed YouTube channel in the world.
WWE?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Undoubtedly.
Insane. That is, no matter how much money you pump into another company and who you throw over there, it just seems like almost futile. That's the grip that Vince has really had over this entire industry. It just blows my mind.
Kentucky Fried Chicken do chicken right. You know what I'm saying? That's when you say wrestling, you don't think nothing but WWE. If you're a real OG diehard cult fan, you think WWF, but Vince McMahon is the first name you think of.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm not gonna lie, it's WWF all day to me still, damn it.
All day long, man. You know what I'm saying? Till you drop.
Oh my God. I literally watched every single episode of WWF Raw from 97 through 99. Literally every single one, all the pay-per-views. All the SmackDowns, such a major fan back then as a kid.
That's what's up, dog. I like to hear that.
Yeah. Oh my God. I was the biggest fan as a kid. And it definitely, I'll say this, that era, and you were a part of it. In terms of live entertainment, I can't think of better live entertainment. Improv, comedically, everything, drama, all there. Was the energy a little bit different during the Attitude Era, or is it always, because I feel like there was a lot of older people there, teenagers, and you see the crowd flashing their, whatever, we're on FM radio.
Well, it wasn't PG. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't PG then. You know what I'm saying? It was more rated R. Pun intended, Edge. It was rated R. You know what I'm saying? It was more racy. And now, you know what I'm saying? We got the whole family in now. You know what I'm saying? It's PG. Yeah. But instead of getting just dad involved, is that we got mom, dad, brother, sister, auntie, grandmama, grandpa, and the dogs. We got the whole family involved with wrestling now.
Oh yeah. And the dog, like you said, and the moose.
And the dog. Dog's watching too. I've seen them.
Yeah. Oh, I don't blame him. I don't even blame him. I've got my 2-year-old right now. My wife is so pissed at me. She's like, why are you showing him this? He's going to start hitting kids. Well, he's got to learn at some point. And if he's going to hit a kid, it might as well be a Stone Cold Stunner. It might as well be a rock bottom. It's better than some other crazy thing he might just learn on his own.
Right. And it's best his dad give them to him before somebody else does.
Exactly. See, you already know. I'm training him right now. I've been trying to force my way into the WWE, Ron. And this is my only chance, is to train my son to be a wrestler and me be his psycho dad, heel manager. It's the only shot I have left.
Do it. And then once you get it all down pat, you pick one of my songs off the Legacy EP, and I'll wrap you to the ring.
Perfect.
Pick any one you
hold
want.
you to it, damn it. Legacy is out now. Ron Killings must be
all
followed.
digital platforms.
Ron Killings 1. And if you don't know, now you do. I'm pretty sure that he's still, or he was at a point, the top viewed WWE superstar on this WWE YouTube that we talk about. The comedic bits are real. The 24/7 Hardcore Championship. It's going to be on Blondie. And one last question, wrestling-wise, because I know we got to wrap this up. I know you're a busy man, but you were both a Hardcore champion and a 24/7 champion. What was a more brutal match?
More brutal match?
I guess it kind of goes without saying. It must have been the insanity that went on back then. But I mean, pain is pain.
Bit, but the Hardcore title was so quick and a blunt. I think I don't remember who I beat for. I think Raven beat me back for it, maybe. But it was just, and I'm just saying this is coming from me.
Yeah.
The Hardcore Championship ain't got shit in it on the 24/7 Championship. That championship, that title had an article by Forbes magazine about it. You can Google that. Yes. That championship was doing 6 to 20 million views per week. So yeah, I don't remember the Hardcore Championship doing none of that.
No, so, it was the top viewed belt. From what I read, the 24/7 belt, while you were holding it, was the most viewed title matches on the internet through WWE, which is probably, I mean, who would have expected that when it comes out? But it's perfect in this day and age, how you can just bring and fight anywhere. I see you, fighting everyone from Peter Rosenberg was on there.
That's my dog.
Snuck up on you, sneaky.
Yeah, he okey doked me on that one though. Peter Okey, we talked about it. I kind of forgave him. We let bygones be bygones. As a matter of fact, you know what I'm saying? He helped me out with promoting Legacy. So shout out to Peter. Nice. Ernest Cantor. We've had race car drivers. Kyle Busch. Who else, man? Like, the list can go on for the people. This 24/7 championship, it brings all celebrities, different walks of life together, man. It almost connects celebrities together. Because there's so many diehard closet wrestling fans, you can live your dream with the 24/7 championship.
Yeah, that's right. And that's what it comes down to. And I guess it needs to be, I mean, is it hard though? Is it hard having to like meet celebrities knowing they could just at any time strike you in the groin, sneak up on you, pull a Peter Rosenberg?
It does, but I keep him at arm's distance now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Peter Rosenberg pretty much set the tone for other celebrities. As yet.
Yeah, he got you. He got you there.
Then I have celebrities like Blanco Brown. He DMs and texts me that he's coming for the 24/7. Like, there are celebrities that's like looking to get their hands on it. Ooh. Dana Brooke has it now. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
she won't have it too much longer. You know what I'm saying? Right now, I'm just promoting Legacy. I'm taking care of promoting Legacy, but at the same time, I'm thinking of ways to be getting my baby back. Believe
you'll have the belt back in no time. You're just taking a quick musical hiatus.
Yeah, and you know what? While I'm probably doing a concert, you'll probably see me bring a 24/7 championship with me once I regain it back.
Ooh, and they will be coming up. For bookings on Ron Killing, hit us up direct. This is the Ryan Show featuring the one, the only, the legend, Ron Killings. I appreciate you coming through, dude. Hopefully we see each other again soon next time you're in New York. Awesome time. There's a little recap video to those that haven't seen it. I have a personal Instagram page. No one knows about it, but there's a sick little recap video. Go check it out. It's kind of the, it's like the album release party video that I put together there. It's like you could step into the time machine with us the other night. So, appreciate you, man. Hopefully we have you on again soon. And anything else that these listeners need to know?
Nah, just if you haven't heard Legacy, if you haven't heard Legacy the single, if you haven't heard Out the Window the single, then go get the EP because all those songs on there. There's 8 songs total. Create Music is on all digital platforms. Go check the video out. The video for Out the Window will be coming very, 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 very soon.
The oven. The oven. Keep it oven.
You've probably seen him on top of the #1 Billboard Hot 100 list back in the late 2000s. And from songs like Move If You Wanna, This Is Why I'm Hot, Like This. But we want to know him on a more personal level tonight. So that's what we're going to do here tonight on The Oven. I want to thank you, man, for taking 3 hours out of your day to
Thanks
to
for
drive
having me
over
on.
here.
I trooped out from Jersey, so I kind of like, I know people hear that like, oh, you artists, you moved to Jersey. But yeah, I'm in Jersey now, and you know, I was actually Long Island native for about, I think I moved out to Long Island when I was 16, 17.
Okay.
And I lived here till I was about 24. And then I moved to Queens. Like right before my career took off, I moved to Queens. But you know, Long Island has just been one of those staples in my career, in my life. So.
We're like right in your backyard right now.
Yeah, right in my backyard.
Right in your backyard. We're at Nomia, second time in Garden City. And you graduated what? Westbury High School, right?
Graduated Westbury High School, 1999. I'm gonna give my age away.
Okay,
so y'all like,
we won't ask. We weren't gonna ask.
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you what happened. It's an interesting story. I had a record that took off in Canada in 2001. It was a record called Love 'Em All.
Yep.
And it was the sound crew was called Baby Boop Sound Crew. It's crazy because they're actually responsible for bringing out artists like Sean Paul. They gave him his start, and a few other people. And I remember going to Ottawa. I don't know if it was Ottawa or Toronto at the time, but I had a show with like Lauryn Hill, Sum 41, Nelly Furtado, and then I'm going there on the weekends. I'm a superstar. And I'm coming back to Long Island, and I'm working at Terminex. So I'm killing bugs on a weekday, and then the weekends I'm a superstar. And it's not to knock anyone's hustle because, you know, in life you got to work. But one day I woke up and I'm like, yo, I can't go back to work. Like, I just got to go full time with the music. And great decision, I can say now. But there was about a 5-year starving artist period where my stomach, we call it stomach touching your back. You're not making any money. And you're trying to figure out how to pay bills and rent. So, you know.
Stomach touching your back. I like that.
How do you keep going? Like when you you've made the decision, you're in it, and now, like you said, you're not making any money, stomach's touching your back, you're starving. How do you keep going?
I think I tell you, I remember this conversation. My sister's father, I don't know if I get him mad every time I bring this up, but he meant well. Like I remember him sitting me down. Because I was renting an attic apartment from my sister's father's family, and they took care of me. Like I was only paying $300 a month for a room in their place, and I remember him sitting me down, and the conversation was, look, man, you're so smart. Like you can do whatever it is you want. How long are you gonna do this music thing for? You know, you got to give yourself like a time frame. And I heard the message, and I'm like, you know what? I gotta go push. And I left that after that conversation. I think within a couple of days, I flew down to Florida, and I kid you not, I never made it back to that apartment to have to move out. Like from there it was, and I needed that conversation because from there it was, I went to Florida. I took the record I had, the This One Hot record in my back pocket.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole story behind that. And we took it to a few stations down there, and it got added into rotation at a couple of stations within a matter of like a month span. And, you know, phones started ringing by labels calling, you know, people wanting to do deals. And I never had to worry about money in my bank ever again. After that week of going down there and going hard, I never had to worry. So the answer to that question is, I think, you if you want to be successful for many people in life, especially if you're not born with the silver spoon, you got to get to a point where your stomach is touching your back, and you got to know what that feels like, and that's what keeps you from going back into that scenario. So for me, when I had that conversation with him, it was like, okay, cool, I got to go hard, and I got to go as hard as I can go, because if I come back to Queens and I come back as, I wouldn't say a failure, I got to figure out a new life, and I don't want to do that. So that was the conversation that fueled me to kind of just go as hard as I could for whatever months it was going to be, and it worked out for me.
It's crazy how like little conversations like that, man, like they resonate so heavy. It's like learning to live uncomfortably, you know. Yep. Like and that's really what that's for so many people. You know, it's tough, but people don't know how to deal with that.
I say it's the for musicians we call it the rock star stage, right? So like I wasn't afraid to sleep on someone's couch. I wasn't afraid to sleep on the floor in a hotel room with 15 people if we had to, just to be on the road.
Yeah.
So it's like that rock star lifestyle, like how the rock stars were living back in the past, where they would go out and tour. And I also tell people all the time that was also the most fun I ever had, because there was no expectation. You know, even though I had the, you know, the conversation with family members about, you know, figuring out how to pivot and do other things in life. That knowing that you're out there with no expectations and then stuff starts to just work, is just now you can go on cruise control and have fun.
Yep.
And
So you know you're doing
else
something. You know you're doing something right at that point.
Exactly.
Well, you went down to Miami and you were with. That's when you were recording I Did You Wrong, right?
Yeah. So I Did You Wrong
or Tampa rather.
No, it was
Was it Miami?
Tampa was the first. I give them credit for adding my record into rotation. There were a couple of stations that played the record and supported it. I had support in West Palm Beach.
Okay.
I had support in Fort Myers. So there's different places in Florida that played the record. I'm gonna tell you what's wild about I Did You Wrong. I had a product, actually Long Island based. The cats I worked with back then. This is like I'm going back to like 2002, 2001, 2002, 2003. I started up my own label in Long Island. And I call it a label, but the truth is that I was the only artist signed to it. So really it was just an organization of people that were willing to help cultivate my career. And one of the persons in that crew, his name is Dallas, he gave me a beat CD.
Okay.
And I listened to the beat CD. I didn't know who the beat CD was. I didn't know the producer.
Yeah.
So I took the beat CD home. I recorded a couple of records off the CD. I ripped it, like, you know, back in the day you would rip it, throw it in Pro Tools and record. And I recorded I Did You Wrong. And my sister's father, same person I'm talking about. I'm in his car one day and he has a mix CD. And on this mix CD is my record. I'm like, how the heck did he get this record who put this on a mixtape? And that was a big deal back then. As an artist, you see your record on a mixtape, you're like, yo, who is this? And he was like, yo, my boy Wes, this is his mixtape. His producer produced all these records. And I'm like, Wes, I knew Wes from a child. So my sister's father calls Wes and he goes, my sister's father's name is Troy. He calls Wes, goes, yo, Wes, who's this artist you got on your CD? He's like, yeah, that's an artist we signed. You know, he signed to our label. Mind you, he was, I don't know if I can curse, but he was BS.
No, you can do
He was bullshitting.
Clearly.
Shout out to Wes, but at that time he was bullshitting. I wasn't signed to him, but we laughed about it because I sat in the car and I'm like, he was like, do you know who he is that you have? And he's like, who? He's like, yo, that's Sean. I'm sitting with him now. And he was like, oh, that's Sean. And so obviously he was bullshit.
Right.
But that's how I ended up figuring out who actually produced the record and who the producer was. And Wes was a friend of the family, so Wes was managing the producer. Small world.
Yep.
Because it was no connection outside of that. So Wes was like, yo, you got to fly down there, meet up with DJ Blackout, and work on some stuff. And then me and Blackout met up. And and the rest is history. I'm gonna dig in while you.
I was gonna say that.
so
Sorry on these appetizers.
I'll read you the menu we got over here.
You didn't even wait. You don't even care what this is.
I don't care. I mean,
but you're saying you like sushi, so
that's good though.
That's the.
It's hot, but it's good.
Spicy tuna, crispy rice. We got the soy garlic wings, the salted edamame, and that's the shrimp tempura.
That's banging. Woo!
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Yeah.
He doesn't like the raw fish, but you gotta try it.
I'm gonna try it. No, I was just talking about I want to get myself to like sushi.
Now I see he had to set it up for himself. You know what I think it is I'm not an expert, but I think they say your finger is is your guide. So your pointer is really what this is static. Yeah. This don't move, and then this is the one you kind of like.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, look like you've done it before. Come on.
Yeah, it might work. Might work out.
You might be a lefty.
You know I play pool.
Yeah, I know. You see, I could tell he doesn't trust the raw. He had to dip it in the soy sauce. But I get it though.
Snag one of these wings.
Yeah. Let's try this out. That's banging though.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
That's fire.
Okay.
Little soy garlic on these.
I'm a sushi guy now.
Yeah, you're in. Turns you into smoking. Turns on to smoking. Turns you into sushi.
There you go.
That's it.
So you're not much of a smoker, huh? I got smoke stories.
Let's hear them. We can talk about smoke stories while we're eating.
For sure. when I was, I grew up in Washington Heights early in my life, so they say home of the Hayes. And I know people that confirm that. Like I know one of the original persons, OGs, that brought Hayes up to New York. Shout out to my guy, White Boy Kev. From
The actual Hayes.
Yeah, the actual Hayes.
Because you can't find that anymore. It's very tough.
He got it now, so we trying to work on that. He's got it now.
I'm about to talk after this episode.
Yeah, got that in abundance for sure. But my brother's a big smoker, and I remember my brother was like, it's like a weekend. All of my friends are just chilling. We're still young. I think I was probably no more than 14 at the time, and they're like, yo, we about to get like a big cypher going on, and everybody's just gonna bring something different. And I smoked previous to that, but never. I've like taken inhales, but never really like anything serious. So I never really felt the effects of being high. And that day, I decided to be a part of the cypher. And, blunts coming left and right. I got just rotating. I'm in a room, and I don't remember anything. I just remember laying out on the floor at one point, and my mind just left me. But I like to tell people the wildest part about the story is that I used to be on a swimming team when I was in high school. Okay. Before I transferred out to Westbury.
We heard you're a fish, bro.
Yeah, I can get.
Someone said Michael Phelps.
I can get busy in the pool. And I remember going to practice that day, and I couldn't feel my legs. That's how high I was. Like the next day, I went to practice, and my legs wouldn't work in the swimming pool. So I'm like, yo. So that point, I was like, yo, I can't. I'm not a smoker. Like I can't do it. And then fast forward many years later, career took off. Got money in the bank. I don't really have to worry about the stigma of what life is. If I'm going out somewhere, I could chill and relax. So I decided I was going to do an edible.
Oh man!
And mind you, this is coming off of not smoking weed for like 20 years, whatever it is. I was in Colorado. I took an edible right before my show, and it didn't work. So I'm like, yo, I called my partner. I'm like, yo, this didn't work, man. What's going on? He was like, yeah, not for me either. I was like, all right, so what? He's like, I just took another one. I said, all right, cool. Popped another one.
That's when it gets you.
Before a show?
Before a show. Within 10 minutes, I kid you not, I'm in the room, I'm listening to Curtis Mayfield. I got the record on repeat. And that moment, that I don't know if it was like a loop. I felt like my life just looped. Like it was just looping in a circle. I kept trying to tie my shoe for like a good half hour. I was trying to tie my shoe, and I knew I fucked up because I couldn't remember nothing. I said, how am I gonna go on stage? My mind just keeps repeating itself. And then I remember I did the show. The show was, what I think, if anyone's got footage, it was in Colorado State University, I think. I'm not mistaken. I performed. I was high as hell. I apologize now.
All these years later.
and I'm not a rude person. So here's how you know I fucked up. There was a girl that was there all night, and she was just talking in my ear. And I know now what it means to someone to mess up your high. Because the whole night she was talking in my ear, and I had to look at somebody, and I was like, yo, please get her the fuck out of here. And I got her kicked out. And that's how I know I was high, because that is not in my wheelbarrow to do. And then that was my edible story. And then the edible kind of got me a little bit more immunity. So occasionally now I'll like dibble and dabble. If I'm in Jamaica, I'll smoke a little, but I'm not. Yeah,
it's all time and place now.
Yeah, time and place. Yeah. Jamaica, I say, is the one and only place right now.
The one and only place.
One and only place is Jamaica. You catch me out there, give me the straight yard weed. I don't need the
straight yard weed.
I don't want this. Don't give me nothing from no lab because I can't handle it. I want to see it come out the ground.
You want the earthy stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I agree. I had a great time when I smoked in Jamaica. That was like the best highs I think that I ever had. Again, I'm not a big smoker. My uncle gave me the necklace. He's like, hey, wear this necklace. I promise you, you get off the plane, someone's going to come up to you. I was like, yeah, okay, bro. I got one of those uncles that like thinks he's still the man, you know? Yeah. He wasn't wrong.
Uncle Russell? Uncle Russell? Uncle Russell actually is the man.
Okay, got it. Anybody named Uncle Russell sounds like the man. Yeah.
Guy comes up to me right away. He's like, oh, so you got the necklace on. He's like, you want some? I'm like, yeah. He's like, all right. I'll meet you at the bar over there. Comes. give him $60, bag like this. We were set for a couple days.
Nice. Yeah, I'm cool with the yard weed. That it was mellow. I'm sure everybody says they call it dirt weed or garbage or whatever, but me, I'm okay with that. That's my tolerance level right there.
It's like some people hate that. Like when I was in Jamaica, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I didn't mind it, but I gave the guy, like you said, $50. He came back with like, I'm staying with my dad. At the time, my dad's 75 years old. My dad is old school.
Yeah.
Didn't like smoking.
No smoking.
No smoking.
Perfect.
I'm staying in a little like beach house with him for Travis's wedding. And the guy's like, I'll bring you back like whatever you need. I didn't bring any cash. My mom doesn't trust me with any cash over there. So she's like, here's the $50. She's like, what do you need it for? I'm like, don't worry about it. Guy comes back and he puts a sack of weed in like the top of my toilet bowl. And I take this stuff out. I look at it. I'm like, I need to find this guy. I need the weed that you're gonna smoke. And like, that's what I told him. He came back with honestly some of the still to this day some of the best weed that I've smoked. But Jamaica's always a show with that.
That was the whole vibe, just being in paradise and just smoking by the pool, people you don't know, just hanging out.
I mean, my family's from Jamaica, so obviously, like, I'm always advocate for, you know, the culture, the music, the people, the coolness of it. There's like, that's why I say only Jamaica, because for me, when I'm there, I'm at peace. It's like peace for me. So, you know, when I smoked the weed, it mellowed me. It didn't make me. I do have other stories, but I'll save them. It didn't make me paranoid, because I have smoked some stuff that made me like paranoid, where I thought I lost my mind. But that's a different conversation, you know.
Well, I'm glad you came out of it.
Yeah, me too.
You ever played in Jamaica?
I have.
You performed?
I have a few times. Luckily for me, one of the versions of this "So I'm Hot" is a reggae remix.
It's actually my favorite remix.
Yeah. So Baby Sham, Junior Reed.
Yep.
And I think what that did was it solidified me, obviously, to the Caribbean culture and the people, but it also is a big reason why I get to tour a lot of places outside of America, in Europe, because there's a lot of people who are deeply rooted in reggae culture. So, you know,
Well, let's talk about that, man. Like, where's your favorite spot that music is taking you?
Ooh,
in the U.S. and outside the States.
Got it. Outside, I would say the most memorable performance that means a lot to me would be, I did a performance in Sudan, and it was supposed to be a peace concert, but I had to get invitation from the government to come in, and I was the first hip hop artist to actually ever perform in Sudan. I'm sure, and I don't want to snitch on the country, I'm sure there's been artists that have gone underground and done shows, but I was actually the first public artist to perform. So that to me is like something that you can't, I mean, it's an accolade you can't take away. So whenever they look in their history books, you know, you got to see my ugly face again. So shout to the people of Sudan.
You're all right, bro. You're all right.
I appreciate it.
You're listening to the Oven Podcast. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, so let's hear about the sushi. Let's hear what you got.
All right, I'm gonna do my best.
I'm waiting for the names right now.
I got uni, yellowtail, salmon, shima aji, lean tuna, madai, otoro, negitoro, maki roll, and then we got wagyu nigiri. And I got my chicken fried rice right here.
And we got the black cod right over here. That's for
black cod. I forgot about the black cod.
I feel like we should try the wagyu real quick.
My disclaimer is I haven't had beef in 8 years or more. Gotta be more.
And the first time's on the oven, baby. I love it.
Yeah, on the oven. So I mean, but my boy Ashawn said this is it. So let's go.
It's just over rice?
I guess so. We're about to find out right now.
Are you good?
I don't know, man. I didn't know how. We're doing it?
We're doing it. Wow, it's different.
Oh, man.
Wow.
I failed that. What do you think about what DeSantis just did in Florida? How he banned Chinese citizens from buying land in Florida?
Oh, man.
DeSantis is not.
Yeah, he's going hard, man. I'm a Florida resident as well. I have property in Florida. And it's tough, man, because I'll say this. Look, I think that we live in a world that politics has, like, to a normal person, I'm assuming we're all here, we can have real normal conversations. The world's gotten so political that even if you represent any side, if you just step away from both sides for a second and you step in the middle, you be like, yo, this shit sounds crazy over here and this shit sounds crazy over here.
Fact.
The parties have like really just stopped caring about, the middle ground, as I like to say, and they focus a lot on the extremities.
Their own agenda.
Yeah. So if you running for presidency, I gotta, we gotta go hard on this topic. So I think, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I feel like it's all becoming a game, and I think us as the people, or at least the people from my perspective is, I don't want to hit my mic, but from my perspective is, not that I stopped paying attention to it, but I can't even look at social media anymore because you start to see things on social media that have been manipulated, and you're like, well, all right, I need to see all the footage, or I need to know the whole story. So it's a.
For years, it's been at the point where you have to watch more than one news network because everyone's lying on it every time.
Or just none at all.
Yeah,
or none. Like, or you can just smoke some weed and live. I mean, I figure all the people who smoke weed, I'll say this. Anybody who smokes weed, you like, I feel like anybody who's a weed smoker, you're just being relaxed and peaceful. And to me, that's like the best way to live. Like, no problems, like Bob Marley, the Bob Marley lifestyle. Like, don't worry about a thing. Everything's going to be all right. Let's just relax and chill and be a people and live during our times. But,
crazy times right now.
Yeah, I to answer your question, I think DeSantis is making a run for presidency, and I think whoever's in the Republican Party are really just pushing the agenda to say let's do everything extreme, and hopefully the American people start waking up and saying, look, guys, like, y'all stop the nonsense. We need to figure out where this common ground is again, because it's getting wild out here.
How amazing would it be if we ever moved to a true 3-party system instead of 2? Maybe we could actually get something done.
Or let's just get all of the politicians high.
Yeah.
And then that way they relax. They're all high and relaxed, and we don't, and we don't.
Let's stop electing 75-plus-year-olds. Like, let's get some people our age in there.
Right.
That's a part of the problem as well.
I'm not political, but that's my political stance.
Term limits. Let's
get some younger people involved.
Weed and young people.
Yeah.
That's the solvent of all the problems in America.
You heard it here first.
Weed and the young
It's
people.
that easy.
Let's do it. Yeah.
MIMS 2028.
There you go.
That's got a ring to it, man. That's got a ring to it.
If we can get enough people to back it, I'm cool with that.
So I want to touch on. I wasn't gonna bring it up because I didn't want to beat a dead horse.
Yeah.
But you brought it up. So when This Is Why I'm Hot came out, I was on the younger side. So politics, business, I wasn't too aware of anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So then I find out recently that This Is Why I'm Hot brought in about $14 million.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a sake drink to this question. Yeah. No, go ahead.
$14 million, and you only collected at the time about $30K.
Yep. Yeah.
But that was just the first check, right?
That was the first check, but it should have been the biggest. This is. Sorry for not pouring. I was trying to answer the question. So
you're the guest.
Yeah. No, I think probably the most important question that people would ask me for my career, and I love this question because I think having the ability to answer it now from the perspective that I sit at. What I learned about the music industry is that it's very predatory, right? So you take a young artist, and what I mean by that, anyone watching, is that you take a young artist who essentially created something from nothing, right? So a creative person who can come in and say, hey, I didn't grow up with value on anything, obviously, other than life and living, and I'm grateful for that, but I'm going to take my mouth and what comes out of it, and I'm going to create something out of nothing, and I'm going to generate finances based on it. And I think when I tell people about that story, mainly it's because I want them to see how the system works. The reason why they underpaid me, in my opinion, I'm going to speak only from opinion because someone out there could say they have a different perspective, is you pay me just enough that I can't do anything to pursue anything legal, right? So this is a big corporation that collected a lot of money based on a record and an album, and you know, they had the ability to say, hey, here's your cut, and of course you underpay. So here's what I have to do as an artist and contractually. If I feel like there's a dispute, I have to hire a litigation attorney. I have to hire a forensic auditor. My litigation attorney at the time was about $550 an hour. That was for him. His paralegal was $450. So, or he was $650. His paralegal was $450. So anytime I call my attorney, I'm on the phone with him for an hour. That's $650. I went into a 7-year litigation. So you imagine in that 7 years, I racked up a crazy bill on the legal side. Not only that, but forensic audits. In order for you to check the books of any company, you got to audit them. The cheapest price I got for auditing at that time was about $50,000. So I had to kick out $50,000 to an auditor just for them to check the books. The way it works is, and I'm giving people a little crash course on my actual contract, is I have to announce that I want to audit. I have a time period that I can audit in, and within that time period, if that time period passes, I can only audit for the time period after a certain time period. So I have to hire forensic audits. You have to announce to the label that you're hiring one. You have to give them a certain amount of days to respond to you asking to see the books. Every time we would send a response to them and say we want to see the books, they'd wait to the deadline, which was about 90 days. Yep. Then they'd send a response, or however amount of time it was. Then they'll send a response saying we need more time. Then you send a response back. So in this time, you're paying a lawyer, you're paying paralegal, you're paying an auditor.
For what?
To wait, to basically sit and wait to get everything that you need.
And the crazy thing is, there's no guarantees you're gonna win.
There you go. And I think it's done like that on purpose. I'd rather underpay you as an artist because you don't have enough money to come at me as a system. I decided to go full force at the system. And we got to a point in our litigation that we won what they call a summary judgment, which by the way, so after 7 years, all I was really fighting for was the ability to take my case to court. That was what the argument was. Can I take this case to court? A judge ruled that we can take it to court. No company ever wants to sit in court with the David and Goliath theory. I'm the little guy going at the big giant, because they know 9 times out of 10, if I'm sitting in front of a jury of 12 people, they're not going to win that case because they're going to be more sympathetic toward the artist. So they appealed the decision to go to court, just to go to court. And then it took another year and some change to get into an appellate court. After sitting in an appellate court, 5 judges review a case within a matter of probably, I don't say no more than 10 minutes. They sit with the case for 10 minutes, they read through a summary of the case, and they then decide the fate of the case in the matter of 5-10 minutes.
After 7 years, 5-10 minutes.
After 7 years, and what they determined was, and I have a clip, and the clip is a little bit misleading online, but I mentioned that their determination was because I got an advance from the label, they assumed the risk of my project. Therefore, they were allowed to do what they did on the financial side. So I don't have the ability to take them to court. And it was so much missed in that I could have pursued, and I could have went back in and appealed the appeal, which would have probably cost me another $150,000. I decided at that point I'm going to stop, pump the brakes, stop, trying to pursue any legality, and then try to create a system that made it easier for artists to follow me. So I'm happy that the situation happened, because I wouldn't have the knowledge I have now to help other artists kind of excel. And I think that this is exactly where I'm supposed to be, on this side of the table, looking at younger artists saying, hey, dot your I's, cross your T's. Watch out for this, protect yourself against this. Most of the new artists will probably never go through what I went through because of what I went through, and having the ability to let them know, hey, watch out for this. And to all the labels out there, I know for them it's a business. Like they do it, and it's more of a predatory thing. They do it on purpose because that's exactly what they can do under the circumstances. I don't think it would have been any different. A lot of people say you didn't read the contract.
Read the contract.
Who reads nonsense? I mean, like, I'm signing the biggest deal of my life. Like, I know the contract front and back. I read the contract, but I think the person who collects the money, what did they say? The person who holds the money holds the gold. So they make the rules. And, you know, I can't force my way into someone's bank account and say, hey, give me my money. And if you know that as a company, you know, what real power does the little person have? But I think moving forward, the power they gave me was to educate artists on how to navigate around those type of situations and scenarios. So yeah, I mean, I got underpaid. I made a good amount of money on a lot of other things in my life. Not being paid for something you worked your whole entire life for sucks. Don't get me wrong, it definitely sucks. But the beauty about that is that the knowledge that I gained from it, I've been able to use that to excel other people's careers and lives, and you know, I'm happy about that.
I listen to the Ed Milet podcast, and he's always saying you're most qualified to help the person you used to be.
Makes perfect sense. To that, I'll drink. Yeah, cheers.
For sure. Cheers.
Yeah.
So, what's the biggest thing? If you could pick one thing, what's the biggest thing you stress to these new artists?
I think what I'd like to say is everyone's situation is different, right? So, for example, and I give good examples so that people could understand. If I come from a impoverished background and I've had nothing in life, and you know you can excel yourself and get out of that situation and create some type of financial stability. The first thing I would say is always try to look forward, right? So meaning being an artist is cool, but really being an artist is just being famous. You got to worry about the ancillary things around you. So if I'm an artist and I have that fame, what can I do with it? You know, whose lives can I change? How can I do deals with other people to bring in more income and make things work better? Equity, important word. When I use my fame to help boost another person's scenario, am I asking for money up front for it, or am I going to get baked into the deal? You know, if the first artist on Twitter or Instagram said to Jack Dorsey or I don't know, whoever the owner of Instagram was at the time, before Facebook bought him, I want 10% equity in the company because of me sending this tweet out is going to mean a lot to your users, that person would be a multi-billionaire. But what happens in most cases, because it's such a predatory industry, especially when you talk about black music in particular, if someone says, hey, here's a $50,000 check, they look at the check, say, damn, that's the most money I ever had in my life. I'm going to take the check. I don't want the equity. And I think that I'm able to catch artists sometimes in between that and say, hey, look, just look at it differently.
So tell us a little bit about that, man. Like, the video is great.
Yeah.
You know, it's like another little remix to This Is Why I'm Hot.
So I think, I'll say this, it's obviously another lesson for artists out there when you own intellectual property. Like when you make a song and it becomes IP, you own, you have ownership in something. And with music in particular, I always say this is like the forever syndrome. You could eat off a record forever. For whatever reason, music is not going anywhere anytime soon. We got records from the 70s that are still on the charts. And you obviously have records like mine that are memorable records for people.
Well, I don't mean to cut you off, but bro, you're still getting 500,000 plus monthly listeners on Spotify.
Yeah.
So that shit hasn't gone anywhere.
Yeah. I know.
Like, it's still here.
I know. I get amazed when I see those numbers too, and I'm like, a million plus plays a month between all the aggregators. I'm like, that's actually really cool.
A-Rod was using your song as his walkout song for a while.
There you go.
Right?
So shout out to all the Yankee fans.
That's it.
If you caught one of them home run balls that A-Rod had back then. Yeah, so I mean, listen, it's IP. So every so often I get a call from one of these cool companies. The first deal I ever did was with Microsoft on the marketing side. The second deal I ever did was with Walmart.
Okay.
And then earlier this year, 2023, I got a call. Shout out to my guy Mike. He called me, and the conversation was real simple. He actually sent me an email. I was on a flight. I was going to Germany to do some shows, and I saw the email, and he was like, "Hey, I would love to discuss like a possible sync opportunity." So as an artist, like when you see sync opportunity, you know that's going to equate to money. I'm like, okay, cool. So I sent him a message back before my flight took off. I said, look, I'm in Germany for the weekend. Let's touch base on Monday. And then something told me, like when I was in Germany, let me just reach back out and say, hey, look, if you really want to get a hold of someone, call my business partner, have a discussion with him. But he actually waited. So I said, you know what? I had some free time when I was in Germany, walking around the streets. So let me give him a call. And we got on the phone for about 5 minutes into the conversation. He said, hey, I'm calling. Oh, no, not even 5. 50 seconds into the conversation, he said, hey, I'm calling from Frito-Lay. You know, we have a lot of brands. Hot Cheetos is one of them. So, I already know what the call is. I'm like, my immediate response was, what took you so long? I'm going to tell you what I realized when I shot the video. There's somebody that was on set who had the best job in the world. And his only job was to go on set and make sure that when you hold that bag, you hold it the right way. And when you pull them Cheetos out, you pull it the right way. So they have a rule. I don't know if it's not a written rule, but it should be. When you eat a Cheeto on television, you have to eat the whole Cheeto. You can't bite it, take half. You can't lick your fingers. Okay. You gotta take the Cheeto. So I said, man, whenever you retire, I want that job. But that was such a cool experience, and I had a great time there.
That's an interesting rule.
That's an interesting rule.
Well, they don't want people to think it's too hot.
I think it's. I think that I'm assuming that they like when people have the residue on their fingers.
The cheesy fingers.
Because that's what they're known for. So
it's like that. Would you rather? It's like, would you rather have cheesy fingers for the rest of your life, or feel like there's a popcorn kernel stuck in the back of your throat? I'm like, shit, I'll take cheesy fingers.
I'm taking cheesy fingers.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. That popcorn kernel, that's a killer.
Yeah, that's all time. I'm not a fan of that at all.
Yeah.
You're listening to the Oven Podcast. Thanks for tuning in.
What is this? Green
tea? Yep. Strawberry, vanilla.
I like
mochi.
I'm big mochi.
I love mochi.
I like mochi. So let's
take first pick.
I'm gonna go with. I'll go with strawberry.
I'll go second.
A good thing it's cut in half.
Oh, that's on point.
That's cold.
Just got my tooth taken out last week.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. That's a tough one. I'll try the green tea now. Let's see. Say green tea is good for you. I don't know if
matcha. Matcha.
Matcha.
Matcha is some good stuff, man. You're like a Dunkin', Starbucks, either one?
That's rich. Believe it or not, I'm not a coffee drinker.
Not a coffee drinker? Okay.
I'm a tea drinker.
Matcha tea.
I'm like I'm a straight. I think it's the Jamaican side of me though. That like I'm like every morning, I boil ginger, and I drink it as tea every morning. Like I'll boil ginger and I'll have about 3 or 4 cups of ginger to start my day. Ginger tea.
Oh wow,
really?
Yeah, every morning. And if it's not ginger tea, it's chamomile and mint, and I mix the two chamomile mint together. So nice. I'm a tea guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I can respect that.
I usually do chamomile before bed.
Yeah, I'm a big. I love chamomile tea before bed.
I do. I do it in the morning, and sometimes I do it for
get your day going.
You know what issue I run into with coffee versus tea? Like right now, I'm intermittent fasting, and if I have tea on an empty stomach, sometimes I get so nauseous.
Right? Green tea,
But I could have black coffee on an empty stomach, and I'm fine.
Really?
It's weird. I don't know. I think there's some chemical inside of tea that can cause a certain amount of the population to be nauseous on an empty stomach.
I actually agree with you.
I'm like the
some people are shaking. Some people are shaking their heads no over here. What do you got?
Ginger cures nausea, so if you're drinking ginger tea, that's not gonna happen.
So I never really did ginger. Maybe I'll try ginger.
So what's a normal day like, man? Like especially like when back in the day when you're when you're performing all the time.
Ooh, yeah. So it's totally different from now. Let me tell you. So for those who being an artist is not for the weak of heart. You realize like a lot of people have like drug problems. A lot of artists end up having, and I realize why. My normal schedule back in the day would be during the height of my career. I'd be working on probably like a 21 hour day. So I'd get 3 hours of rest. And I'm gonna give you the rundown. And this is just how it is in New York. In New York, we had 2 stations. We had Power 105, Hot 97. I mean, we have Z100 and a few other stations, but for the most part, you have your Power 95, Hot 97. That's your urban, rhythmic, urban and rhythmic stations. So if I'm doing a market like New York, I would have to go do morning show at Hot 97, and I have to go do morning show at Power 105.
Ebro, Charlemagne, all those guys.
Well, I don't think at the time, I don't think Charlemagne or Envy was there.
Okay.
So this is early 07. I'm not sure who was at Power at that time, but finish doing radio, then you do your press run. So you may do like some press interviews. So depending on like New York, you may go and record morning show for like Good Day, Regis and Kelly at the time, or Regis Kelly and whoever else.
America and stuff like that.
Exactly. Once you're done with that, you do your afternoon jock. So you go back to the stations, do your afternoon shows, and then you do your more press. You do your nighttime shows at radio. And then most shows would be 2 shows in the market or 3 shows in the market that same night. And then you go on a plane and you do the same thing in the next city. So you're doing this for about, I think 3 or 4 months on a natural promo run. You're doing this for 3 to 4 months, 21-hour days. So it's a lot of work.
That's crazy. If I don't get my 8 hours, I'm like, I'm in bad shape.
8 hours ain't even. You're not even getting. That 3 hours I'm talking about is if you're lucky, you're getting in at 3 in the morning, and you got to get on the plane at 6. So in between that 3 a.m., that's when you find like, okay, I'm gonna sleep in the car on the way to the airport, or I'm gonna sleep on the plane on the way to the next city. So yeah, 8 hours is not happening.
It's like picking and choosing, like your time to sleep.
I give you a lot of credit.
Well, just because you brought up Snoop, man, like, so he went viral on one of like the podcasts. He was talking about, all these rappers nowadays, they're all like, like they're all like the same, Like, what's your take on that? Because I mean, listen, rap nowadays, like, I feel like rap is more like, I'm not telling you a story, I'm getting you hyped up. I'm trying to bring you out to my concerts, jump around, maybe even do a mosh pit, like, it's different though, right?
Yeah, I you know what? For me, I welcome different things, right? Because the reason why I welcome different things is because what I realize is that the reason why people love This Is Why I'm Hot so much is because it takes them back to a time and a place.
Hell yeah.
And sometimes you need that. So I don't listen to new music. I listen to all old music. Like I'm Bob Marley'd out, Barris Hammond out. Like I'm old, even old reggae music for me.
Okay.
So I would like to say you're a product of what you listen to. I want to have a mellow day. I want to be chill. So when I'm listening to music, it's never rowdy, rah-rah music. Personally, that's my personal thing. I know that a lot of artists now attribute the music they're creating, they call it vibe music or like riding the wave, or I don't want to sound like I'm old, but like wave driven music. So it's more beat oriented.
Yep.
So if we're gonna talk about what I like in the beat oriented space, I'm Afrobeat all the way, because I feel like the rhythm of Afrobeat music and the feeling of it is like positive.
Put you in a good place, man.
Exactly. I'm not a drill music person. I'm there's no disrespect to the drill world,
no, of course.
But it just, I don't want to. My energy is so I was thinking about this earlier today. There's a lot of people in life that have problems, right? And I'm like, yo, you are what you consume, right? So if you always listening to like shoot 'em up, spin the block with the ops and do it, like you're bringing that energy into your life
all day.
I'm a 42-year-old father of a 3-year-old. I have no time for any type of negative energy in my life. I'm all like, give me that uplifting, positive music.
Yep.
And it's not to knock on the culture of the younger audience, to each his own. Like I respect it, but if you find every day I wake up, I see about another rap artist getting slain and killed, and I'm like, yo, you at some point you just gotta wake up and be real. Like
I gotta get the hell out of that.
The music,
something's gotta change.
Yeah, you listening, you predicting your own future by what you listening to, what you consuming. So if you consuming negativity, it doesn't, even if it's not music, if you consuming that becomes what you surround yourself with. I'm at a point in life now, Ashawn knows this, I don't surround myself around anyone negative. If you have a negative bone in your body, if you having a bad day, don't come around me. I don't want your energy rubbing off on me. Don't rub shoulders with me. Don't touch me. Leave that stuff on the other side of the planet. So I'm a stickler for just keeping positive people and positive things around me, for sure.
No, I hear that.
Nah, yeah, I like that a lot.
Psychology agrees with you. I mean, studies show that if you listen to violent music, you're more likely to be violent. If you listen to country music, you're more likely to be depressed. If you listen to like that, like Latino dance music, that's like one of the most positive genres that you can listen to, and like the studies show it.
That's why Bad Bunny is winning.
Bad Bunny, mama.
Yeah.
You know who's been, I mean, on repeat, Burna Boy?
I just saw Burna at Coachella.
Dude,
amazing,
I wish,
amazing.
man.
He came out with a band, amazing performance.
He kills it. I wanted to go see him. He was at in Raleigh for the Dreamville. I wanted to go so bad to that, man, because I like I said, for the last probably month or two, on repeat.
Yes.
Like, Too Tall, I'll listen to that Twice as Tall all day.
I love it. I love Afro music. I love Afrobeat music, or whatever the genre they consider it. What they're doing in Nigeria, what they're doing in Ghana, the stuff that they're creating in a lot of the nations in Africa. It's upbeat, up-spirited. I know Kanye made a reference to 808s and how 808 will it comes from a good chakras, a positive chakra. I'm all for that. Like, give me the music that's gonna make me positive. Cause you're right. Like, if I'm in a bad mood and I start listening to something that's talking about dump on the ops and kill it, and running, and I'm like, all right, I gotta go get my firearm and find somebody to beat with. I'm road raging, and we already in New York, New Jersey.
Product of your environment.
People drive crazy, so I'm listening to something like that. That might set me off. But if I'm listening to Bob Marley and somebody almost crashes into me, I'm like, you know what? Just be careful next time, buddy.
They're giving you the finger. You're like,
yeah, exactly. Just be careful. Don't worry. Just be careful next time. But yeah, positive vibes only, for sure. All right.
So we popped some champagne.
Now we got to open up the oven, huh?
Yeah. So you can pick out one question. My handwriting's a little sloppy, so you can pass it to me. I'll read it.
oh, you didn't even type these out?
Now let me see if I can read it though.
All right,
Let's
all
try
right.
it. All right. Oh, okay. Wait, this long. Oh, this is easy. Do you prefer real or fake tits? That's
for you.
Yeah. This is gonna get me in trouble because so I'm a real lover. Like, I like real anything. I'm a real person. So listen. Because this is mansplaining. This is where you get in trouble. You start mansplaining, and then women jump on you. As a woman, you can do whatever it is you want to your body. So I'm gonna be really political and say that I am not here to judge what anyone else does. There's some people out there that feel better about having, fake tits. But I personally like the sagginess. I like the droopiness. I like when they start to like drop and hang and do the orangutan thing.
Oh my God.
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with it because I know I've watched the birth of my son, and I know what the woman body endures. I got to watch to see what the woman body can endure, and I think that that's such an amazing thing. So for me, experiencing that, seeing the naturalness of a woman's body when they're pregnant, when their stomach grows, when they get stretch marks, even the little flabby skin that stays when they get, like, to me that's all sexy because a woman's body, just the ability to do that is amazing.
And to form a baby.
Yeah, to do that. So I know that has nothing to do with the tits, but I'm amazed by it. I remember, and I'm going to give this away. I was in Brazil, and I went to Brazil. I'm probably going to say way too much than I need to say right now, but it's okay. I'm going to say it.
It's a safe space.
Good. It's a safe space. I was in Brazil, and everyone out there kind of is like, not real. They have fake body parts, I guess, or I don't know even what to call it. And I remember this one woman allowed me to like touch, to feel it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, go ahead, feel it. It's not real, but feel it. And it was so hard. It felt like cement.
Yeah.
And not even that, it was so cold that I was like, yo, there's no warmth.
Because it's just silicone in
it.
there,
Yeah. Right? So I mean, listen, it could look great. And like I said, to each his own. Like, there's probably someone that has it that I'm like, yo, that looks amazing. But for me, I still prefer the sagginess, the deflated look, you know, all that natural stuff. I'm getting head nods in the back, so I know I'm not the only one.
He says it so much more eloquently.
Yeah, Matt, if this is Mario's response, I'd be like, nah, I just like fake tits.
What's your answer?
For me, listen, man, I'm kind of with him on that. I like, you know, real. I like when, you know, girls can wear no makeup and walk around and, you know, just be a real person.
But some need makeup.
Yeah, but, well, see, this is why we have him on the left side.
Yeah, you know, like, I'm not going to sit here. Listen.
But see, there's something about the makeup thing that bothers me sometimes. You find it, you meet a girl in the club, she got a bunch of makeup on her face, you know, shit happens, you go back to her place, and she take a shower, she come back in the room, and she don't look the same as you saw her in the club. How do you feel about that?
Marison, like, go.
Well, then she got me.
So you just like, all right, fuck it, you got me. I'm a fan of natural. I don't mind once again, I don't mind a little acne on the skin. I mean, as a woman, if you feel good about going out and you want to step out, I've seen some women do amazing jobs with makeup. But even the amazing job, to me, is still a more natural look. I'm not the whole cake face. You know, you 10 shades lighter than you was before you started putting makeup on. You know, and then
I see what you're saying now. Like, I mean, if she's ugly, she's ugly, right? But like, if a you know a cute girl can look even better with makeup, like I'm all for it. You know, but like if she's ugly, she's ugly.
I'm not against it. Yeah. I'm just, my preference is just a little different.
I mean, I don't know.
Here we go. What's your answer?
He wants to say it wrong.
You've been itching over here. What's
I don't
your
know
answer?
what you guys. I'm not into the saggy tits. I gotta say, I can't do it. You know what it is? Like, I was with one girl. I was never a tit guy. Right?
Okay.
I was never a tit guy. I was always an ass
man.
Okay. So when we were a kid, like I would get made fun of for liking fat girls because like I was already into thick before thick was a thing.
Was a thing.
You know, like I was never into like the thin blondes and all that. Like that was never my thing. But I was with this one girl. We had a relationship, and the first time we saw, the first time we slept together, I was like, damn, am I a tits guy? Like just one of those girls that like she takes off her shirt and they don't move and they're perfect and all I need is a handful. That's all I need. I don't need anything too crazy. Any more than a handful is a waste. Like I said, I'm an ass man. And then the fake tits, I can do the fake tits.
I have a line in one of my records that says, I said it a couple of times, but I said you can have mosquito bites and I don't care. Like basically, I'm not going to judge you. It doesn't matter because I'm an ass man as well. So like I like a nice ass for sure. But that's probably why I don't care if you got. I mean, once again. You know what bothers me is and not everybody has this, but like if you suck in a nipple and that person has no emotion, it's pointless. So like sometimes I feel like the silicone blocks the feeling.
Okay.
So
no, I see what you're saying there.
The saggy ones, they always have feeling for some reason. Like the nerves are just.
This is a good question. This is a good question.
Because they never thought anyone would touch their saggy tits like that.
Yeah. So I'm cool, but honestly, to each his own. I don't want to judge anyone. Beauty is skin deep. You know, I've seen some women with done up bodies that have amazing personalities, and you like, yo, you're beautiful regardless. And then I've seen some women who don't have as much as a person can pay for, and they just know how to carry themselves. You know,
it's all mental, man.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
For sure.
Well, it's so much more than mental and physical. It's just spiritual. It's just like that energy that you talk about. When you're vibing with the right person, it fits.
I think the real question is, and I think women should be here to answer this. Not any of us men don't have any business saying this, but it's do you really do it for yourself, or is it because of social media? Is it because
your surroundings? Yeah.
Now we see every time you turn on social media, you see sexuality. So like when people start to do surgery, I always wonder if that's like programmed. Like, are you getting, bigger titties because of it? Because 2 out of the 3 men here don't care if you got big titties, so.
No, I mean, social media, they just show you like a perfect life. They show you like, the perfect body, and it's like, dog, that ain't it. Like that might be it for you, but I don't know. There's so many
go
different
get
angles.
the booty done. We're not worried about the face.
I actually like saggy titties. Like, I'm dead serious.
No, he's really into
Yeah,
it.
like I like them saggy, you know?
Listen, everyone's into what they're into.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, National Geographic. I didn't want to say. He was like, he really liked it. I was like, damn, I don't want to bash him too much. I was like, fucking Nat Geo titties over here.
I ain't mad at it, man. Give me some Nat Geo titties, some orangutans, you know.
For what they're worth.
Yeah. I want them to swing like this when they walking. You know? Nah, just fine.
I got one more. I got maybe one or two more questions before we head out. But you know, this is one I want. Again, I said it in the last one. Like, I wish we would have started asking this question from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one historical figure that you could sit down to dinner with, other than Mario and I.
Yeah.
And you can answer any questions.
Yeah.
Dead or alive, who would it be?
Yo, Bob Marley said something that intrigued me when he got asked a question about what his definition of being rich was, and his definition was the guy asked him if he had monetary richness, and his response was, "I don't have that type of richness. My richness is life, forever." That was the quote that he said, and I think where I'm trying to get in life is there. Like, that's where I want to be.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working hard to get to where I don't have a physical want for anything. So there's only two people that I see. One is actually still alive, which is Russell Simmons. Like, he really preaches about, you know, just being satisfied with what life gives us and learning how to live with that. I mean, and I know the argument for people is this guy's a multimillionaire, so he can say that now, and I hear that. But I would love to have a sit down with Bob Marley and just really see where he was at and where his music took him. I always say this, and this is probably like a great way to close, is that, you know, we talk about segregation, we talk about slavery, we talk about, you know, certain times in life where, you know, we couldn't have this discussion. Like, you know, it wouldn't be us sitting at this table. And I think, you know, I look at, and you appreciate the Malcolm X's, you appreciate the Martin Luther Kings, but we don't give enough credit to people like Bob Marley, because when you talk about his music and you look in places in Europe and Australia and how far his music has reached, he literally single-handedly broke down barriers that a lot of people couldn't. You know, that we were trying to still do here in America, but he did it all around the world. So he would probably be a person I would love to sit down with. And just have a conversation, and I think that whatever he would tell me would probably be life-changing, because I want to get there. I want to get to where my richness is just being happy about life.
Hell
for
yeah,
sure.
man. That should be everyone's end goal.
Yeah,
for real.
I think on that note, I real quick, you know, I got to thank my boy Sean for, you know, bringing you down. A-Drip, we all got the A-Drip brand hats on right now. Mario's showing his widow's peak instead.
And I got a widow's peak too, so I'm with you on that one. It's there.
Yeah,
but I got long hair too, so I know that's.
You got the long hair coming out.
Yeah.
And so we got A-Drip brand. Look them up and tell everyone where they can find you.
I'm a ghost, so it's hard to find me, but I'm online. You know, I always like to say, for me, I'm not the super uber like social media person, but for any artist out there, or anybody who wants to, you know, get into music or technology, feel free to hit me up at MIMS Life on mostly all my handles, and just ask a real question. Like, you know, I like to give away a lot of free game, as I call it, because I feel like I didn't have that when I came in. So if there's insight that I can give someone out there about how I got where I got, you know, come holler at me.
Hell yeah,
for sure.
Yo, seriously, man. Thank you so much for coming on, bro. This is a great time.
No, thank you. Thank you. I'm almost curious as to what else is in there.
We can do some B-roll if you want.
You want one more?
Let's go for B-roll. Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Uh-oh.
This one's not too bad. This
Okay.
This is more so opinion. When you reach what age does it not count as fucking a MILF anymore?
Ooh. Yo, that's actually a really good question.
Like, I'm 31.
What were you doing when that question came up?
I was sleeping with a divorcee, and I'm wondering, am I still fucking a MILF or am I just old? I don't know.
Damn, that's true.
God damn.
I think it changes with generations. So like, if you were to have sex with what are they? Not Gen Z, baby boomer, then that's a MILF.
Okay.
So I think it has to be like a generation outside of your generation. Doesn't matter how old they are. So when you're like 60 and they're 80, you're still fucking a MILF.
So if she's more than 10 years older than you, you'd say?
I would say 10 or 20.
10.
I think the baby boomers were like. Actually, I'm Gen Z, so I'm like 81. 80 was Gen Z.
Yep.
81 Gen Z. So anything before 80, like 79, is considered baby boomer. So anybody that's born before 1979, that's a MILF.
I feel okay. I don't know. I feel like
so many women gonna hate that one, but sorry, it is what it is. I'm just keeping it real.
My mind's turned from that question. I feel like if you're old enough to be my mom, you're a MILF.
You're a MILF, no matter how old I am.
Because your mom is a baby boomer.
Yeah. Like if you're like 21, let's say 18 years older than me, you're a MILF.
Yeah. But like.
Well,
now. No, but he's. I get what you're saying. But like me fucking a 35-year-old mom.
30-year-old Bills, I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Well, I know. But I mean, like I said, like.
But if you're a 30-year-old man messing with a 30-year-old MILF, she's technically just
another
woman.
I'm a DILF without kids. Like that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
But.
I mean, there's some women that are 22 and they've got.
Well, see, I went 18 for
Yeah.
Oh, 18. Difference of 18 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like you automatically assume that, like, just because, like, a girl had kids, like, I guess, like, you know, that she's going to be...
She's a MILF to somebody.
A MILF to somebody,
Yeah.
but, like,
Yeah.
you, like, being a young guy, like, you just assume, like, oh, it's just going to be, like, looser than other girls, but it's not.
That's not what that question is.
Yeah, the looser thing is I can't answer that. I think that's a myth, though.
No, but I've slept with some moms that are tighter than other girls. Which I was shocked.
Can I say something? I'm gonna say something. I'll say this because I think we're in a room full of a bunch of Gen Zers. Gen Z to me is the best. Whatever it is, Gen Z, whatever.
I think I'm a millennial.
No, sorry, millennial. Sorry, you're right. I'm not Gen Z. Millennial is the best one because for some reason, not all, but some of these Gen Zers, they are like Percocetted out, Mollied out. I mean, every single drug you can imagine, and then they start looking like they baby boomers at the age of like. So I feel like there's like a disconnect because I've seen so many people where someone will look at me and be like, I got gray hairs. You can see them in here.
Yeah, but you don't look like you're 40 years old.
But that's what I'm saying. No one says that. No one be like, oh, you. But I've seen some sorry, I'm messing it up. Gen Zers that are like in their 20s and they look like they in their 50s.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys look great.
Thank you.
I'm obviously older than you, but you guys look great. But there's some people in that demographic that you'd be like, yo, you my age. I look at people in their 42. I'm like, they're like, yeah, we're the same age. I'm like, no, we're not. We're not the same age.
Prove it.
Yeah, because I don't look like that, man. But nah. So I think that we live in different times. So yeah.
Two good questions, man.
Yeah.
I gotta give it to you. This is a
bro.
good Tuesday for the Elvin questions. I gotta tell you. Some of them I take them out. I just hand them to him because I'm not even. My mom's watching. Like I'm not gonna.
Yeah, your mom knows what kind of titties you like.
My mom knows what kind of titties you like now too.
This is true. Yeah. That's embarrassing.
You're gonna have some moms at home with saggy titties listen to This Is Why I'm Hot. They're like, yeah.
But you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. That's my audience. Those are the ones that come out to the shows. Saggy titty moms.
Throw it over the shoulder.
I'm okay. There you go. I'm okay with that. There you go. You never know. I mean, listen. Yeah, saggy titty moms out there. I got nothing but love for you.
You going on tour in the end of summer?
I have a small tour that I'm planning on the West Coast. I'm working on one in Europe, and I think I'll probably plan something bigger. I've been in talks with some companies about doing like a 30-city tour. I haven't been on tour in a while. Tour is not as fun when you're 42 as it was when you were 22. So I'm really selective about the shows I do, and I do have a 3-year-old, so I'm cognizant about the time I spend with him. So, I mean, anybody looking for a MIMS show, I'm going to tell you right now, start, when you see me in your city, come, because there might not be a million more of them. I might decide that I'm not, touring for another 4 or 5 years. But yeah, so if you see me in your city, man, come support.
You're listening to the Oven Podcast. Thanks for tuning in.
We want to give a huge shout out to AJ and the squad over at Nomiya for another unreal meal. Whenever you're in Garden City or at the Roosevelt Field Mall, make sure you stop by for some of the best Japanese food around. Also, make sure you check out our YouTube page, click the subscribe button, and join us next time, because there's always an open seat for you at the Oven.
We gotta do this quick, man. Yeah, let's do it. All right. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on TCI Cablevision. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Viacom Cablevision. On Viacom Cablevision. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Time Warner Cablevision.
Just cable, Mike. Because Cablevision's name is another company.
Okay. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Time Warner Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on American Cablevision. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cablevision. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Viacom Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Cablevision. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cablevision. Comcast. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me whip Peter McNeely on Continental Cablevision. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me fight Peter McNeely on Cox Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me fight Peter McNeely on Cox Cable. Cox. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me fight Peter McNeely on Cox Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Jones Intercable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Prime Cable. Oh, man. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Prime Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Adelphia Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Paragon Cable. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Samsonite Cable. No, Salmon. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Salmon's Cablevision.
No, Salmon's Communication.
All right. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Salmon's Communication. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Strips Howard Cable TV. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Cable.
No, Colony.
I heard that. That's my hometown, right? Isn't that up there? Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Colony Cablevision.
Oh, Cable TV.
Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Womaco Cable TV.
What's one like Wometco?
All right, Met.
Wometco.
Met, like Met. All right. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Wometco Cable TV.
Great.
Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on TKR Cablevision.
No, just Cable. One more. Just Cable.
Hi, I'm here with Fight World Live.
John the Magician Dotson here for Fight World Live. You guys, make sure you guys tune in and subscribe. If you want to be able to stay up to date and live with all the fighting actions, go check out this podcast, right? Peace.
Bye.
Always got a gun, got enough to me. That's the real bar to run.
and welcome back to episode 2 of Bitches and Brawlers. I'm your host. I'm Brittany, and I have an amazing guest with me. Her name is Brittany. My co-host, Allie, couldn't make it today, but she's got something in the works for you guys, so you won't want to miss that. But Brittany, it's so nice to meet you. Your manager, Gary, has told me lots about you. Can you tell me yourself, though, a little bit about you, what you do, and where you're at in the world and what you're doing in it?
Yeah, so like you said, my name is Brittany Nieman. I live in Woodbury, Minnesota. So for those who don't know Minnesota, it is a suburb to the east of St. Paul. So east of the Twin Cities, if you know where Minneapolis, St. Paul is. I am a wife, been married to my husband 10 years, and we have 3 little girls, Niobe, who's 9, Zamira, who's 7, and then our youngest, Malia, who's 4. Hoping to eventually add more to our bunch at some point. I'm currently training at Bellum Jiu-Jitsu in St. Paul, Minnesota. Been there actually for a year. In January, was training at a 10th Planet gym here in Minnesota for about 7 years and really needed to leave. So we ended up going to Bellum and have loved it there ever since. Transitioning from no-gi to a gi and no-gi school was a little difficult the first 3 months, but I've learned to like gi, but I still love no-gi. So yeah, and plan to take quite a few tournaments this year and turn pro this year in MMA. I'm coming back from an ACL surgery that last year was a year post-op. So
oh, wow.
I'm back on the scene now this year. So
good.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure that was a long healing process. I've never had to deal with anything like that. Knock on wood, just yet, but I'm sure it's no fun. Tell me a little bit about your amateur career, your MMA career. Where have you competed? Who have you competed against? And what was that like?
Yeah, so I have a small MMA amateur record. So I'm 1-2. I was supposed to actually have a 4th fight, and that's when I tore my ACL, was in the practice for that. So I fought for 3 Rivers Throwdown, which is in Wisconsin. And then I fought for Mystic Lake, is that LFA, for my 2nd fight. So I've fought once at 3 Rivers Throwdown, went to LFA, and then went to 3 Rivers Throwdown again, was going to fight another fight for them as well. So I've had a total of 3 fights. First fight I won, rear naked choke, and broke her nose. That was an experience for me. The second, that was Jessie. I do not remember her last name. She never fought again after that. It was both our first fights. So I think, your first fight lets you know what MMA truly is, and you either are for it or not for it. So I'm not sure if that's why she never fought again. I really couldn't speak for her. At least I haven't seen her fight anymore. The second one was Amanda Cooper, I believe is her last name. She won that fight. It was an early stoppage in my opinion, and a few people's opinions. You can go back and watch it on YouTube. Very close fight, but it was an early stoppage for me. And then the third one, I was winning until I didn't win. She caught me in a triangle, and that was it. But up until that point, that was my fight. I was killing it. And that was an experience in itself to lose the way that I did. So yeah. So I'm ready to come back and take everything that I learned as an amateur. And it's hard fighting women at 105. It's actually a little low for me. So I'm going to stay at 115. My first fight was at 115. So I plan on staying there. And locally, it's hard to find women at amateur. So I think pro is going to be a better way to go. But yeah, jiu-jitsu really is where my heart is, though. That's really where I really would like to get big.
That's incredible.
ADCC eventually at some point.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's incredible. Yeah. So you kind of mentioned it to me a little bit before we started streaming, but tell me what's going on with you this weekend.
Yeah.
I know we're airing on Sunday. However, Saturday, you have something coming up?
Yes. So Subspectrum is a Iowa promoted tournament that is starting to just get really big. It's starting to get a lot of coverage, like on Instagram and Facebook. A lot of people are starting to tune into the results of those, and they post a lot of reels that are getting a lot of attention. So I plan to go down to Subspectrum this Saturday. I will be competing at the 125 bracket, and then also the absolute, which is pretty stacked. So I'm really excited to go down there and challenge myself and come out with a W. That's my plan. So
Heck yeah, that's awesome. I look forward to hearing from you after the weekend's over and letting me know how it went. That way I can share with all the viewers and let them know too. So tell me a bit about your buddy Gary. He told me he's your manager. You've worked with him over the years, I believe. I've spoken with some of his other female fighters in the past on a different podcast. But how did you meet Gary? How do you know him? I mean, he keeps trying to get in with his stream, but I don't think his connection's going to allow. So how did you get with him? Because he's the one that showed me who you are. And I love learning about new women in combat sports. So yeah, how'd that connection happen?
Yeah, so we actually met through a mutual person. My first ever fight interview was through Coach Shelton Harrison. He does a lot of YouTube coverage on WMMA, probably the most that I've seen. But he reached out to me on Facebook, Coach Shelton Harrison did, and was like, I want to interview. And it was after my first amateur fight. And I'm like, why do you want to interview me? I've only had one fight. What's so big about me? And he just kind of was like, I interview different women that fight, it doesn't matter the record. And I saw your first fight and you have a lot of talent. So through him, doing a few interviews with him, we had a relationship just all through Facebook. He's from the state that my dad's from, North Carolina. So there was just like this connection right away. And then he told me about Gary and told Gary about me, and we talked on the phone. And again, I connected with Gary really well, and he's been always super supportive and super genuine. And so it's just been an organic relationship that just kind of naturally happened.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'll have to get Gary the information. Summer Seaborg, I don't know if you know her or follow her on social media at all. She runs it's somewhat MMA, but there's a lot of jiu-jitsu and a lot of grappling out of Oklahoma. The name of the promotion is totally going to skip my mind right now, of course, but Summer Seaborg is her name. She's incredible, dude. That would be a great place for you to start pro. She's got some really big names on her card and then a lot of locals too. So that would be a great place for you to like build that promotion, that professional career.
Yeah, if you send both of us that information, that would be great.
I totally will. She's a crazy busy lady. I've tried to get her to come on the show before, and I mean, she's matchmaking. She runs the promotion. You know what I mean? So she's always super duper busy. But yeah, I'll get you her information for sure. I'd love to see you come a little bit further south and show the South what it's about.
Okay. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Hell yeah. So tell me a bit more. I mean, you said you're a mom. You've got 3 beautiful little girls. I'm a mom too. I've only got 2 kids and a husband as well. And I don't even train full time. If I'm lucky if I get in, 2 classes a week or something. How do you juggle mom life and training? Because it's a full-time job in itself. I assume you may or may not work as well outside the home. So how do you juggle it all?
Yeah, I'm actually just started a new job. I'm a prayer coordinator for Pulse Outreach here in Minnesota. It's a Christian outreach organization. I actually have my Master's of Divinity. So I got that because I wanted to become a chaplain, which I was a chaplain before this job. And then this opportunity opened up and I took it. It's totally by the supportive family. So my dad is retired and he is our babysitter. So when I go to work, he watches them, and I don't even call him babysitter because he loves them just like we do and takes care of them, and they love him. So I wouldn't even call him a babysitter, but he comes and takes care of our kids and is super supportive. And then my husband and I have built a system of where one week I go 3 times a week, and then the other week he goes 3 times a week, and then I go 2 or he goes 2. So there's a healthy balance. My dad's super supportive where we could probably go every day but we're also one of those parents that like we don't want our parents raising our kids in jiu-jitsu, and training doesn't come before them. So and obviously when I have a tournament coming up, then he might not take those full days. I might take some of his days when he has more days that week. But it's just been a super healthy system of having support of my husband and my dad being able to watch them. And then on weekends, there's some weekends where they'll spend a night with my mom and my stepdad. So yeah, just having family to help us support and being able to lay out a schedule, and lifting also. I lift whenever I don't train. So, or, if I don't go to jiu-jitsu or do MMA. So
yeah. I saw a picture Gary had sent me of you lifting there. I don't know if David could pull it up while we're here, but man, you got some guns on you, girl. You're strong.
Thank you.
I wouldn't put you at 110 with muscles like that. 115 with muscles like that.
I'm short. I could include the 3/4, but I'm 5'2", 3/4, so I'm barely 5'3". So it's the height that does not allow much weight.
Gotcha. So yeah. You got that big bubbly personality. So I put, you know what I mean? And it's hard to like gauge over the internet like this. But yeah, I mean, I'm short too. I'm only 5'4", but
okay, yeah. So you're even taller than me.
Barely. That's pretty rare. I find somebody shorter than me. So
I mean, that's another thing that's hard for me is being short in the weight that I'm at. So healthy, I walk around 120, 122. So I mean, I'm happy if I hit 125. So after this tournament, that's going to be my goal, is really try to get to 125. But when I fight at 105, the girls' statures are my size, but I don't feel strong. And so 115 is where I feel the strongest. Obviously, if I fight at 125, people are going to be dropping down from way higher weights. And you just got to include all of that when you're deciding what weight. So I'm like, 115 is not too much of a drop for me. I can deal with that and still feel strong. But then they're usually taller, Right. So I'm in that weird space of like, I have nice size weight for my height, but my height's, I'm short.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yep. That's incredible though, just to even get out there. I've only been training for about a year, and just in boxing, I couldn't even imagine grappling and doing jiu-jitsu and stuff like that yet. Like I just wanted to start kind of with the basics in boxing. And kind of just get my hands and my body to do everything that my mind is telling it to do first before I really throw myself into it. Taking it from just training to finally deciding to compete, where was that moment for you, that turning point? What made you decide, okay, screw it, I'm gonna go ahead and compete now?
So actually I got into jiu-jitsu to do MMA. My dad's a black belt in Taekwondo, so my love for fighting started there with following him around at tournaments. And at that age, I was like, oh, I want to box. So I wanted to box, but never really got to do that. And then I met my husband, and he, before we met, did like some underground MMA, didn't really like officially train or anything like that. But he was like, we'll work on some grappling stuff until we find a gym. And then we ended up finding the gym, the 10th Planet Gym, and trained there. And the rule there was like you had to be training at least for a year pretty consistently before you were approved to take any type of fight. So about 2 years in, there was another girl that started after me that took an MMA fight, which I'm pretty competitive. So it motivated me like, well, she's been training for like a year. Why am I not taking a fight? So I asked her where she was fighting at. And then the next card that she was on, I told her like, hey, throw my name in there. I might as well take this fight. So that was the whole reason actually why I went into jiu-jitsu and did not expect to fall in love with it because I was such a striker. So yeah.
That's awesome. See, and I wonder if, like my husband is a grappler and a jiu-jitsu artist himself. He loves to just wrestle around like that. And maybe that's why I'm frustrated, because he's a big man and he's always going to pin me, right? And like he's just always gonna. A, he's a man, and B, he's my husband. So of course.
Right.
But I wonder too, you know, like years ago I thought, oh no, I'd never even train in boxing, and here I am. So like part of me wonders, will I get bored with this eventually, and will I want to grapple eventually? So that's interesting to learn, and thank you for that knowledge. Like, it's always a growing, you know what I mean, evolving type sport, and I love that we can, you know, grow and evolve and learn from each other. You told me that your third fight, you know, it was your fight until it wasn't, and that was a hard lesson to learn, but that's what it was. It was a lesson to learn, and I love that combat sports does that. It constantly teaches you in and outside the ring, in and outside the cage, in and outside of the sport. You're constantly learning from it, whether you realize it or not. So that's awesome.
Yeah, my husband's 6'2", and
so is mine.
190. So we have some fun, feisty grapples. You know, like you said, he's a man, but there's some times where I catch him and I'm like, yes.
Right. Yeah. You get right up under that.
Yeah. Yes. That's one thing I will encourage women to is it's such a male-dominated sport. And I will say when I started, it was very awkward because it's intimate. Bodies are touching. There's parts of your body that's in areas that you're not normally allowing other people, especially women allowing another man to be in. But I will say when you find a gym that's appropriate and there's not like creeps, you know, you will get to this point where you're like, you're trying to choke me. I don't care what I have to do to get you back or whatever, you know, things just go out the window. You don't start to think about that. But at first it is very like, where do my hands go? Your hands, why is your hands there? But after you realize like, this is all part of the technique and you're trying to choke me or break my arm, like everything goes out the window. And then you just start to get hungry for more. And like you said, it's like a never ending book of knowledge. Like you just, whenever you think you've like, yes, I've got this, you have one day where you're like, take my purple belt back, take all the 3 stripes that I have and put me back down at white belt. Cause I don't know what happened today, you know? So yeah, it's, but I so encourage women to try it, you know, just try it. So.
I do too. Absolutely. It boosts your self-esteem immensely. I can't even begin to explain. Yeah. And like you said, like you'll think, oh man, I love this technique or I love this combination. I felt really good in class today. I feel like I'm on top of the world. I'm ready to take on the next thing. And then your very next class, you're like, holy shit. Like the line in Avatar, I'm just a baby. I know nothing. You know what I mean? Like, what am I even doing here? But then you crave more. You crave more of that knowledge. Yep. That's incredible. Yeah. I also am a big advocate for women. I mean, it's good to just know a little bit of self-defense to get yourself in tricky situations. But B, like the camaraderie and the bonding behind it, it's awesome, man. I've made some of the best friends I'll probably ever have in the gym now. And I love that. How do you and mind you, like, I mean no offense ever by anything that ever comes out of my mouth, but I oftentimes word things wrong. So let me just preface my next question with this. Yeah. How do you balance being in your religious world? How do you balance the stigma against combat sports with that?
Yeah. I felt like that was coming.
Yeah. I figure there is a little bit of a stigma, like, oh my gosh, she's a girl and she fights, and you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, what is that like for you?
I'll admit, I don't know if it's as time has gone on and because the sport has gotten so big and it's more looked at as a sport. There's rules around it. It's not like back in the day where it was literally like gladiators and anything goes. I don't know if that's helped, but when I first got into it, I would have some, weirdos come under my page and question me and say things like, how are you a minister? How are you a chaplain and fighting and women shouldn't fight, different things like that. And I would be honest. I would tell them just biblically, I can't tell you that it is okay. It is violent, and that is what the Bible speaks against. But at the same time, whether I'm making an excuse or not, I've always prayed about it. God hasn't convicted me of it yet. And I truly believe the moment that he would put on my heart that I should not be doing this, I wouldn't do it. But he hasn't. But within that realm, because it's not like a Christian atmosphere, when I lose or win within my character is where I represent Christ. I'm not, jumping in people's faces and like, yeah, I kicked your butt or anything. Or when I lose, I'm cussing and throwing my mouth guard and pissed and in the ref's face. Like when I beat the girl on my first fight, you can see at the end of the fight, I'm patting her on the back. It was a genuine, like, this is your hometown. It was your first fight. Like, I know the embarrassment that you probably feel. Like, are you okay? I didn't jump up in her face. So within that, I take Christ with me, even in the cage and in my character. But to answer further your question, nowadays, like that was a few years ago, but people are like intrigued. At my job, they have me introduce myself and share that, tell them what you do on the side. Like it's an exciting thing of like, you're a chaplain, like you pray for people and you beat people up. Like it's almost like a joke and this intriguing thing. And it's a sign of like discipline that transfers from my, relationship with Christ into myself as a martial artist. Like they go together, and really I've built sermons out of, my martial arts experience, just because I feel like spiritual warfare and how you fight in the cage go so hand in hand. I'm actually in the works of writing a devotional book about spiritual warfare from an MMA fighter's perspective. So I'll have to let you know when when I have that fully put together. So I got a few more chapters to write, but yeah. So far, like within the last, I would say, I've been training for 9 years now. Probably for the last 5 years, I haven't had anybody negatively from my Christian circle or new people say anything negative. Honestly, I have not.
Good. I was very curious about that. I do not have a church home here. I have found, that my spirituality and my beliefs work for me the way I've built them to work for. And I was very curious about that because I was raised in the church, and there was a lot of, and it was Methodist and Baptist churches that I was raised in. So there was a lot of turning your nose up at a lot of different things.
Yeah.
So I was very curious about that. I'm glad that, and I do think you're right that, as times have evolved and it has been looked at as more of a sport than just just a violent, release that the stigma behind it has, eased up some.
Right.
But there is a lot of machos out there who are going to be opinionated. And I'm glad that they don't either come to you or get at you either way.
Right. I think I've got them to shut up by admitting like, I don't have a defense to it, but hey, keep praying for me.
Right.
Like I'm not going to try and justify it. I've thought about that, but hey, and usually if you're not like doing the tit for tat, they don't have nothing to fight with. So they're like, on to the next.
Yep. They're just keyboard warriors.
Yes,
That's all they are.
Exactly.
Yep. So holy shit, Brittany, what do you not do? Like you're a mom, you have 3 kids, you're a wife, you work full time with your church, and you train full time. You have been for 9 years, and you're writing a book. Like what else are you doing? Because I know the list is there. Like holy crap.
Outside of that, not too much. Like honestly, faith, family, and fitness are the 3 things that make me happy. So as long as I have those 3, I call myself a introverted extrovert. Like I can be outgoing and enjoy people, but I hit a time where I need to go back in my turtle shell and be left alone. I'm those 3 things though keep me happy. But other than that, that's kind of like mainly what's going on in my life right now. Well, trying to get my brown belt. So I'm a 3-stripe purple belt. So I'm trying to hopefully this year.
Yeah. I was just going to say, if you're going to do a couple of tournaments this year, obviously depending on how those go for you, I'm sure, if not by the end of this year, by next year, that brown belt will be in those hands. That's awesome. Well, Brittany, I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I've gotten to know a lot about you. I can't wait to watch your career grow. Please message me. Let me know how your tournament goes on Saturday. This will air again on Sunday. So for those of you that are watching, she competed yesterday, sort of. And I will definitely share those results as long as Brittany allows me to.
Yeah.
Make sure you follow her. Shout out all your links anywhere you want those new fans to follow you at, and then we can wrap this up. I'll let you get back to your beautiful family.
Yeah, no, now that I think about it, I can't believe I forgot this. You asked me what else I'm up to. I do have a fitness and jiu-jitsu apparel line. So Fighting Spirit Martial Arts and Fitness is the gear. I'm actually wearing a sponsors t-shirt for O Nation right now, but Fighting Spirit here, I'll actually, this is the
Send
logo.
me that link too. Send me the link.
That's the logo for our, shout out to my brother for the logo. But yeah, I will definitely send you the link. So I'm mainly on Instagram. I don't really share my Facebook because I always felt like Facebook's more personal. Not that I post anything different, but if you follow me, War Machine 777 on Instagram, and then Fighting Spirit Martial Arts and Fitness, or Fighting Spirit MAF, you should be able to find me on Instagram too to look at the apparel line. Yeah, that would be the main spot. And then TikTok. I'm starting to try to get into TikTok. So it's also War Machine 777. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'll definitely make sure to add those into the post when we air this. Again, it's been an honor meeting you and learning all about you. Congratulations on going back to competing. I can't wait to hear all about it. But I won't keep you any further. Thank you again for sharing your time with me.
Can I shout out my sponsors really quick?
Absolutely.
Sure.
That was going to be my next thing.
No.
Shout out those sponsors.
I always got to write them down because I forget, but it's Fro Nation. It's for sure. They're a newer one. Awesome. I've been loving their clothing that they've been sending me. Of course, I have to shout out my school, Bellum Jiu-Jitsu, again in St. Paul, Minnesota. If you are in Minnesota at any time, please come by and visit. Also, CSH Combat News. Coach Shelton Harrison, I always shout him out because he was my first interview and has always been a supporter. And then also, I see you got Bucked Up on here. I'm an ambassador for them. So if you want 20% off, again, it's War Machine 777. That's it. And Gary, of course, Gary. Can't leave Gary out.
Gary's the man. I appreciate him very much for always linking me with some of these, more not underground, but lesser known name fighters and stuff. Like, I love talking to the big names. Don't get me wrong, but I want to know the locals. Like, we all start down here before we make it up here. I want to watch people grow. You know what I mean? So that's why I like, talking to the people that are still doing tournaments and aren't even on the big cards yet. Right. You know what I mean? So. Yeah. And I'll send you the info for Summer Seaborg. But Brittany, time is of the essence. Thank you so much for sharing your time with me. It's the one thing in this world we don't get back. So I'm really honored you shared yours with me today. Other than that, thank you to Bucked Up and all of Brittany's sponsors. Again, go follow her at War Machine 777. She's on Instagram. She's on TikTok. She is on Facebook, but follow her on Instagram. That's where she's most active. Yeah. Other than that, I'm Brittany, and you'll be catching Allie a little bit later with some BKFC clips. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. This was Bitches and Brawlers. We're out.
Territories pay fines all on day. Or may not be just fine. There is another fade away to not be too late. All life is straight.